know, it's a cold, it's a rainy morning, and we could be anywhere, but you chose to be here. So, if you know that you've come too far, DJ, just wait. I want us to play that song from the beginning. Because, sometimes it can get very hard running a business in Nigeria, running a small, a medium enterprise. And sometimes you have to know that you've decided that when they tell you to throw in the towel, you tell them what? No, 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 no. Maybe you want to throw in the towel, eh? When they tell you that this business is not going to work, that the economy is in shambles, what will you tell them? No, no. Are you sure? I think it's only these people here that said no, no. Okay, and you are showing me the dance step. I love it, I love it. When they tell you that, you know what, you are better off doing 9 to 5. This business that is here is not going to work. What will you tell them? No, no. When they tell you that, you're a young person, you're a young man, you're a young woman, who is your father? Where are you going to get the money? What will you tell them? Sister, what will you tell them? No, no, okay. When they tell you that businesses, they don't last more than 2 years, they don't last more than 5 years, and at the end, the thing is just going to fail. So don't even bother starting. What will you tell them? All right, let's have the music from the top, and I'm sure that will warm us up before we go for our tea break. So remember, no matter the challenges, no matter what the business climate is saying, no matter what the customers are paying, that business will grow. That small enterprise will become a medium enterprise. That medium enterprise will become a large enterprise. That business you started in your room will move to the permanent site. Please, can we have that music? And then we can warm up a bit, then we'll go for tea break. We'll come back and we will start. So, 1, 2, 3. SME conference. Well, let me check the weather. I know it's Saturday morning. It has rained several times. But still, with the traffic, with the situation, with the roads, you make time to be here. And that shows that you are committed to building your small and your medium enterprise. You are committed to learning, unlearning, and relearning. You are committed to networking, to collaborating, and you are committed to building capacity. So for me, the first few that are already here in this hall, I think you all deserve a warm round of applause. Please let's put our hands together for ourselves. Plus, that dance made sense. Like, I was like, yes, it's the energy I want. So please, one more time, a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. So we have tea for you, we have snacks for you. We'll give about 5 minutes for you to pick up something. I know it was very intentional to get you on your feet, to work up an appetite, to, get some warmth in, right? So please, you can make your way to the left. We have refreshments for you. Just go pick what you like and come back to your seat. And we will be starting this SME conference put together by KIC Business His Way. And I want to tell you that we have an amazing lineup of speakers. People who have decades of experience, people who have walked the talk, people who have the evidence, they have the receipts to show. And they're doing this free of charge. They're not paying 1 naira, 1 kobo to be in the same room. First of all, you're going to learn. And second of all, you're going to network. I mean, people pay hundreds of thousands for this. But they're getting it free of charge, courtesy of KIC Businesses Way. And I think they deserve a phenomenal, resounding, foundation-shaking round of applause. Because we're here, we're cool, we have refreshments, everything is just on point. We're not saying, if only they could put this canopy so the rain will not beat us, so I don't want to magicise this water. So we want to say a big thank you to KIC Businesses Way for putting together this 2-day SME conference. Truly is going to be a great time. But right now, please make your way to my left, where I'm pointing to. That's the refreshment stand, and you get something to drink. That's Fit Farm are doing. They just want something warm because of the cold weather. And like I said, we will soon be starting. Now, some of you are already making your way. If maybe you're already refreshed and you don't want something to drink, would like you to take pictures throughout this event. Would like you to record videos. Would like you to share our flyers. Let people know what is happening here. They still have time to make it down. The roads are clearing. So the only way to make them feel like
no, I don't say you go
is by
try. I don't know whether you try to
across
come on
different
because
social
this big
media
now, if you
platforms.
come like this,
Share the
you
flyers,
go focus on now. This one will come the
pictures, dancing, the networking, and throughout this event, we'd like you to put the word out.
Because say now she dey talk, take am up, then zoom it, zoom
Now,
my.
as you're
She na there is
sharing your pictures, we'd like you to use our hashtag KIC SME Conference 2025. So it's KIC SME Conference 2025. I would love for you to tag us at KIC Business His Way on Instagram. So KIC Business His Way on Instagram. That's the handle. And now the hashtag again is KIC SME Conference 2025. So let's get the word out there. We do have an exhibition. I know earlier on some of you were outside at the exhibition area. That will continue throughout the event. Just as we're getting our refreshments, I'll just run us through what to expect because our time is fast spent and we will want to keep to time because when we're doing business his way, it's about punctuality. It's about starting on time and everyone else joins us. So we'll hear from our hosts. They will also let us know why it's important for us to grow our why this conference is so important. So we'll have that introduction from our host. Right after that, we will also have a spoken word presentation. I think these days, spoken word is giving. You go for an event and somebody uses words to paint such a beautiful story, and you're just enthralled, and it just makes you think and ponder. So we do have spoken word presentation. Right after that, we have a session on sales and marketing. The sales and marketing, we know that if your business, your small or your medium enterprise, is not making sales, it's only a matter of time you will close shop. So we cannot overemphasize how important it is to make sales. And how do you make sales if you do not market your product or service? It's so important that you're marketing in the digital age. Some of you, I'm sure if I go around with the microphone and I say, how did you find out about this event? Some might say, oh, I saw it on someone's WhatsApp stories. I saw it on Instagram. Someone told me. I saw a flyer. So this session is going to look at sales and marketing. And trust me, even if you've been in business for many years, there's something you can learn because the landscape is constantly changing. Right after that, we're going to have a session on networking and collaboration. Someone say collaboration. No, that is too weak. I thought by now we've enjoyed some tea, some coffee, some water. Maybe you want competition, but let me tell you, the new competition is actually collaboration. So let me hear someone say collaboration. Okay, the energy is coming, the energy is coming. We want you to be at a place where you can not just network, but also collaborate. Some of you have businesses and are offering services that the person sitting next to you needs. So instead of only going on X and saying, please help me retweet this, my helper can be on your TL. Your helper is in this room here at the Carry Center, Victoria Island. Your helper is on your table, is on the table behind you, is on the table next to you. So the idea of collaboration, the idea of networking is so that you are able to get the complementary services and goods you need to take your business to the next level and to really create impact and bring about life-changing solutions. Right after that, we'll have a panel discussion. And one thing I love about panel sessions is that you get to learn from different people and hear different perspectives. So one person might take it from another angle, another person will shine the light on something you didn't think about. And the good thing is that it's interactive. So while the panel session is happening, I just encourage you to pay full attention so that if you have a question, you're able to note it down and you're able to ensure that it's not answered. So that when we do Q&A, you put up your hand, you ask your question, you engage. So important. So after our panel session and the Q&A, we will move to a short break. So that's the time you will start to practice what you have learned. You have learned about networking. You will network during that short break. Then we'll move to our afternoon session and we'll look at financing small-scale businesses in Nigeria. So how do you finance your business? Let's tell ourselves the truth. The banks are looking for people that will collect millions and billions. A lot of them will tell you, oh, we have money to give small-scale businesses. But when you look at the list, you're like, is it my business? So how do you end up raising the required capital to ensure that your business even survives, let alone your business goes to the next level? So it's very important. That's a session that you do not want to miss. Financing small-scale businesses in Nigeria. Again, we'll have a panel session. As I said, panel sessions are great for you to ask questions, to engage, listening to their panel, you can send them a message on LinkedIn. You can tag them on Instagram and they will see it. Most of them will repost. And then you can ask a question. And before you know it, you've expanded your network. So please, avail yourself the opportunity to ask questions during our panel discussions. Next, we'll have a lunch break. You can see that we're taking care of you here. We're taking care of you. You have your coffee, your tea, your water. So don't say, oh, I just need to quickly run to that, get something to eat. No, you are sorted. We'll have our lunch break. Then we'll move to customer experience. And we know that customer experience is a big deal. Some people, just because of poor customer service, they will just say, I'm not doing it again. You know how you call someone and the way they talk to you, and they just turn you away. A potential client that can come with so much money. So our customer service experience, what can we do to make sure that it keeps people coming back? Even when they're upset, but the way you spoke to them, the way you responded to their message, they're like, you know what, I'll give these people another try. Then we'll have a breakout session, again an opportunity to focus on the areas you're interested in, and then we'll be closing day one of the KIC Businesses Way conference. It's a 2-day event. We started here today, and we pray that you'll join us tomorrow for day 2. It's also happening here, but that's an overview of what to expect today. I know some of our speakers are here, and we won't be wasting any more time. I see more people have gone to get their refreshments. We give about 30 seconds so we're all seated, and then we will begin in earnest. As I said, the hashtag is KIC SME Conference 2025. So when I come down the stage, I'm going to check how many of you have posted with the hashtag. KIC Business is Way is the Instagram handle. So use our hashtag, but also tag us on our Instagram handle. And on that note, would like to invite someone that has spent, I say, the past few weeks, if not months, birthing. You know, sometimes when we think about pregnancy, we only see it on women, right? Women are the ones that will have that protruding bulge, and you begin to waddle, and you say, the baby's on the way. But men also get pregnant. They get pregnant with vision. They get pregnant with dreams. And they begin to nurture that dream. So the next person I'm about to call is someone who has been pregnant. He has been nurturing this dream, this vision that the Lord has placed on his heart, that desire to see small and medium enterprises thrive and succeed in what many will call a very challenging and tough economic terrain. Is someone that has made sure that we at the KIC Businesses Way SME conference have the best of the best. Sometimes it's about those sleepless nights. It's about going to your network and bringing those big men and big women into the room and saying, no, you must do it for the next generation of entrepreneurs. You must do it for the next generation of business owners, of people who will change this country. So with this information, I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg. This is someone that doesn't have to do it, but that burden, that call, that desire to see the generation change, to see businesses equipped with the necessary skills, is what has just kept him going. And today, I want to say that he has given birth. We have seen the fruits. We have seen what has been hidden. It's now a reality. And you are part of that fruit. So with a resounding, foundation shaking, a thunderous round of applause, I want you to make welcome for the opening remarks the president of KIC Business His Way. A round of applause for Dipo Ajayi. I'm not going to take that applause because I know it can get a whole lot louder. Can we make some noise for the president of KIC Businesses Way, Dipo Ajayi? For more round of applause.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for actually coming around today. I know the day started somehow because you know how you're in your bed, the next thing you're hearing that thunderous rain, and the next thing that comes to your mind is, should I just shift this thing to the afternoon? But because of the passion for your businesses and the determination to actually take your business beyond where it is currently, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why a lot of us need to actually sacrifice our sleep and actually come around today. So I really appreciate that. Our business is way, it's a great vision of King God International Church, Victoria. This vision came some years ago, and what happened was that we felt that there's a way that we can do business in the way of God and also prosper. There's a way where most of us, I'm sure most of us, when we have issues with our cars and we have to call our mechanic, there's always something on our mind when they bring the bill. You know that this thing has been marked up severally and you are looking around to actually double check. Imagine you having a mechanic that he gives you list, and after you have given that person money, he comes back to tell you that this is the change that comes from what he has gone to buy. How would you feel? Do you understand the number of people you want to recommend that person to? Or do you think about a fashion designer that you don't need to run around to actually, maybe when the day of the event has passed, that's when they actually deliver your attire. These are some of the things that actually give that business today. That we can do business in the way of God. And don't forget, the way of God is excellent way. Because the Bible says in Genesis 4 that after God has created everything, God look back and he look at everything and say, so it means that God himself also confirmed that everything that he has done, everything he has created was excellent. So in the same thing, we are created in the image of God. So God expects that excellence in whatever we are doing. In our business, in activity, in everything that pertains to that. And that's what actually gave that business way. And we have had series of meetings where we even had an edition where we actually get people to pitch their business. And we had 3 winners in that particular edition where we supported someone in the fashion space, we supported someone in the tech space, and also supported someone that is into that air making and something like that. And for this time around, we felt that we need to take it a notch higher. And the focus is to actually help business strong. And we understand the peculiarity of the time. The time is not same again. If you look at, there's been a regime change. If you look at pre-COVID and post-COVID, you will see clearly that the way you do business pre-COVID is quite different from the way you do business post-COVID. And that's one of the reasons why we look at that. How can we help small-scale business actually scale up? How can we help small-scale business understand how to manage business? One thing about business is that the reason why many businesses are failing is not because there are no opportunities. It's because of people don't have understanding. I was talking to someone this morning and I said, and we got talking and I said, do you know what the problem of small-scale business? People assume revenue as profit. Every phone that comes into their pocket, they assume it as a profit. So they don't wait to remove the expenses. They don't wait to remove the cost of production. They don't. Even when you do small businesses that has to do with buying and selling, a lot of people don't factor the cost of this panaga and all those things to their cost. They just assume everything is profit. And at the end of the day, you now look at your bank account. At the end of the day, you see that it is that nothing achieved, or even what you have in your account is even lower than what you started a business with.
just agree with everything he was saying. Sometimes we think that business is business, spirituality is spirituality. That when we are in the business, we have to do it the way the world does it. But if you know the principles of the kingdom, you know that business his way is the best way because it stands for excellence, it stands for integrity, it stands for diligence. And these are the things that help businesses to thrive. When you are not mediocre, when you are excellent, when you go above and beyond, and just looking at everyone here, like he said, you could have just said, you know what, I want to spend another 1 hour in bed. This weather, this is the weather to just chill. But you decided, no, you want to build capacity. Some of you have come because you want to pitch your business. And there will be an opportunity. Just like you said, they supported a fashion business. So if you have a business here and you want to pitch it, don't worry. You will have a minute and you will come. You will say what your business is doing, how it's doing it differently. And who knows, you might walk away with exciting prizes like mentorship, training, and even investment. So I just want to say thank you for being here because it shows you are committed to doing business the right way, business his way. And it shows that you are not comfortable with what was working. So you said something that before COVID, there was a way we did things. Post-COVID, you know you cannot reach the same audience like pre-COVID times. You know things have changed. You know if your business is not online, you are not even ready. You are not even ready. You know if you are not targeting the different audiences with the necessary marketing campaigns, then you are going to be left behind. So just like President has said, we have seasoned speakers who have been there, done that. I like what you said, that they've made mistakes, so you don't have to make those mistakes. They have walked the talk, they have the experience, and they will be sharing that free of charge. If you know you are ready to just learn, unlearn, and relearn, just give yourselves a warm round of applause. If you know your business is going to the next level, your business is going to thrive, I want you to applaud yourself. Applaud your effort. Applaud your presence in here at KIC Businesses Way SME Conference. It's truly a pleasure to invite our next speaker. Sales and marketing is the lifeblood. I have to go back to what our president said. When you start to confuse your revenue for profit and then you spend everything, you will now find out that you are not making sales anymore because your capital is gone. So how do you manage your money to ensure that you can keep the sales going, that the inventory is stocked? Do you ensure that the inventory that you have is constantly flying off the shelves? People are calling you, are sending you DMs to book your services. It is through sales and marketing. And we know that things have moved to the digital level. So the person who is coming to speak to us is someone who has decades of experience in sales, in marketing, in advertising, in the digital space. He has been awarded, recognized for his work. He's someone who has given back to people through his own personal ventures. So if you know some of these brands, you know that his portfolio is filled with household names. He has worked on marketing campaigns, not just for the local brands, but for the global brands. Brands like Etisalat, Procter and Gamble, brands like PZ Cussons, banks like UBA, LG, Unilever. I'm talking about Dangote Salt, Mantra Caterpillar, EcoBank, Notore, Lafarge, among others. This is the experience he has. And I know you've all interacted with some of these brands that I mentioned. So when it comes to that creativity, when it comes to utilizing the digital space to ensure that these products and services that we love get into the hands of the consumers, this is the man to speak to. He's currently serving as the head of digital marketing, B2C at Gbolahan Aina, Nigeria, and he leads the digital communication efforts. And as I said, he's passionate about giving back, and that's why he's the co-founder of Lagos Digital Academy. It's a social enterprise and is dedicated to raising the next generation of digital marketing professionals and entrepreneurs. As I said, he has been featured locally and internationally. He has spoken at several conferences, and it's truly an honor to be welcoming him to KIC Business His Way SME Conference. This is someone who has won Outstanding Digital Personality of the Year by Marketing Edge, and he's also won this Digital Brand Personality of the Year award by Industry Magazine. So when I tell you that professionally he has the goods, when President says that we have seasoned speakers, it's because we've brought people who don't just have the experience, but they have the passion to give back. So this one is not aspire to perspire to inspire and expire. This is the real deal. Anything you want, you're going to get it here. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates present, I want you to make welcome with a resounding round of applause the head of digital marketing B2C at Gbolahan Aina in the person of Dotun Babtunde. A warm, resounding round of applause. Please, let's keep the applause going. If you know the brands that I mentioned, you know that it goes to stop. Let the applause swell before I give him the microphone.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the rousing introduction from Isabella. It's nice to be here. So I'll try to make this as interesting and interactive as much as possible. So my name is Dotun Babtunde. I'm the head of digital marketing for Olam, Nigeria. So how many of you are familiar with Olam? Probably familiar. All right, let me come down so I get closer to you. So how many of you are familiar with Olam? Okay. Some of you are probably using our products, you just don't know that it's Olam. How many people know Mama Gold rice? Great. Crown Premium pasta, Tasty Tom, and what's not. So those are some of our brands. Anyway, it's nice to be here. I spent a lot of my career working at
Yes, now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay now.
my area of specialty obviously is digital marketing. Cuts across, just digital into sales as well. Because as a marketer, I'm very good selling as well. So, since we're here talking about business, my question to you guys is, can anybody tell me why are you in business? Or what's the reason why you decided to go into business? Any takers? I know we're not playing team, but let's make it as interesting as possible.
The
So I
idea
don't
is
see
this
like
show.
I'm preaching.
Any
Any idea? Sorry? Fantastic. Anybody else?
like this now, you know if you come out and restore everything back.
Multiple streams of income. Okay, that's great. That's nice. So let me tell you a secret. To make money, great. That's nice. Nigeria, go away. To make on salary alone, that's good. Now, let me tell you a secret. The reality at the end of the day is that people don't care about your business. What they care about is their own problem. And if you're not solving problems, then you cannot make money, you cannot augment your salary, or have multiple streams of income. Now, what is the biggest challenge that we have when it comes to running business in Nigeria generally? nature of our environment, a lot of people go into business not because they want to, or either situation or circumstances make them go into business. So they start the business, either maybe because of family condition, they can't finish school, or they finish school, they can't get a job, and they go into business. So what happens? You build the business with the hope you go better someday. Am I right or wrong? So you go into the business hoping that things will get better. And then 20, 30 years down the line, the business is successful. But if you see, statistics shows that almost 70 to 80% of businesses in Nigeria are SME, small, medium enterprise. And what do you define as SME? Those are businesses that are doing an average turnover of between 5 million, or in this economy now maybe 20 million a year, to as high as 500 million. I mean, you can see a huge gap. So when you look at it also, for the big business that are doing over 500 million, they're very, very small. But that doesn't mean that because your business is small, doesn't mean you should not be visible. And that's where digital comes into play now more than ever before. So you find the question is you're building the business, and as you find with a lot of businesses that we have, especially from our parents' generation, if your parents are starting businesses, they send you to school, whether Nigeria or abroad, what tends to happen? They are hoping they will retire one day so that you will come and take over. But now, you find that our young people want to be influencers, content creators. They're not interested in the businesses that their parents developed to get them to where they are today. So the parents are in a dilemma. I don't want to kill this business because this is what is sustaining me. But my children are also not ready to take over. So what next? And that is why you find that we don't have so many businesses locally that can compete at that global stage. There are very few businesses. And if you look at it sector by sector, remove Dangote, remove oil and gas, remove banking and finance. How many businesses do we have in Nigeria that can compete favorably with not just even West Africa, but even in Africa as a whole? Very few. And why? Most of our businesses are mom and pop businesses. As one of my senior colleagues would call it, they are subsistence farmers. That's the way our businesses run. We run our businesses specifically to sustain our lifestyle. And if by chance you are lucky or fortunate enough that the business is successful beyond your wildest imagination, what happens? Because we're not ready for that success, so what do people do? They marry a second wife, they buy houses, start living larger than life. But they're not investing that money back into the business. Like the president said, a lot of people do businesses and they're not looking at how am I reinvesting my money back into the business? Yes, the business is growing, but growth is not the only solution to your business. At the end of the day, you need to look at more things than that in terms of how your business is going to grow. COVID was a classic example that caught a lot of businesses, offhand. And why? All of a sudden, we thought it was a joke. COVID started, it started in Europe. We were hoping it would get here, but eventually it did. And before we say Jack Robinson, everybody was at home. Now, what was the biggest challenge for a lot of people? The challenge was that So the challenge during COVID was that all of a sudden, like everywhere else, everybody had to be at home. And the question you ask yourself, if my business is dependent on brick and mortar, having a physical store, how am I going to survive? Who are the people that survive? Who are the people that were able to adapt, make changes on the fly? People who are able to have websites, to still be able to run their businesses, even though they are not physically, in location, or physically in their stores. But because they have online presence, they were able to run their business successfully despite the fact they were at home. And this was a huge breakthrough, especially for those of us who are in marketing, especially in digital marketing. I spent 20 plus years in this industry working for various businesses, both locally and internationally, even in some countries I've never been to. But because I can run campaigns from wherever I am, it makes my life so much easier. And that is the way the future is to say, look, if I don't know about you, go to Computer Village. They will tell you people are making multi-billion naira stuff. They will tell you that there are people that are richer than Dangote. But if I don't know you, how can I do business with you? And digital has made it much easier now than ever before to be able to reach out to your consumers far better than you can possibly imagine. Before, for you to run a campaign, my senior employee is here, will spend millions to go live on NTA is, I can't remember how much it is now. You have to rent an OB van that will be here, or if you want to go through what's called DSTV, it's very expensive. But now, all you need is a phone, good internet, and you can broadcast to the whole world. So now more than ever before, for SMEs, it is so much easier to be able to reach consumers in more ways than you can possibly imagine. I was in Abuja 2 weeks ago. I saw a dress on Instagram I wanted to buy for my wife. And I paid after talking to the merchant. And she was like, oh, I'm not based in Lagos, I'm based in Abuja. Oh, great. I'm actually coming to Abuja. Where is your shop? She was like, I don't have a shop. But if you come to the Air Force base close to the airport, I'll get somebody to drop it for you. But whereas if you see the way the ads, the way they shot the video, everything, you think she had a massive, shop. So on my way back to Lagos, I stopped over at the Air Force base and I met her at the Mami Market at the Air Force base. And I'm like, this place doesn't even look anywhere close to what I saw online. The same way, Computer Village in Ikeja, back in the days, if you want to buy anything IT related, you have to physically go there. I bought a monitor recently online as well. I saw it online. I was like, I'm not going to buy anything electronics online. I want to physically go to the store. And I went to the store in Computer Village. I was shocked to find that the place is less than 6 by 4. And they'll just tell you, oh, what do you want? I saw this on your page. They say, okay, wait. You go and bring it. It's another shop. But does that mean they've been able to reach someone like me that, unless I know where I'm going to, I'm not going to Computer Village. So now more than ever before, commerce has been democratized. It has been made so much easier now than ever before. Everybody now, if you're not an event planner, if you're not selling human hair or running DJ service or something, everybody has one side also or the other. Not just because of the way the economy is, it's also another way to what's it called. Also, to be able to reach consumers is so much easier. Like I said, for digital, the barrier to entry is very, very low. All you need is a good phone, access to the internet, and you're good to go. You don't have to compete with big brands like us as Olam, what's it called. But at the same time, we have so many people who are online now who are selling their brand, promoting their content online. 10, 15 years ago, or 20 years ago, when you were in school, and you tell people, your parents, oh, I want to work, the first thing they ask you is, what are your career choices? Back then, you have very limited option. If you're in sciences, you either be a medical doctor or engineer. If you're in commercial or business, you'll be an accountant and things like that. But now we don't have career paths that we never imagined before. We now have people who are content creators and they are making millions from it. We have people who are, doing video. They don't have to buy expensive gadgets, but they are making a lot of money and making a lot of impact. So now, the options you have now is endless. I work with a lot of young people, and they seem very restless because they're not used to the structural environment we grew up in. And why? They have options. If this also works, they can always try this. Everything is a click away. And the question at the end of the day is this: Nigeria is a mobile first market. Do you agree or don't agree? Okay. And why? If you grew up in the 80s or the early 90s as well, there are certain brands that become household names in Nigeria. And if I mention it, let's see how old you people are or how young you are. If I mention toothpaste, what comes to your mind? If I mention noodles, what comes to your mind? Indomie. Okay. If I mention detergent, what comes to your mind? So why do you think this brand became very popular? They advertise on TV. The problem is not that a lot of people are advertising on TV. The problem is not that they're advertising on TV. The problem is, or not the problem, or the opportunity they were able to leverage on was back in those days. How many TV stations did we have in Lagos? NTA, LTV, OGTV, NTA Channel 7, NTA 2 Channel 5, NTA Channel 10. I mean, outside Lagos, our galaxy was much later. Outside Lagos, most states had probably 2 TV stations at best. And so what happened? At 4 o'clock, or is it 5 o'clock? You are forced to be in front of the TV because you hear that bum, 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 to let you know if you have lights that you're about to start television from 5 to 12 midnight. And so because we are all gathered in front of that, as some people call it devil's box, we are forced to watch the content find there. Now, back in those days, as they say, our parents used us as children as a human remote. Oh yeah, change it to channel 5. But now, how many people sit down with their parents to watch television? How many TV stations do we have in Lagos now? How many radio stations do we have in Lagos? I'm going to Ibadan later this afternoon. Ibadan alone has 70 radio stations. So let's do the maths. I have limited resources as a brand owner. How many TV radio stations do I want to reach out to? It's challenging. Lagos, now, we have everything from Women FM, Unilag FM. There's FM station for almost everything you can think of. There are even stations on the boundaries of Lagos State that are designed to broadcast into Lagos. So, how many radio stations? And that's why I said mobile has become our first mode of communication now than ever before. It's commonly said that when you go to the north, you tend to have this impression that every Hausa person has a radio. That has changed now. It's the mobile phone. Nigeria has a population of about 230 or 40 million, depending on who you choose to believe, of which 150 million of that population are using mobile phone. Your average Nigerian has 2 phones. One expensive phone that you struggle to buy data on, and one palasa phone in case they want to rob you. So what we are finding now more than ever before, and from a marketing perspective, is that trying to reach consumers is becoming increasingly difficult. So let me walk you through a normal day in everybody's life. When you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you do? Don't tell me you're praying because pastor is here. I obviously don't pray. Yes. You're not praying. After you check Instagram, then you now pray. What's the problem is you can take us, you switch off your alarm and then you're on your phone. The average Nigerian spends approximately 3 hours 49 minutes a day. That's average. My wife spends more than that, probably about 7 hours. So always on the phone. She'll use the phone till the phone dies, and now ask me to give her my own phone. I'm like, no. So, and then from the moment you wake up, the phone is with you, plus or minus, out of 24 hours, 12 to 18 hours a day. Some people cannot even go to the toilet without carrying their phone. Am I right or wrong? So what does that give me as a business owner? It means I am able to reach you more than ever before. Why? You are not here now. If you are bored enough, start playing with your phone. But there are TV commercials running outside. There are radio commercials running right as we are speaking. But you cannot see it. You are seated there. But your phone is with you. If I bore you long enough, you start playing with your phone. And that allows us to be able to reach you in more ways than before. So like I said, let me walk you through a normal day. You wake up in the morning, 5 or 6, whatever time you wake up. On your way to work, what do? You're listening to radio. The billboards outdoor is there, but you're not really paying attention unless you're driving. You're on your phone. You get to work, you're working, some companies don't allow social media during working hours. What do? You're on your phone. In the evening as well, on your way back home, rush hour, you call it, you're on your phone as well. So what we realize as digital marketing people is that it allows me to be able to reach you at more times than ever before. Why? Because we live in an attention-based economy. And what do I mean by that? The example I gave earlier about the commercials in the 80s. The commercials were average of 30 to 1 minute. Now, to get people to watch a 30 seconds commercial is a nightmare for us as marketers. Who can tell me what is the average attention span today? You'll be surprised. The average attention span today is 8.5 seconds. That is why you have 5 seconds on YouTube to skip. So if I cannot get your attention in those first 5 and the additional 3.5 seconds, the chances I'm going to get you to watch the video to the end is very, very slim. That is why you have things like Instagram Reels or Instagram Reels, Stories, or Shorts, YouTube Shorts. Because it's much easier for me to get you to watch something that's 5 or 10 seconds over and over again 4 or 5 times. And get you to watch something that's 30 seconds long. So what we often advise our people as marketers is, in that 5 or 8 seconds, how can you get people's attention as quickly as possible? Is it by showing my brand logo? Is it by mentioning my brand and all of that creates that attention, even if you don't watch the rest of the commercial? Second part, we have two schools of thought in our marketing. One school of thought believes that for me to get your attention, I need to do something scary, something jarring. Another school of thought believes that I need to do something that you would not know that you have been advertised to until it's too late. And I'll give you an example of both. The first school of thought believes that for me to get your attention, I need to do something outrageous. It can be, let me give you an example. How many people remember Amanda Boy, MTL? Yes. As controversial as that ad is, some people will tell you that, yes, they eventually pulled it, but some people will tell you that it was not a bad ad. Because the ultimate aim for us as advertisers is, I need to get your attention. Whether you like it though, or you don't like it, it's a different ballgame. But I've got your attention, remember it, see the ad. That is what I have to do. So, we say something in PR, that there is no such thing as bad news. The only bad news is your own obituary. The ads or the content is natural for me to be able to get your attention. And a classic example of that is what all your influencers are doing. You would have seen drama, talking, the entire place. Next thing, at the end, you just find out that they are selling or buying. I mean, you're already well invested. Yes, you have now seen that, oh, eventually they are trying to sell something to you. That is the reality we find ourselves. So depending on the school of thoughts that you choose to go with, determines how your people react. I have a friend in Abuja. Every time I am he's always criticizing advertising. How many people remember what's that called? This malaria drug like it or don't like it, doesn't matter. The most important thing is remember the ad, remember the name of the brand, end of story. So now more than ever before, it is so much easier. To shoot content is easy. You don't have to rent expensive rig, go and rent what's it called, black magic camera for 100 or 200k per day. With a good phone, people are creating fantastic content. And I don't have the data here, but the amount in which the gig economy or the SME is producing to Nigeria is significant and growing. But the question, which is how can we unlock brand growth? Yes, we have a business, it's growing. But the question is it really growing? What are you doing to make the business consistent? Everybody cannot be Dangote. Everybody don't have the energy or power of Dangote. But the question at the end of the day is, in your own small empire, how can you make your business well known? How can you create visibility for your brand? I hear people come to me and say they want to go viral. Going viral is or they want to trend. Going trending is just one thing. The question is, can you continue trending every day? What are you going to do? The only thing, let me, and now from a digital perspective, please do not follow all those funny stuff you hear, like for like, go and delete all your followers. It doesn't work. The platforms are designed like the stock market because 1 minute what you think is trending, is before you know it, something else can happen locally or globally that will take over the shine away from you. So what is important is for you to know that it's about consistency. How can I be consistent in terms of creating visibility and talkability for my brand? So people say they want to go viral. Yes, there's that opportunity, but what is key is that consistency. You want to post 2 times a day, post 2 times a day. You want to post 3 times a week, please go ahead, but be consistent. What you think will blow or go viral might not happen. I'll give you an example. We had a campaign that we're running just before NSAS happened. And when NSAS happened, we spent a lot of money. I had to tell the agency, we'll shut down the campaign. And they're like, why? I'm like, we have a more serious national issue happening. It will seem insensitive of us to be running a campaign in the middle of all of this. Second, even if we decide to continue, how are we going to be seen when there are other topical issues happening in real time? So those are things that we put into consideration to say, look, it's not just about, I have a great idea. It's about that consistency, the effort. A lot of people, they want to go into business, they like the idea, they start, they get discouraged, and they move on. But the reality at the end of the day is that you have to keep at it. Look at how you are going to invest the money back into the business, not go and buy a Range Rover or go and marry second wife. How are you going to grow the business beyond what it is? I've seen businesses, both locally and internationally. Not that we've started from here. What am I even saying? Olam, where I work, started originally from Nigeria. Today, almost 40 years later, we are in almost 60 countries globally for a business that started in Nigeria. So there's opportunity for us as Nigerians to grow our businesses beyond what it is today. And I think it's a huge challenge for us, to see how do we scale the business. I was telling somebody, I said, look, when we were growing up, we didn't have mentors. If you are lucky, good for you. But now people have access to more information than we could possibly imagine. I have a lot of people that call me, send me a message, I would like you to, I need advice on career, this and that. I didn't have that opportunity as much as it's possible now. So the need for us to constantly push the envelope. And I tell people, look, as much as we might look at negative side of things that happen in Nigeria, there are a lot of positive things. The fact that you can do instant transfer in Nigeria is, they started just doing it in Europe last year. Like you can transfer, now, money will go. America is still not doing this kind of stuff. But because of the environment we find ourselves in, we are always innovating. But we tend to focus on the negative news all the time. But there are a lot of things that Nigerians are doing that we are not, applauding them for. Is it innovation? Is it technology? We are at the forefront when it comes to trends. Whether you like it or not, a lot of all these companies, the Meta, Facebook, Google, they know the importance of being in this market. And that is why you go to the airport, every time you are seeing people coming in, there are more foreigners coming in than people that are Japan every now and then. I remember speaking, there's an article I read a few years ago, talking about a Nigerians as usual lamenting, and there was a foreigner, I think it was from Kenya, and the guy was like, why are you people always complaining? You people can complain for Africa. He said, look, people always complain, this one's not good, that one's not good. He said, but foreigners are begging to come into your country. So they must be seeing something that you will not see. What you also don't know is Nigeria, like most African countries, we are a youth-based economy. More than 70% of our population are under 45. That is an asset of the time. Most countries, their populations are 45 and above and dying. We have a young, vibrant economy. Yes, we're not where we want to be, but we'll get there. So there's so much opportunity, whether be it in business. The country is getting fragmented even from a business perspective. Before, in the early days, we had brands that were selling nationwide. The amount of money you're going to spend to make your brand go nationwide now is a lot. So the question again is that in your own space that you are in, how can I dominate? I met a lady last weekend. She does hair care product. And I'm like, wow, this is fantastic. How are you marketing? She's like, we go to Aspanda, we go to Kano, we go to this place, that place. I said, what is your factory? She said, factory is in Pennsylvania. I said, wow. I said, you're sitting in probably one of the largest local governments in Lagos State. All the way from that Pennsylvania Agege to as far as Lasu or Joe, it has the biggest concentration of people. So why are you spending so much energy trying to be in so many places? Why can't you focus on trying to dominate your space, own your space, and then gradually scale from there? But the problem is, everybody wants to blow quickly. Everybody wants to be the next Dangote. What people don't understand is that what you call an overnight success takes 10 years. That is an overnight success. For you to be considered to be successful. Dangote has not become a billionaire until his 50s. And has been in business for as far as you can think of. So our race, our rush to make it is not going to happen overnight. But if we keep at it, we are consistent with it, we're going to go to places. I've met a lot of small, medium business owners. You will be amazed how much they're doing. What I particularly like about the North is those guys can be making billions, but they're very down to earth. You go to Kano, I go to Kano quite a lot. Go to Kano, they're sitting next to both rich and poor. They can barely differentiate. Their lifestyle is very simple. But here down south, as you get small money like this, we carry police escort up and down. Abi? So the reality at the end of the day is this. A lot of things are happening. Now, like I said, more than ever before, we have artificial intelligence. It makes life so much easier now than ever before. It allows you to be able to do so many things that you couldn't do 5-10 years ago. I actually had a presentation which I worked on this morning. And in trying to do that presentation, I was like, okay, where do I start? All right, let me use ChatGPT, help come up with ideas, talking points, and stuff like that. Before, you'd have spent hours researching, doing that. But now you have a lot of tools in your hands to be able to help grow your business. You don't have to have all the resources. My guy will tell you, if you want to run he runs an agency. I don't have many resources. Now, like I said, for my job, I can work anywhere in the world. It's digital. I just need to have access to the internet. I run campaigns for businesses in Kenya, South Africa, Sierra Leone, and some countries I've never even been to. But we have access to the internet. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't don't want to bore you too much. There is a huge opportunity, and the only way the future is for people who are ready to adapt, evolve, or otherwise they are going to die as a business. Thank you very much.
Please let's give him another warm round of applause. Also because he even gave us some time, and I know how important our time is, especially on the weekend. We're very thankful to all our speakers who have made time out of their very busy schedules to be here. So I know you might have questions, but do not worry. There's a panel session where we invite our speakers, and then you'll be able to ask your questions, and we'll be able to go deeper into the conversation. But I hope you were taking notes because there were so many nuggets in there. You know, when it comes to sales and marketing, one, we have to keep money aside for that rainy day. We can't go and start, but we're not marrying second wives and second husbands, so I know that's not us. We're not doing that, but going to go and acquire multiple cars and you've not invested. They're very important, how we're managing our cash flow. And like he said, we don't need an OB van. You can literally take your mobile phone and go live from this event, and someone in Japan can be learning right here in Lagos. It's amazing what technology has to offer. So if you already aren't playing in that space, see this as an example. Everything he has said, how you can reach your customer. I mean, he spoke about getting a dress for his wife. He didn't even know that the person was in Abuja. And he was going to Abuja, so he saved his money on delivery. And the person doesn't even have a shop. Like, there's no actual warehouse or shop front. It's probably in the person's room. And the person has made a sale. So if you are not already playing in that digital space, you're on your own. Practical tips. I see more people have joined us. Want to say good morning and thank you for joining us at KIC Business His Way SME Conference. You have missed a bit, but not too much, so you are lucky. It's truly an honor to be standing here as your host. I'm Isabella Adediji, and we've been having an amazing time. To those who came earlier, they can testify. We have refreshments. If you haven't already gone to my left, you can pick up coffee, tea. I know the weather is cold. Come back and start taking your notes. Remember that there's an opportunity for questions, for answers, for engagement, for networking. We have a packed program for you. You still have the opportunity to pitch your brand, to win exciting prizes. You still have the opportunity to network, to collaborate. We have poetry performance coming up. We have amazing speakers. And speaking about collaboration and networking, one of the reasons why you're here physically and not just at home is because you want to network. We say it on X. Please help me retweet. My helper can be on your tail. But let me tell you that your helper, your mentor, your collaborator, your customer, your client, potential clients are here in this room. But how will they know if you do not take that bold step to network? If you do not take that bold step to ask? So when we say networking and collaboration, it's because it's important for our businesses to thrive. But you might be wondering, how do I go about networking? This big woman, I'm always seeing her on Instagram, I'm always seeing her on LinkedIn. What will I say? I don't know what to do. This next session will give you practical tips on how to network and how to collaborate where it's not a parasitic relationship. One person is doing all the work, another person is taking all the glory. No. Collaboration is partnership. It's coming together. There's value for both parties, or if there are multiple parties. So this next session is something that I know I am looking forward to. I think every session I'm looking forward to. But you see, networking and collaborating, so important. And who better to come and speak to else than someone who has done the work, someone that has collaborated, not just locally but internationally, someone who has built businesses across borders, someone who has spoken on multiple stages across the world, someone who is passionate about giving back to the next generation. And we say it here, Kingdom business His way, KIC business His way, God's way. And she's not shy about her faith in God. She's not shy about the mandate to win souls. She's not shy about the mandate to impact the next generation. So it's one thing when we have a speaker that has the goods, but it's another thing when we have a speaker that has the goods, but is also willing and committed to giving back. So I'm telling you that I'm really excited because I've heard her speak and I've seen her work online and offline. And in this day and age where there's a lot of packaging, I will tell you for free that we're not packaging. We're not. Because when we are able to facilitate trade relationships between several countries, you know it's not by how you post on Instagram. When you are being awarded for your work on a global stage, then you know it's not about how the picture or the video went viral. So this next person I'm about to call, truly her reputation precedes her because she has constantly given back. She has led teams, she has advised people, and she's currently the managing partner of Borderless Trade and Investments. As I said, she has designed and implemented empowerment programs that have transformed the lives of hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs. So while her target audience, she has successfully collaborated with organizations and promoted things like diversity, inclusion, gender equality. So sometimes we think it's only the men that are doing it, but we have women that are doing it. And it's so important that we see them live and direct so that we can learn from their journey. She has many awards that are too numerous to mention, but I'll say a couple. Named among the global top 100 most influential people of African descent in 2024. In 2023, she was the recipient of the African Achievers Awards at the UK House of Parliament, and she's been included in the Top 100 Inspiring Women in Africa Award 2021-2023. Passionate about the kingdom, passionate about God. She leads the Secret Garden Global and interdenominational global ministry, and she's big on impact. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates here at KIC Business's Way SME Conference with a resounding round of applause. She's looking very beautiful, a mentor to many, a business leader. Please, let's make welcome our next speaker, Dr. Olori Boye-Ajayi. Truly a distinguished leader and transformative force in Africa. That applause is too weak. Can we raise the roof with our applause? Woo! Yes, that's the energy I want. Thank you.
Isabella wants to sell me. I'm not available. Thank you so much, MC Isabella. It's really nice to meet you in person. It's interesting. Are you Adediji? So I know that your surname than your first, which is interesting, but it's really my pleasure to be here this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you so much, KIC Business's Way team, for reaching out and asking me to speak this morning. I'd like to thank the organizers, of course, my church, my senior pastor, Pastor Toyin, and Pastor Benga Obulalu. I was going to call it Gbolahan, because Pastor Gbolahan is somewhere in my radar. But thank you so much, Pastor Dipo. Thank you very much for finding me worthy to speak this morning. Anytime I'm given a mic to speak, there could be 10,000 other options. So there's no small one or big one to me. Any single one is God's grace. So I give thanks to God. Again, my husband sends his greetings, Pastor Boye-Ajayi. He's probably watching. Hey, hon. But thank you once again. Today's a full day, like the MC said, so my part is a very practical session. I'd like to also recognize our speakers. I got to know one or two of them just very briefly and what they do. I'm coming to meet you because what I don't know in life, I'm not ashamed to say I don't know. Anytime they praise you in public, please just know that there's something that person doesn't know in secret. So I'm not ashamed. I'm coming. Thank you very much for your session. The little I got, I learned something about dominating locally first, and that hit home, so that's why I'm coming back. Okay, so I aim to be very practical and let people into the how, with the help of the Holy Spirit, create anything that people have seen me achieve today. Yes, I'm very intentional, but I'm intentional with the leading of the Holy Spirit. Do you see what I'm saying? So somebody can be intentional for the wrong reasons. I will explain to you how the Lord delivered me about 3.5 years ago from wanting to be seen, but helping me to be somebody that wants to be seen. I'll break that down. There's a difference. All right? The topic I have been given today is what I will teach on, but I will also touch on some practical things that Isabella mentioned, which is unlocking your brand for business growth and kingdom impact. Okay? Now, please permit me to go the way of scripture. I don't know anything else. If I did, I would give it to you. But such as I have is what I can give. I'm going to use 2 women that really depict the kind of positioning that I have learned works. One of them I'm sure you've never heard of. The other I'm sure you've heard of. Let's start in Acts 16, and I'll read very fast. I promise then we'll move into the practical things. Before I start, I do have a gift. I'm making it my culture now to give my audience a gift at the end of my session, so to make sure you stay tuned to that. It will help you. Pastor Dipo asked for this one, so I had to get my people. We update the list every week when I speak because some expire and they are funding opportunities that you can literally start to apply for today. Please tell your neighbor there's money in the building. All right. Some of it will change your life like day and night, I'm telling you. Whatever you have not yet exposed yourself to is the reason why you still have the results you have. Facts. The day you get light, that's the end. Alright? I start very comported. You see how I came on stage like a good girl. By the time I'm done, if my scarf is off, it's just a passion. You understand? Alright. So, Acts 16, 14 to 15, the TPT version, it says, one of them was Lydia. Somebody say her name was Lydia. A businesswoman from the city of Lagos, who was a dealer of exquisite purple cloth. Somebody say she was selling fabric. That's the last. She was probably in Balogun, but the Bible records that she was a businesswoman who was dealing in exquisite purple cloth and a Jewish convert. While Paul shared the good news with her, God opened her heart to receive Paul's message. That little thing I just read is a message on its own. God opened her heart to receive Paul's message. She devoted herself to the Lord, and we baptized her and her entire family. Afterward, she urged us to stay in her home, saying, "Since I am now a believer in the Lord, come, stay in my house." We were persuaded to stay there. That's what Paul says. My second scripture. How many of you have heard of Lydia before now? Fantastic. How many of you know a lady called Nama? Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Yes. She is in the Old Testament. So I'll give you personal. 2 Chronicles 12 and 13. It says, King Rehoboam established himself firmly in Jerusalem as continued as king. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen out of all tribes of Israel in which to put his name. His mother's name was Nama. Somebody say Nama. Powerful woman. She was an Ammonite. His mother's name was Nama, the Ammonite. The last scripture is one you are probably familiar with, Proverbs 18:16. A man's gift makes what? Fantastic. And brings him before who? Great men. I love it. Spirit of God, thank you for your presence here. Thank you because this is business your way. So we cannot remove you from this meeting. Have your way, free course in our midst. Let light illuminate our hearts. Let understanding come to a higher dimension. In the name of Jesus, we thank you because the spirit of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, revelation is here. And we see with accuracy in the name of Jesus. Thank you for granting me simplicity and utterance of speech in Jesus' name. Amen. Now let me say this categorically. Divine branding, please hear me. Divine branding is spiritual infrastructure. If you are going to do business his way, you won't think of branding the way they are saying, do blue, do green. No. How many of you know that Sarah Jakes in the last 5 years just gained one kind of recognition? Did anyone notice? She has always been there. Like, T.D. Jakes' daughter. But recently, it's like something just... I'm telling you that she's building a spiritual infrastructure. Did she know her dad would give her this honor? Maybe one day. But we didn't know that Bishop was going to give her the reins so quickly. I think his health was the interruption to her throne. Do you understand what I just said? But imagine if his daughter was just one, she wasn't even preparing. Just sitting there, her timing was accurate from 3 years ago. I'm telling you that this shyness, I don't like to be out there, I'm really a conservative. Okay, fine. Can your work speak for you? Can your business speak for you? If you don't want to be out there, no problem. We have many faceless brands in the world. You don't have to put your face. But the work in your hands, can it speak? Please tell your neighbor, your business has a voice. So you're not just a business owner or content creator. You're a gatekeeper. You're a gatekeeper. A strategist. A spiritual magnet. I was praying yesterday, and just as my custom is just saying, Father, I thank you because my elevation is here. My elevation is here. Let me tell you something. If you look down and it looks too far, it is because of where you are standing. It's a measure of where you are standing. Are you getting my point? I'm trying to tell you that everything in branding, to me, my understanding of it is that if God elevates you, you almost have the responsibility to ensure that, Jore Loju. I didn't have English. Please permit me. So today I want us to examine these two women whose personal brands shaped history. Whatever you are building in the kingdom, if it doesn't shape legacy, history, you're wasting time. Take it from me. In fact, there's no approval in heaven for such. If you are building any brand and you claim you are a kingdom business owner and it is not tied to legacy, you have not started your journey with God doing that business. God can give you money. He doesn't need to give you business to do that. Are you aware? So you must ask him the purpose for your business. The purpose must drive you morning and night. When Isabel was saying, she's a giver, I say it's because they don't let me sleep. Holy Ghost will not let me sleep. It's not because I really like to just... There are some things God gave you. It's because it needs to be done. He won't let you go. Some of you till today, there's an idea in your mind. In fact, I see it by the Spirit in agriculture. But because who wants to be a farmer? You have not met a rich farmer. That's why you are doing that. Let me flow with the spirit. Nama, as I said, is a foreigner who became the mother of a king. Lydia, like I said, she was a wealthy fabric merchant whose home became a launching pad for the early church. Again, my topic is unlocking your brand. Watch this. For business growth and kingdom impact. Your business must serve those two things. Those two things. So we're going to be talking about the strategic positioning of Nama and Lydia. They didn't just have influence. They had positioned visibility. And it was because of that the opportunity, when it came, it found these two women. I want you to ask yourself, are you positioning yourself to be found? Pastor Dipo, when I get the topic, local and international, how to attract local and international business opportunities, the first thing I say is, are you even visible? You can't attract what you are not positioned to magnetize. They're not even out there in the right way. Let me say this to you. If you like, post 50 times. If you like, dance with shekere in your hand. If that thing you are posting does not allow your business to grow or have kingdom impact, please shut it down. It's a waste of your time. Shut it down. I'm telling you. It's a waste of your time. I've done it before, is why I can tell you. I paid millions through my nose in 2020 to be positioned. I was positioning me, not God. And if you build any tower of Babel, God will shut it down immediately. When he did in 2022, I was humble. You know humble? It sat with me, it drank with me, it slept with me, it now humbled me. Humbled me. I'm begging you, just understand that every brand, your brand that you are building now is telling a story. It's not about products, services, I do this, I do that. No, I am is how I describe myself, not what I do. Because what I do will always change. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't think you have to attach yourself to a moving part of your life. I'm OBA, whatever you make after that. Yeah? I thought you were... I thought you did. I'm like my God, multidimensional. If you don't like it, go and meet God. Why he gave me the gifts. Are you getting my point? So let's look at Nama a little bit more. Like I said, just that little scripture is all we hear about her. That was the only direct mention of her. But she, as we see it, was the mother of a king, a foreign woman. Imagine King Solomon having 1,000 wives and only Nama's name is the one we know. The woman, she was positioned. I'm telling you. She was positioned, an Ammonite. She came from a nation considered spiritually hostile to Israel. But somehow this girl entered. Some of you are coming from Warri, my side. I'm a Delta and I'm not a Yoruba woman. I just married one. A good one. Praise God. So I've compensated. Left to my dad, I would have actually married a Delta. You know, Deltans are proud. Very proud people. So this woman, like some of you who came from Warri, she didn't have anything to offer. But somehow, you, unlike Nama, has found her way into a palace. It is not only Esther that entered the place where she wasn't meant to have. People like this Nama too entered. Ask yourself, are you strategically positioning yourself? You may have come from a far place. Lagos is not your hometown. I get it. But now you are here. Now you are here. There are many things. If you came, like, so somebody listening to me, what I'm trying to say now is, if you came, if you're from Nigeria and like you're in the US, you may feel intimidated that you're a foreigner. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? No matter. It doesn't even matter. And there are certain things we must learn from Nama. Number one, you don't have to be loud to be strategic. This is where you start writing. Your brand's impact isn't only in your activity, it is in your placement. Did you hear me? Your brand's impact it is not only in your activity, it is in your placement. I was saying to somebody recently that, look, you don't have to be just like what, our speaker was saying, that you don't have to be everywhere. Where are you placed? What do they know you for? Number 2, your name speaks after you do. Among Solomon's 1,000 women, only Nama. This shows that she differentiated herself somehow. And I want to guess one of it may have been distinction. See, I tell people that when you come from a background that doesn't allow you to boast, there are people that is their father's name they boast with, but your daddy's name is coming up. You realize that you may have to do more to be excellent. A young man was in my house at 11 p.m. He's my web developer. And I was saying to him, I said, look, Josh, you have to be excellent. You have to be excellent. What you produce will determine how people perceive you. It's perception. You think that you got away with it. Some of you who make clothes, right? Sometimes I have to go all the way to Abuja to find the kind of intricate sewing that I'm looking for. Because Lagos tailors, they will see the thread though, but their mind will not remove it. I've never seen such evil in my time. What is that? Just cut it. He said, man, I can do it. They will not let it. They will roll it. Hey! Holy Ghost. I will never go back to that kind of person. Ask your neighbor, are you excellent in delivery? Be intentional about how your brand appears. Curate a name that triggers the room when you're not in it. It triggers something. I've had many people, what she said about the UK Parliament thing, it was one boy that he says I'm his mentor. Meanwhile, he's my own mentor. Those things are funny in life. Somebody that you are saying, this guy is doing so well, he's saying you are his mentor. I said, please, let me say to you back and I'll try and do the translation in English. Makomi Mora. In English, Makomi Mora. Praise the Lord. Be intentional about how your brand appears when you are not in the room. Number 3, what Nama shows us is that your brand can influence the next generation. Oh, I love this one. That Dangote name, you know that if Dangote has a cousin, and then that cousin has their children, and then that child marries a woman, you know that woman now is Dangote. Can you see she was not even in the lineage, but she married a Dangote, right? What would we say? When they say, Mrs. Amira Dangote, everybody's like, money. Meanwhile, her journey of how she entered that family is a name. It's a name. Build something that your children, your family, everybody will be glad they are associated with you. Praise the Lord. Don't build something that we'll be asking ourselves, what kind of problem is this? Have you ever seen people online, they are your church members, and they are doing things, you'll be like, bring it down. No, this is bad. I'm telling you facts. You see some people, they are just posting things, you'll be like, please don't put our church name. Which kind of problem is this? There's a girl, I won't mention the church she goes to. Anytime she's online, I feel bad for the pastor. I'm like, hey, she will not even be posting in church, I say, good. Meanwhile, have her breast. I say, is it that your pastor likes breast or your church likes? That's all I'm perceiving in my head. Everything you do is showing people something, and you are affecting people. Question is, are you living something good? Are you living something that when they hear Boye-Ajayi, I didn't change my name overnight. If you knew me before 2020, you know I was Olori Ajayi. It was in 2020 my PR person said, let's rebrand to OBA. I have been married now. By that time, it would have been 10 years. Now it's about 15. I didn't know my initials were OBA. It was that woman that said it to me that, let's rebrand to OBA. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, my children, I didn't ask them. The day I saw Ethan Boye-Ajayi, I said, come. what's the meaning of the Boye? He said, that's my father. I said, look, may you have a name that people want to hear. Let's look at Lydia. What can we learn from her? She wasn't just a businesswoman. She was a worshiper of God, a connector, and a kingdom financier. You know, her home became Paul's ministry base, if you like, in Europe. And this is what I like. She was one of the people that taught me and gave me a template for when men of God come into town. If you are close to me, you know my home is open for my senior pastors, our president, all of that. And since I started doing that, maybe this is like our husband and I have been doing that for maybe, I want to say 8 years. You don't understand spiritual principles if you think that only the things you can do for yourself will yield for you. Spiritual things are mysterious. You do them the way they catalyze you. You won't understand. I'm trying to tell you that your brand is also associated to the spiritual principles that you have yet ignored up until now. Lydia was a woman with sense. A woman with sense. A businesswoman, but she didn't have any influence until Paul made her home a base. May God give you wisdom in Jesus' name. So we hear one of the brand lessons from Lydia is excellence in business attracts apostolic opportunities. When Isabella said Isabella said something about me. She said, she's been on global stages. In my mind, I said, you better attribute it to the seeds I sow. Is Dr. K not my father? If Dr. K is my father and he goes to the nations, what kind of child would I be if I don't go? Do you see what I linked in 2 minutes there? I'm telling you that in this kingdom, when you are doing business, where you tie your seeds also is a launch pad for where you are getting to. There are 2 people I can give you categorically who are Christians. Ajayi is one of them. Don't play with his, the way he sees the kingdom. You might want to go and look at some videos online. I was binging on one, that was last week. And see, the guy gets sense. And I see that he understood that principle. This principle I'm just saying now. There's something there that if you know where to tie yourself in principles, in the spirit, you will see strange things. Have you ever wondered when some people sell a course, they'll be like, sold out, you'll be like, please, is it the color of their logo? Don't joke, it's not like that. I'm telling you, you can do the world's way and spend millions in your branding. That's okay. But if this is KIC, business his way, see, you've locked yourself in by being in this meeting. You chose his what? So any other thing is an opinion. Follow the principles of his way. Excellence in business attracts apostolic opportunities. Your brand quality determines which spiritual and business opportunities recognize your table. Facts. Go and ask Olori. I can name like this, Bumi, J Booms. You guys know them. These people, and I'm telling you what I know, it's not that they told me. The kind of, I want to say they've mapped out something that I feel most people miss, which is nothing is just natural. Life and business are spiritual. That is their approach. You can argue with it, but you can also argue with their influence and money. Do you understand? I even think we need to set up a PR and marketing agency that does it his way. Where in those meetings is first tongues. Yes! I saw something online, sir. It spooked me, but I get the principle they were trying to use. This guy, as 1 or 2 of you may have seen it, the guy said, every time they release an album, he's not Christian, by the way. He said, every time we release an album, the guy is from a popular brand. He said, we gather ourselves. Hey, my God. ourselves into a room and we put the album in the middle and we are chanting around the album. He's not kingdom. You're there, you're dancing with Shekere on Instagram. Say, come on, bye. What you are against is not what you think. Business, the enemy, see this thing that he said about, going into different markets, even they can resist your products in different markets. Look at you. Business, the real people that do business understand the war. My good friend of late memory, how many of you remember Ubon King? Ubon King will tell you business is spiritual. Amazing. God bless his soul. And the third thing we can learn from Lydia, your home, the home of your brand must host others. The home of your brand must host others. One of the quickest way I grew my brand was by helping other people grow theirs. Should I say that again? I learned it from John Obidi in conversation that was, who said conversations are not conversations? Isn't this meeting we had it? Conversations are not conversations. Did you say it? No. I've been in many. I went to bed like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. this morning, and it was all conversations. But your business should serve, not just sell. Your business should what? Serve, not just sell. Kingdom brands make room for others. They do what? Make room for others. That's how you will grow. John Obidi said in that podcast, he said one of the ways he grew his own podcast was by bringing and going on other people's podcasts. It's not, you don't need to do too much. Just follow that principle. Some of you are the CEO, Chief Everything Officer. And you are wearing it like a bragging right. When I sat down and I asked, the gentleman sitting next to me, I said, sir, please, what do you do? I am not ashamed of what I don't have. Some of you are walking into rooms like you don't need help. Meanwhile, your shoe is about to break. Okay? Anyway, please, this is what I will finish with, and then I will move to the gifts. It's on positioning and personal brand impact, and how that affects what comes to you. The day I started taking my personal brand seriously was the day money never finished in my hand again. Should I say that again? The day I started taking my brand, my personal, not my business. They are two different things. And I'm sure the other speakers will do a fine job of explaining the difference. Your personal brand, if you are in a paid employment role today, you are at risk more than us in business. Let me tell you why. Your personal brand must keep ticking irrespective of where you work. Because where you work can change in a day. The job you have put on your head, they can change you in a heartbeat. Don't think that because you are loyal, you are faithful, you don't even know the heart of men in this world. Desperately wicked. You wake up one day and say, hey, Holy Ghost, what happened? They removed you. Let me say something. If you are sure about your personal brand, you get a job in a heartbeat. If you don't build your personal brand, I told my husband, this was like 4 or 5 years ago. Some of you noticed he just started, doing more on his page. Let me say this. The window for any man to really come to the height in his workplace is not a lot of time. You will get to the peak of it and then what? And then what? Think about it. And what is the highest role in his organization? He's already MD. Maybe the next will be a regional in Europe or something like that. I say, is that what you want to live for? Is that what you want to live for our children? You know, when you ask questions, you're not really saying much, but you're saying a lot. Like, sir, it's not just this brand that will be your where you've worked and what you've done. Sir, there's more to you. Let it come alive. There's more. Build your personal brand to the point where they'll be like, oh, is that? Oh, wow, you're welcome. They will stop when you walk into meetings. They will greet you because of who you are, not where you worked. Who cares about where you worked? If you understand the power of personal brand, it has gotten me into rooms that I couldn't even think of how I got there. But when they Googled and they saw some things, And it's funny when I heard, because I recently got a business coach. Great, like, he's what my destiny needs, I know that. And I asked him, I said, why did you accept to work with me? Because he only works with like billionaires and all those guys. And me, I'm just a girl that Jesus is helping. And he said to me, he said, I checked you online. The fact that you were kingdom was enough. Yes, you. Holy Ghost. My daddy's name. Did he say you are? No. Personal brand. And let me free somebody here today. I sense that by the Holy Spirit. That in case you don't want to put too much of Jesus out there because it will dilute your brand. You don't have a brand. You are Jesus' brand on earth. Be okay with it too. As I am today, if I sit with presidents, I think we were in one region and Madagascar, and the president asked us to come to a banquet. You know what is interesting? When you enter those rooms, you realize that everybody is just everybody. Normal. But so much. Everybody in the room is thanking God they're in the room. So why are you afraid? They are all thanking God. Hallelujah. Well, I'm telling you. Don't put yourself under pressure. Start building your personal brand. When you walk in, what walked in? Was it power? Was it authority? What walked into the room? When I was praying this morning, I said, Father, let your presence, me is his presence. So, as I am like this, because the flip side, and this is not the meeting for that, where the power actually attracts the wrong kind of power. Oh, you don't know. So, number one, perception shapes access. In the last 3 months, Pastor Dipo is as if, I don't know what unleashed in heaven. I don't know what memo was sent. But the kind of people that have been calling and inviting me, I know there's something that was let loose in heaven. I know. I'm not stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. But perception shapes access. I told you I started taking my personal brand seriously. Let me confess to you, I've been on that journey like this. This is how I am. Sometimes I'm like with it, I'm going. Although now I found what works for me. I need a good team. They make my life easy. If I don't get anything to make my life easy, will it work? Because it will be too much work. You tell me to hold the phone and be talking. If the videographer cannot come to a studio and we do the thing, I can't be doing, so guys, now, so people don't just work with your skill, they respond to your identity. They don't just work with you. Who are you? You know one thing, I saw somebody, and I'm not afraid to say it. He looked tattered, but his name was full of power and money. I said, when they made him sit in front, I said, can't you see his shoe? He wasn't even wearing shoes, slippers. But doesn't, people are looking at it like, they see the bank, they see the dollar sign on him. It's you that is seeing shoe. At his level, he can afford to do that. At your own, you better clean your shoe. Number two, your visibility must serve purpose. Your platform should not just showcase excellence, it should carry assignment. So ask yourself these two questions. This is what saved me when I came back online sometime last year. Is my online voice aligned with my spiritual capacity? Should I repeat it? Is my online voice aligned with my spiritual capacity? If it is not, I tone it down. Number two, does my aesthetic reflect my assignment? Imagine, and look, maybe I should not even touch on that because of the kind of meeting it is. Don't worry. Number three, I love this one because it is true. And by God, I'm telling you it is true. Your brand creates your invitation list. Where are you being invited to? I got a message the other day. The table of first ladies all around the world. Is my husband in the And then I now saw at the end, they said, you were recommended to be here. Why? Your brand, when I tell you it creates your invitation list, ask yourself, where have I been invited to lately? If all they are inviting you is to somebody's wedding, feel only the celebrate you. Nama's womb invited succession, the king. So I'm not just talking about events, I'm also talking about people who recently has invited you into something that you were like, my God, this is big. I got a call sometime I want to say a few months ago. It was a commissioner. How she got my number till today, I said, and when I go to that state, I will ask her, how did she get the number? Hello, my name is Nikon, the commissioner. Let me say this to you. It's because of what is online. Human beings are easily persuaded. There's fake and there's real. How many of you know the fake life? Oh, need it. Soft life, you also don't need it. The only place there's soft life, guess where? In heaven. So until you get there, oh sure, you'll keep going with Jesus. Huh? Your brand tells destiny what to send your way. I'm ready. I said something in our workers' meeting last week. I'll repeat it here. It's valid. That until the Lord sees that you are fit for an office, my dear, you are not going far. If you get a pastoral office, a pastoral anointing, and they, anoint you and say, please be a pastor, Grace. I hope you know that the anointing to be pastor comes on you. But there is something as a preparation that the Lord has seen that you have done that will make them even nominate you. Think David. I'm asking you, what are you showing God today that your brand is ready for? The reason why you've been knocking, they didn't open. Oh, it's ready. And the way you know you're not ready is when you keep trying to solve why you are not ready. Can you see that doesn't make any sense? You don't know what you don't know, so how can you self-diagnose that this is why I don't have it? No! You don't have it because you have not. There's a missing part. People are telling me, Ma, I like your video here. I said, because now there's a team. All I do is show up and they do it. They cut. The people in London do what they're doing. The people in Nigeria, look at her. See them. No, see them here. One of them is here. They know where to show up. She will speak to my EA. The EA will tell her where to meet me. Have I spoken to you to say, are you here? What's that? Show up. That is what systems look like. Put it in place and then the Lord will elevate you. Like I said in the beginning as I wrap up, divine branding is spiritual infrastructure. You are not just a business owner. You are a spiritual magnet, a strategist who listens to you. What partnerships have been coming to you? If nobody is partnering with you, you need to check how you are positioned. Maybe it's your back they can see. What legacy are you building? I remember when I used to sell clothes. If anybody here knows my story, as far back as 15 years ago, when I still lived in Magodo, I remember saying that anything these hands find to do, I've sold clothes, I've done construction work, I've done food. Food was how I sold food. I used to cook food. Mama just said, no, can't see. You think I'm one of those skinny? You will sleep, you may not wake up, but you wake up. Glory to God. It's just that God gave me a husband that doesn't eat. Look at that. But we are working on it, and Jesus is helping. I sold food before when I was in school. That was how I paid for my fees, £5,230. That was how I paid. Because my mom said she doesn't have any money again. That the undergrad, I should go and work first. This master's is costing too much. Are you getting my point? But whatever, I still found our flyer from them, Honorable Foods. When I saw it, I said, I'm good. Leave it for God. Do you understand? Anything you are doing, do it excellently with your hands. All right, please put my slides up. Just 2 of them or 3. As your brand expands, so must your purpose. You are not tied to your job. You are not tied to any business. Your purpose is what you should be tied to. As your visibility increases, please, so must your discernment. When the invitations start coming, it's not all of them you accept. I have a system, a team of people that pray over my invitations before I accept. And I ask them, I say, what's God saying? If it doesn't resonate with me, I tell them cancel. One told me something yesterday and she was like, that she saw this. It was the same word that God gave me that she said. I said, fantastic, tell them we'll be there. It's in Namibia. How did they find me in Namibia? I don't know. I won't ask them. As your reach grows, so must the echo of Jesus, not your name. What she said about me is how you must be introduced. That you are not ashamed to carry the gospel of Jesus. Who is your father? You see, me, I lost my father last year. So now, if I'm aggressive with who is my father, it was because my daddy. I need to make sure God is aware that if you don't help me, I don't have any other help. Amen. All right, let's go. Slide 1. So these are funding opportunities as we move into the funding conversation that are all fully funded. Please hear me. Or they are seed grants. Fully funded, it is not the same because I shared one similar, even in fact, I think in the last 3 weeks, because I've had back-to-back, I shared them, but we update them because the time for application closes. If you look at this one, when does it close? Which is when? Celebratory. If you like, eat pounded yam when you live here. Don't go and apply. And let me say this. Spiritually discerning which opportunity is yours will save you work. I know of opportunities. There was one I got. I share it all the time because it changed my life. I had never done anything so expansive, and it was the U.S. State Department IVLP program. Have you done it? Who has done a fellowship here, a fellowship program here, apart from the speakers? Anybody? Pastor Dipo. This is where kingdom is way needs to start. I'll say why. We don't have influence if we're not exposed. It's not possible. You have to be exposed to even know the problems to solve in those countries. Or in your country, the way they solve it. Do you understand? The fellowships open you up to a new world that exists beyond yours. So many of these ones, 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th. No, the last one is one of my favorites. Because they give you money. If you are over 30, which is why I always teach people about the graph of life, there are some programs you should have done when you were 22. Look at you now. You see yourself. Now you can't even do that last one because some of you are older than 29. True or false? Ask your neighbor, how old are you? Alright? So these ones are all between different young people's programs. Some of them are training you. The United Nations Global Citizenship Training. That one is fantastic. Some of them give you up to a fully funded program of $50,000 US. Mine in 2018 was up, at least over that. We went 3 weeks on the US government's tab. Hotel, flights, food. They even gave us money. I said, Lord, there's life beyond Nigeria. It's just that I'm a UK citizen. I would have said I would have left, but I kind of like Nigeria. All right, next one. This one is in Nigeria, so I'm sure it's still up. It's the CEDF fund, which is the creative economy. Those of you who are in the creative space, you're a tailor, you're a videographer, film, all those wonderful makeup, all those things. This is your money. They have 3 types, so it's not all equal. There's debt financing, grant funding, equity, type funding as well, depending on the scale you are at. They did it so that anybody at any part of business, in terms of your cycle or your stage, can apply. Next one. This one is for those of you in tech. These are tech trainings that you can take. They are free. If you don't do them, then don't ask God to give you business because it means you don't want to be better. These are the ways you will know, like what the speaker before me was talking about, productivity. What he said he said it casually. But if you are a busy person like we are, and you are as well, you will know the importance of your time. Anything that will help you buy time in a tool or in a person, all of that, please learn it. Okay? So you will learn different skill sets here. If you are waiting for jam and it has not jammed you, please jam this. Jam this. At least earn money while you're waiting. You don't have to wait for a school that has no purpose for you, no dream for you to wait. Please, if you know any of your cousins, your sisters, your siblings, don't sit down and watch them in poverty. Make sure they are going for certain skill sets that are transferable, not the one that they are tied to for the rest of their lives. Next one, and I think this is the gift. So, the gift is over, but this is something that I think will help a lot of you. It was written to help people understand the hidden game behind the game when it comes to earning money. Let me say this as I close. It's that to even do business his way, you must understand the game that he's trying to get you to play. If it's to build wealth, then you better learn how wealth works. One of the reasons why I see a lot of people get frustrated is because they don't understand how wealth works. Not money. Money is easy to get. Ask any of your mentors. And if you don't have a mentor and you're in this room, you are wasting your time. Go and find somebody, and you don't need to go to them. Contrary to what people think, Isabella mentioned that. I'll talk on that, so just give me 1 more minute. If you like somebody and you love their output, please, you don't need to go to them initially. Go and binge on their content. I have about 12 mentors now in this stage of my life, 12, for different areas. Some are the Josh I mentioned yesterday. He's teaching me things. A mentor is not somebody you only look up to. No. You can have people who are younger than you and they're your mentors. Mentorship is about what you don't know and they close the gap. So are you telling me nobody below you knows more than you? That's a fallacy. Alright? I have many of them. A couple still came to greet me this week. I told the wife, the thing where I don't know, teach me. I learn fast, so don't worry, you won't waste time with me. Alright? Please, get a mentor from afar first. Binge on their content. Leave time and chance to happen. It's only a matter of time before providence happens and you guys meet each other. Do you understand? Don't rush. Don't say, man, I'm really inspired by you. That's not going to place you in a good way. Don't say, man, can you mentor me? Look like somebody that is to be mentored. There are some people that come to me in an instant. I say, yes, come. Why? I can see the value already. They may not know it all, but you see that one thing they position outside that they know. I take it very seriously. One gospel artist, I won't mention his name, he reached out to me, I was like, Olori, two of them, that they need a session, one-to-one, on business and stuff. That they now want to make money, not just sing. I said, hey, your eyes open. Those kind of people are easy to help. Be easy to help. Some of you are asking for mentorship. Your shoulder is like this, like, yes, I need the help. Don't come to me, first of all, let's start with that. Maybe Pastor Dipo and my gracious guest. Because you are hard to teach. People like that, you are not humble. You're not humble. You're acting like you're okay when we know you are not. When you need help, put your heart posture as such. Alright? Thank you so much. KIC Business is way. And until next time, the Lord bless you. Thank you.
Gems. I don't know about you, but I was definitely taking notes, and I'm glad that she's not in a hurry to leave because we'll soon be inviting our moderator who will bring up the panelists. But there are some very important things she said. I'll start with the last one. If you haven't already done the QR code and gone there, you're not taking the advice. If you want her to mentor you, you start by first going to that gift. You go and get that book, you read it, so that by the time you make that request, it's a very easy yes. There's so many gems. And I hope that in thinking about how to position, we're not just wasting our time with the activities, but we're looking at placement. And when we say business his way, it's about owning that identity we have in Christ and not being ashamed. Because other people, they are doing their own diabolical thing. And and they are not ashamed to do it. So why should we be ashamed? I don't know, but this is a wake-up call for us to take our place as believers in the marketplace and to own our authority. And you know what our president said? When he said, business his way, he spoke about values like excellence. She wasn't in the room, but she also spoke about excellence. Excellence in our delivery. Excellence in how we show up. Excellence in how we position ourselves. And she asked very, very critical questions. The invitations that we're receiving, we should go back and review them. And we need to expose ourselves to global opportunities. I was looking at that list and I was like, I wish I was still young. But I'm glad that before I turned 35, there were some key opportunities that I applied. Some I got, some I didn't. There's the Obama Foundation Fellowship, and it happens across the world. That one, they even flew us to South Africa. You have the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. There's no age limit, so when that comes in, and she might not remember, but I've seen her several times. You have organizations where you can network. Yeah, I mentored to the Federal SME, and you came for her book launch. This was maybe 2018. I was the MC there. I've also seen you at Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, ACM, Africa Creative Market. There are so many opportunities. There's the Peter Drucker Challenge, where you write an essay, and if you're in the top 10, they fly you to Austria. Free of charge, you get your visa, you network, you attend the conference, and so many more. So I hope you have scanned this QR code and that you're encouraged to rest in your identity in Christ and to build capacity. Build the capacity. Put the systems in place. Your identity is what people should respond to. Your identity. So many gems. Can we just tell her a big thank you by giving her a warm round of applause? Our speakers have been here and they are eager to share. So we're going to move very quickly to our panel discussion because I know some of them have afternoon appointments. Some of them need to go to bank. Some of them need to go and see their wife, go and play with their children. So we do not take it for granted. We have a timer to the right. So our able moderator, please just let that guide you so that we're able to move through the sessions because we still have the afternoon session, we still have the evening session. But if you have been learning so much, can I just see by waving of hands? If you've taken notes, if you have action points, me I have, I know what I'm going to do. And I know that this panel session is going to further answer some of the questions I came with. So at this point, I'd like to invite the team to set out the chairs, even as I call on our moderator who will be inviting the guests to the stage. Remember, it's interactive. They'll just have a conversation for some minutes and then we open the floor for Q&A. So please, can I have a resounding, warm, thunderous, foundation shaking round of applause for our able moderator. She's a compare in her own right. She's an author. She's also an HR professional. So you're in great hands. Please give it up with a round of applause for Grace Adegborioye. A warm round of applause, please. And she's looking good. This is the kind of brand that attracts quality invitations. Can I have that applause just swell? Let it swell, let it swell.
Thank you very, very, very much. I'm super grateful and you're doing an amazing job, I must say. Thank you for bringing all the energy to the event. It's been an exciting and thrilling one so far. If you agree with me that it's been interesting in this session, can I hear you scream? No, if you are business owners and you are yet to acquire more knowledge to scale in whatever level you are in your business, and indeed you've been gleaning knowledge from all our amazing speakers so far, can I hear a show of that? Like I right. Okay. So we're moving to the next session, and it is my honor to bring in our panelists so that we drive the conversation that many entrepreneurs and business owners have facing and to get answers and solutions. So join me in welcome Mr. Dotun Babtunde. Welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause. Let it keep rolling until he mounts the stage. Let it be loud if truly you want to receive answers to all the business concerns you have. All right.
Just zoom out.
All right. To join us on the stage,
This thing now.
please, a round of applause for Mr. Olushola Adegborioye.
How much? Wait, why you tight? Like this? You don't go lock am tight. Why you? If you want lock am, you no go lock am. Waiting, you don't go come out.
Right.
I was just waiting. I say I don't know. Before I come, they don't come out and they fall for can.
Yeah, you don't talk anything since. You not supposed to don't talk.
Thank you so much. Once again, good afternoon, sir. It's such an honor to be the moderator of this session to learn from your wells of experience. Quickly, many entrepreneurs, business owners have questions, burning questions in their heart, and this is an avenue and opportunity to get answers that will help them, build and to have to run a sustainable business. So first question on my list is, how do you leverage, from the last session we had, it's about networking and how to position our right personal brand. So how do you leverage networking to drive brand growth, and what strategies have you found most effective?
Well, it's a pleasure being here. Thank you so very much for the opportunity. When you talk about networking, first and foremost, what exactly are your value systems as a brand? It's only when you know what you want to do, what is the purpose. Because a lot of us, the first question that was asked was why we want to do business, and all of us were talking about how to make money and all of those kind of things. But is that sustainable? So if you want to make money, so your networking sector will then be those that are looking for money. And then when that money ends, what happens? Right? So but if for a brand the challenge a lot of SMEs I think have is the fact that we kind of not define the sustainability of our business. We want to do business now, right? But what happens down the line? Everybody is a makeup artist, for example. But there's some things within the makeup artist industry that can differentiate you from others. So what niche are you creating? If you identify your niche, then your network base can also then be identified. That's what I feel. But not in general. If you're too much in the general space, like OBA said, your product doesn't just there and just being irrelevant.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So do you have any additional to that?
All right. I think just adding to what you said, I think a lot of people get mixed up with when it comes to networking, business, personal growth, is that we feel people go to an event and they want to sell. I think that's the first thing. That's the biggest mistake. What people want is oftentimes they want to get to know you as an individual. And things don't happen.
See, I'm here now.
It takes a series. It could just be a simple thing about having a conversation with somebody about something totally irrelevant to what you're even doing. But because they take an interest in you, they definitely probably want to continue the conversation going later on. Like I was telling Olori, I actually worked with her husband in salads. And when I got it took me 4 years to get that job. And it's so funny that I wasn't looking at getting the job there. But the person who was the head of marketing at just go somewhere, meet one rich or influential person, and your answer is, you will solve your problem. I'll give you a classic example. My former assistant was at Federal Palace. He said he sat down and he wasn't looking at who was sitting next to him, only for him to look and guess who it was. It was IBB. And what he said, he just said, "Oh, can I have that newspaper?" And he just gave the man the newspaper, and his hand was shaking. And he said, "This is a man that can change your life in the flip of a finger." But he said, "What question am I going to ask you?" And it's not going to happen instantaneously like that. So I have plenty. I tell people, I've been in Nigeria since 2003, and I've been working since then. I've only applied for a job once. Every other job I've gotten is based on referral, networking, and opportunities. So it's not going to happen overnight. But you have to keep at it. Just like the Bible says, sow and reap. But what people don't get, that's not mentioned in the Bible about that sowing and reaping, is the fact that between the sowing and the reaping, there's a fallow period. That fallow period can be 2 months, 2 years, 20 years. I know today there's some benefits I'm enjoying because of what my father has done. Because I also work in the industry as well. So sometimes it's not, what you're doing today might not be for you, it might be your children's children, because there are ways, your parents' name or your name open doors.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Dotun. From the example you cited, how you've been able to maintain a relationship and even referencing Dr. Obi's husband, how you've been able to work with him over the years and still maintain a relationship. So my next question will be, how were you able to sustain the relationship over the years? Then the follow-up question for that in particular is, what are the metrics you use to measure return on investment on such relationships?
Okay, so, like I said,
Please, Mr. Olushola, get ready. You are answering the same question.
Alright. So I think the first approach is, I think it's about, like you said, what is your objective? My own major thing most of the time is about building relationship. I'll give you an example. I came back to Nigeria in 2003, and there was nothing called digital marketing back in those days. But I told myself that in the next 10, 15 years, when they mention digital marketing in Nigeria, I want my name to come on the top. And I can honestly say I've been able to achieve that.
Audience, can we just give him a round of applause? For him to be on this stage, indeed, he has the years of experience and he's positioned already. That's one of the key points from the last speaker, saying how to be strategically positioned. So please, another round of applause. He's ready to give us all of this advice and the answers we need. So please go ahead.
Alright. So the other part is also that you are going to do a lot of free work, a lot of free stuff. My problem with a lot of people is that we're too transactional. So I did this for this person, I'm expecting returns. No, I don't look at it that way. My own is, can I do it? Yes. Is it possible? If it's not going to cost me an arm and a leg to do it, why not if not? So you never know what is going to happen. I mean, we work in the same industry, by and large. I remember my last time at the agency, I had a boss. Our industry is designed such that we believe that our work will speak for itself. We don't like publicity. So we tend to be very in the shadows most of the time. But my former boss told me something. He said, you are one of very few people in this industry that's growing. And there's so many quacks who talk about digital marketing and all that stuff. But you need to put yourself out there. Naturally, I'm very publicity shy. When people tell me, oh, you're very good at public speaking, I'm like, if only you know. How many years it has taken me to get here? And it's been a lot of free speaking engagements, mistakes, and learning over the years. So it is not, a lot of people have this short-term mentality and transactional approach, which is, oh, I'm doing this because I'm expecting this in return. Sometimes the returns will happen in ways you least expect. So have an open mind. You never know what's going to happen. Because it's, like I said, it might never be for my generation, maybe my children's generation. I will enjoy that benefit of what I did today to somebody. Because what you think is inconsequential is very important to somebody else.
Awesome. you so much, Mr. Dotun. Mr. Olushola, please, your take on
Well,
that.
I think this is what you call social investment. Now, like Dotun said, a lot of us tend to look at things from a short-term perspective, and which is also a challenge for a lot of SMEs. Now, you meet someone not because of what you want to get out of the person, but you being particularly interested in that person, right? You set up a business because you want to solve a problem, and somebody comes up to you. You need to take particular interest in that person. I have very older friends who just call me and we can speak for hours because I'm very particular about what's happening to them. And that's the way you cultivate, like Dr. also said, you're not doing things because you want an immediate return. Call regularly. You know, when I was growing up, I recall that I never really asked a girl out, never, in all the relationships I've had. Why? Because I tend to just be the person who will listen to your problems. And so all of a sudden you call me, you tell me things, and that's how the relationship will start. And so a lot of times in our businesses, like there was the particular client that I have now, for 2.5 years, we were going to this man's office every week. He never gave us one business. But each time we spoke, we were always particular about, okay, this is what your business is doing. We never sold the fact that, okay, we're advertising practitioners. This is what you can do. Each time he had a challenge, we were there to discuss with him. What happened one time, he got some business, he needed to speak to somebody from the state government. And I knew someone in the governor's office and all of those kind of things. I told him, okay, give me the details. I did that, and 1 month after they called him, and the problem was solved. We never asked him for a dime. But 2.5 years after, when he gave us our first business, that first business was running to about 200 million naira. But going to his office every day for 2.5 years, in fact, if myself and my partner don't attend a meeting, that meeting cannot go to. I want to see the owners of the business. And we were like, good, account officer can do this, an executive can do this, why would I be wasting my time to go? And it was regimental Thursdays. You'll be there from 4, but at a point, he now started talking to us about his personal life. Sometimes you look in his eyes and he was full of regret that he has children that are not interested in his business. If only the 2 guys were my sons. That's the relationship we have cultivated over the years. And so you need to look at the long-term thing. There's a period between sowing and reaping. And when it comes, it will come in waves and you will not even know how it happens.
Awesome. Please, you deserve a round of applause. Think long-term, be open-minded, do a lot of freebies. Mr. Dotun mentioned that having the knowledge that it will pay off in time. All right, Mr. Olushola, this next question is for you. How do you identify partners to collaborate with? I know Mr. Dotun has mentioned about value alignment, and this question is just to lay the foundation.
Well, the first thing is, you must have a very common purpose. You don't get into the same debt with people that you don't have the same value system with. It will always lead to problems. One of the things about businesses is also the fact that no matter what it is, there will always be 1 or 2 people that you need to partner with because of their capacity. And the moment you get into a business and you want to be the all in all, it's going to be difficult for you to Business collaboration today is, I would say, the best way to go. You cannot do everything, and you cannot be everything. But the most important thing is, if we're sitting down together to decide on a business to do together, it's going to be what values are we bringing to the table, and how do we want to move forward. Money should not be the first thing, because that's where the problem will start from.
Is it the business for profitability?
Even if it's business for profitability, let's agree from the onset. You know, look, you never know the true state of a man's heart if he doesn't have money and power. If we start a business today and we're thinking that maybe another couple of millions, and all of a sudden the business opens up to $1 billion, and the first thing your guys want to do is, we have made it, let's go and buy a Prado or whatever they call it. Let's go and buy a Bugatti, or let's go and do a holiday. That was not in the plan from the onset. You understand? So why do we want to do or go that way? Because you now have what you call excess money. You know that the value system is different, and all of a sudden you remember that there was somebody somewhere that probably he hasn't been to Europe. You know, I've never been to Cayman Islands before, so it's time for me to take the holiday to Cayman Islands, and instead of living large, you're living in Maryland, Anthony Village, and all of a sudden you know, let's go and buy a house in Turkey. It doesn't work. Seriously, it doesn't.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dotun, a follow-up question to the answers Mr. Olushola gave. How do you handle conflicts between partners and collaborators? They've come together, the business is doing fine, and the business is booming now. But because, Mr. Olushola, sorry, you said coming together shouldn't be about the money. And now money is coming in. And one of them decide wants to go to Seychelles, go to Dubai, go on vacation. And there's no conflict of how do we draw the balance, the finance of the company. So Mr. Dotun, to answer that, he has said we should not talk about money when starting the business. And now money is around.
Okay, so it's still back to what you said, and I'll give you an example. Two close friends I have. It's understanding the values that you both align or not align. It's like marriage or a relationship. If you don't see eye to eye on certain things, obviously it's not going to work. When I was much younger, I remember my dad, a couple of them wanted to start a business. So I asked him, I said, well, you are friends with this person, you are friends with that person, all of you move around together. But why did you people leave this particular person out? And he said something when I was much older, before I understood what he was trying to teach me then. He said that because they are friends, it also means you can do business together. And he said that one thing that he always put at the back of his mind is that I would rather preserve the friendship than ruin it by doing business together, if I know that our values are not going to align. And that's been a guiding principle for me. I'll give an example. I have two friends who, the three of us, they are amigos, we're very close. They wanted to start a business together. I wasn't involved. But I know their temperaments, they are both hot-heads. And I know that the business will not see the end of the year. So, rather than allow them to go ahead and let that ruin their friendship, I met with them individually. The first guy came and was like, it must be done. It's not this way. I am not interested. And I'm like, somebody's inviting you to come and eat. I am giving condition. I went to meet the other partner who was the one that brought in the business. And I said to him, look, I'm saying this not because I am jealous that the two of you are doing something together. I don't have anything against it. But what I want is that if this business is going to ruin our friendship, I'd rather it doesn't work. And I told him, this is what this guy is going to come and tell you, and I know you are equally a hot head, it's not going to work. So, as Dr. have it, the business did not plan out. Today we are all still friends. So at the end of the day, you have to look at this and apply am I ready to take and what won't I take.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My next question is, can you share a practical example of a successful co-branding initiative and what made it successful? So your years of experience, have you seen two partners come together? What are the things, what are the systems in place that make this successful?
In terms of business?
Yes, please.
Operation business. Okay, let me just step in. The first example is Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola has done, they've been for the last heaven knows how many years talking about, refreshment, Coca-Cola way and all of that stuff. But what people don't understand is that the biggest competition for Coca-Cola is not other brands. The biggest competition for Coca-Cola is water. So what do? The last few years they've been doing Coke goes well with jollof rice. Coke goes well with amala, all of that. Because the biggest challenge now for them, more than ever before, is water. Because also we now find ourselves doing more. That's one example. Okay. The other one was
Sir, please, just a minute. So, if you have question in the audience, we have the time to take 3 questions. You can either note them down or you raise your hand so that after this question we can take 1 or 2. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the one talk about it happened just after a session at LDS, and we found out that you spend some time at the filling station, queues sometimes, and then you have your kids in the car. So UAC then decided that, you know what, let's set up our Mr. Biggs outlet at every mobile station. They initially wanted to do that with, I think, AP back then. It didn't work, but the guy who was the head of UAC at that time was also a friend of the deputy managing director at Mobile. And so that collaboration started. And you find out that today most of the filling stations that have one eating outlet, they are yes. Let me just add one more. I think this was very popular. Probably the most popular co-branding is Gala and Akasera. There is nowhere in traffic in Lagos, once you see a Gala seller, Akasera seller will be right next to it. It was not planned, but it just was a perfect combination.
Awesome. Those are classic examples. All right. Do we have questions in the audience? Awesome. Awesome. So please, can we have one of the volunteers reach out to the people with the questions?
Can take multiple questions, so the people just don't sit down, respond at once. So I have one question here.
Say very big thank you for speakers. Let's today. My name is Adediji. That I've sent this question to is also okay. I listened with rapid attention during the session. Saying about branding, something around trending. Movie that came out some time ago. There was a snippet. Chaludo. No, wait a minute. I'll show you. You don't. So, I've wrapped my head around that stuff a lot because I followed the channel personal views because I believe she produced a lot of quality movies. And then I remember the first day that movie came out. I'm sure I was one of the first set of people that watched that.
All right, can we get your question?
So my question basically is, because I discovered that that particular snippet from that movie made that movie have over 25 million views now. I mean, would that now say that using that particular snippet would have that has already helped, promoting, and then what was not even in expectation. I don't know if you understand where I'm going.
Okay, so I'm not saying that it's a crime to go viral. The question is, or what I try to allude to is that can you go viral back to back? It's not that easy, even if I call. Now, back to what you said. I don't know the name of that movie, I've seen the snippets. What we do, like almost as part of our advertising, like one thing I mentioned is that attention is a difficult currency that we have now. Human attention is very limited. Let me give you an example. Your social media, you scroll through the equivalent of 1 kilometer in a day. That's like the height of the Statue of Liberty or Empire State Building. So how do I want to get your attention in a world where we are seeing approximately 2,000 ads per day? So what do? I look at snippets in a 2-hour video and I break it into segments, the exciting parts, and I start showing it to you. Because I want to give you reason to go and watch it. That's the whole idea. So that's why you have to call them teasers. So yes, it will trend. But can she maintain that consistency on the next movie that comes out? Probably not. You understand? So it's not about being a big thing now, but the question is, can you have consistency with each outcome, with each content you bring out? That's what you need.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Dotun. All right, can we move to the next question?
Thank you very much. My name is Olori Boye-Ajayi. For me, I work a 9-to-5 job. Since of recent, I started thinking of, okay, I have like how many years left? I work with Lagos State, that I need to start something because an idea came to me. So I'm still in the startup phase yet to launch. But I want to talk in terms of network. So in my network, by virtue of some free jobs I've had to do, some pivoting of some services I did, I have some top access. But also because of my personality, I've not been able to leverage on it. So it's like when they need you, it's just a one-time thing. Like we have something to do in December, come and do this. And that's all. And that means it only happens once. And the reason because those people they're actually high network people. You don't want to seem too clingy, people come beggarly. I didn't want to. So I was thinking, how do I have value? Now I have an idea. I feel like those people could, by virtue of knowing them, can open up for you. But I don't even know how to revive such networks. So of recent there is one of them that I do offer services to. But like I said, it's just one time because she was leading that network. Now she has become a PS. I'm like, so do you go there start looking for gifts now? And the last start looking like you that you were not always calling. Instead we see you once in a blue moon. So I don't know how do you revive such networks and not seem as if you're clingy or you're wanting to. And it's just me wanting to stretch myself because I also understand the importance of network.
Alright, Mr. Olushola.
Okay. You want to build that network, like your hobby is that your child, your friend, your personality. What exactly is the purpose? It's not because you want immediate gains. You start off, how are you? How's she doing in a new job as a permanent secretary? You're not introducing your business at any point in time. How's her family? You do that consistently. And then later, you should have a social media handle where some of these things that you are good at or you want to get into are available. And you probably invite her to link up with you. But you are not paying particular attention to her because you want her to give you that link of fresh network. Right? In between her network that you also know, you can also spread your own news personally. Or other. They can link up to you on your social media handles. And that's how it's what they see about you. Like I said, about getting to know you first. I can only get to do things with you if I believe what you're doing and trust you. You understand? So you're not coming to me on the basis of the fact that, I have like an example. There's some guys that I kind of support every month. And the only time I get to hear from them is when it's 30th of the month and I haven't sent what I need to send. By the first of the new month, I get happy new month. Please don't forget me. And then I do what I have to do, and everything goes planned until the end of the following month. Do you think if that person had a business to do, I would patronize the person? Obviously not. It's not going to happen. And they won't be in my head. I won't even recommend them for anything if I knew. Do you understand what I'm saying? Build friendship, build a relationship, and then things begin to go from there.
So thank you so much, Mr. Olushola. Do we have another question in the audience? All right, we have another person raising her hand over there. Can you please pass the mic to her?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Olori Boye-Ajayi. I have two questions. My first is related to influencer marketing. Influencers are expensive, and half the time they don't do the work. In fact, I think because influencer marketing has gotten so big now, pay them, God knows how much I wonder what value did we get at the end of the day. So are there tips to how to use influencer marketing effectively so that we get the value? And then are there tips for small businesses to create good content without necessarily using influencers? Recently, I came across a video, Yoruba, I think that's the name of it was so great. And what struck me most was, I don't know the girl, I don't know the guy, but the content was so well curated. But alas, some of us are not that creative to come up with those kinds of awesome content that even when you don't use influencers, it actually go viral. So how do we push that? But I'm not done, there's one. Alright. Again, growing a small business on a budget. Tell me how. Because I have a small business and I'm trying. Spend money, set up IG page, pay somebody to be posting. I'm not getting followers. I've not made one sale from that IG page. It's been going to a year. The few sales I've made have come from my direct network. So my own people say, okay, Lara, you have this, I'll buy. But not that. I mean, a few times we got, inquiries. But I'm like, I spend all this money and then I get a few inquiries and nobody's buying. So obviously I'm looking at other things. Okay, so do I need to tweak my inventory? Do I need to, obviously don't use pictures of white people, use pictures of Nigerian people. Okay, take pictures of Nigerian people, still don't make this. How are we going to get people to buy? Thank you.
So first question, what's your business about? What's your
It's
business?
about lifestyle, so I sell clothes, shoes, stuff like that.
Alright, so let me take it from top. So, influencer marketing for my job is probably my least favorite part of my job. I agree with you, it can be a nightmare to work with. So there's a way around any sports, and you want her to be my influencer on an alcoholic beverage, it doesn't work. I don't care how many followers she has. So we follow what we call the 3 R's, which is, what is the relevance of that influencer to my brand? What is the reach? Even though it's not as popular now, because we don't focus anymore on how many followers you have, because people can buy followers, what the vanity metrics. And then what is your relationship with your fans and followers as an influencer? There's some influencers that you know that once they post your content, just go to the bank, go to sleep. Your product, I mean, globally, it's like if you look at Beyonce, for example, and look at all the hype, anything she's wearing, they will buy it. You understand? So we look at those 3 R's to determine whether this person fits our brand or not. Your second question about how you're creating content. I think it's easier now, more than ever before. ChatGPT is there. There are a lot of AI software that you can use to create content. They're not creative. It even makes it easier. Oh, I mean, I did something a few days ago for somebody. I'm a creative person, but I don't have the time. And I just went on ChatGPT and I described what I wanted. And I was amazed the quality of the content that came out. So you don't have to necessarily be creative to do that. The second part also, like was said earlier, is also you can have collaboration. And then creative people that, either looking for exposure themselves, that you can collaborate with, who can help you, so it's a barter agreement, who you can work with. There are a lot of young guys in Yabatech who are looking for opportunity and exposure when it comes to creativity. Just like we're talking about networking, I was at a speaking engagement, and a guy came to me and I was like, I've been following you. I'm like, I didn't know. He's like, I do this, I do that. I'm like, oh, great. And invariably, those websites, content, I get people approach me, but I don't have the time. So I give the job to him most of the time. Your final question, in terms of business and you're not getting mileage, I think now more than ever before, when it comes to fashion, it's people selling like mad now online and any other place. The question, one of the easiest way is to leverage on your own network. My wife got similar stuff. She does at the rent from wearing it from her. And how does she do it? She will get anybody that buys her fabric or buys her stuff. Once you sew it, you must send her a picture, a video of yourself, and she posts it. Invariably, through that person's network, it makes the network go bigger and bigger. And that's how it started like a joke. She has a 9 to 5 as well. And she can almost half of our one room in the house has been taken over with adware or clothes generally. So yes, it's possible. At the end of the day too, I think the biggest mistake a lot of people do with social is that we are trying too hard to sell. It is called social for a reason. It's about telling a story. Question is, what story are you telling on your social media?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dotun and Mr. Olushola. Alright, so the parting word, we're actually coming to the end of this panel session, and I really want you to, just give a parting word to business owners in this auditorium today to encourage them and how to better position their businesses.
Branding should not be taken for granted. Branding is beyond your logo, it's beyond your partner. For a lot of SMEs, we are the personalities behind our brand or behind the product or services that we sell. So if you cannot define your personality, if you cannot define your value system, if you cannot also define what will differentiate you from others, then you don't have any business, in a business. So please consult branding experts. Some will give it for free because they do what we call social responsibility services. So for small businesses, you don't charge them, but you guide them. When they grow, you then you have cultivated a relationship, and then from there, and then you need to meet the rewards. But as a business owner, please, it's very important that you take your branding very seriously. When you ask yourself a who doesn't know Coca-Cola? You know, or why is it still in business? Or why is it still advertising or spending so much on marketing communications? At a point where things begin to get very difficult, the only persons who sustains your business are the ones who are loyal to you. And if you have not built that loyalty base over the years, then you will find out that your customer base begins to erode. So please build on that network, build on this brand, and that's what will take you to the next level. And don't take IT for granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olushola. All right, Mr. Dotun.
Very short and simple. Business is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So don't expect, yes, you might be lucky to have quick wins, but trust me, you're going to have ups and downs throughout your business. Even the big businesses, when it face storms at different times throughout the year. So it's about developing the thick skin for that endurance, and that's the only way you can succeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dotun and Mr. Olushola. It's such an exciting panel session. And if you truly got value at this session, please give them a resounding applause again. Thank you. Over to our host.
Our moderator also deserves a round of applause. Thank you for steering the conversation in such a way that was engaging and people had questions. We didn't have to beg anyone. And thank you for the feedback. It's good to know that you're learning from every single presentation. Our speakers are around for the afternoon session. Just because of time, we'd like you, if you need to get refreshed at any point in time, just make your way to the beverage stand. We still have lunch, so don't be in a hurry to leave. But if you need a beverage, you want something to cool yourself down, water, to my left, just help yourself. You know, earlier on I mentioned that we'll have the opportunity to pitch our brands. And like the president said, there have been opportunities in the past where investments have been made into brands. And I'm not just talking about advisory investment, like monetary investment. So there are several brands who have put their names down and they'll be pitching, and there are exciting prizes that are up for grabs. And beyond the prizes, just know that as you pitch your brand on this stage, there are people in this audience, there are people online that will purchase, that will book your services. So even if you don't win, don't see it as a wasted opportunity. Any opportunity you have, like the lady who asked the question, if I'm thinking about clothes now, I know, oh, there's somebody from this session that sells clothes, shoes, lifestyle. So just know that your business being pitched on this stage is just great for your business. Gives me great pleasure to invite someone that is very dear to me. I'd like you to extend the same warmth, the same attention, the same engagement as you have given me since we started. She's my co-host, and it's truly a pleasure to invite her. A warm round of applause for broadcaster, red carpet host, MC Compare. A warm round of applause for Tolu Thompson.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Please let's put our hands together once again for the gorgeous Isabella. She is my senior colleague in this MC industry, and I'm very privileged to be, taking over from her. But good afternoon, everybody. Oh, the engagement. Please, you respond to me. Should I go on my knees? Should I go on my knees? Don't worry. If Mohammed cannot go to the mountain will go to Mohammed. How would they say? I'm going to come down to you now. Okay. So before we go on, we'd like to take some pictures with some of our speakers. We would like our speakers to please come up stage once again for the group photograph. Please let's put our hands together for them as they come up stage. Thank you very much. I appreciate them. They've given us from the wealth of their knowledge today, and it's only due for us to appreciate them and say thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. So please, can you join them for the photograph? Please, can we have soft music so that everywhere is a bit, Thank you. So whilst they take the photograph, we're not just quiet and staring at them. Can we have soft music in the background, please? Thank you. All right, thank you. Please let's put our hands together for them as they return to their seat. Thank you for sharing with us from your wealth of knowledge here at the SME Conference 2025, doing business in the Nigeria of today. All right. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You will see, I've left the stage to come here. I will start interacting with everybody. Good afternoon, on this table. Good afternoon, sir, Ahmad. So you people have to wait for me to come to your table, table by table. Nigerians are respect. I was greeting from the stage, you didn't answer me. I had to come down. All right. Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. Thank you very much. On this table, good afternoon. Nigeria. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello, good afternoon. All right, so I see that we're all gathered here today to learn, to grow, and I'm sure that many of us are business owners. And like Isabella rightly said, some of us will be having our pitch right now. It's just a 1-minute pitch. And of course, the winners of this pitch will be announced tomorrow in church. And beyond just pitching your business, we want to see that your business thrives and grows in the Nigeria of today. We know that the Nigeria of 2025 is not the same Nigeria of 2015. It's been 10 years of growth and grace and grief and, renewed hope. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call up some of the guys that will be pitching their businesses right away. And please, you have just 1 minute to pitch your business to us and tell us what your business is about. And based off your pitch, we will find our winner. Are we ready for them? Are we ready for them? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to call out the businesses now, but the very first business that will go up, I'll mention the business and then she will come forward. But we have Motion Boost, we have Fashion Concept, we have Marai Technologies, Christopher Akano, Estelma's World, House of Death Closings, and Love Shop. So ladies and gentlemen, to take us in the very first pitch of the day, please with your resounding applause, let us make welcome on stage Love Shop. Please put your hands together for her. Love Shop thought to come first. Yes, please. Love Shop, please, where are you? All right, do you want to go upstage or you want to interact? Okay, thank you. Please let's put our hands together for her.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dipo Ajayi, and I run a business called Love Shop. It's a general household essentials, body essentials, just generally everything and anything you can ask for. That's actually what I do. So I also do a 9-to-5. So the reason why I went into business basically is because I saw that it's a little bit of a challenge to get some things as a 9-to-5 at the same time trying to go to the open market. So I try to bridge the gap between you finding time to go do your thing, like probably weekend is all you have. So my business is all like generally, and basically the strength I have regarding this business is because I'm able to build a relationship between myself and the client. So people basically come to me for anything they need and help them source it. So that's why I call it Love Shop. The target audience is basically for women. Oh, sorry.
So just so that you know, every business owner that's coming here to pitch has just 1 minute. So I felt like we should have gone straight to the point, telling us about your 9 to 5. That's your business? No, like, is that what you do? You know, you're about to pitch your business. Imagine the elevator pitch. Imagine now you enter the elevator and you meet Dangote in the elevator. Will you start telling him all this? And the elevator is about to be open in another 1 minute. So should we give her another try? Just 1 minute. The timer is there. It's not me. So just imagine in your head. Okay, so we also need you to use upstage for the pitch. So again, imagine you step into an elevator and you meet with Dangote. 1 minute.
Now, okay, hi everyone. My name is Dipo Ajayi, and I run a business called the Love Shop that generally takes care of the household essentials, body essentials. My target audience basically are women between the ages of 20 to 50 upwards. I help them source goods, basically from the open market, whatever it is you need, general household essentials, that's what I do. I also partner with vendors that are valuable to help them bring their goods to the clients at the barest minimum price you can get. So my shop is as good as having whatever you want to get at the open market at my shop. Thank you.
You put off the microphone of your investor. Okay. All right, that was a joke. But please let's put our hands together for her. And you know what's funny? This. Wait now. Okay, what's the name of your business? Motion Boost. You want to sell your business. But you know one thing I noticed about Love Shop? I don't know. The judges, who are judging it, tell me if I'm wrong. She told us about our business, but she didn't tell us why we should invest in the business. Did she say that? She just told us about the business. So after you tell them what, oh, this is what I do. Okay, I said, okay, congratulations, and it leaves. Why we should invest? I want you to invest because next 5 years, this business, I'm already giving you scope. But anyway, please let's put our heads together for Motion Boost. You have just 1 minute, and this time I'm not leaving the stage because it's just 1 minute. So you just stand here and pitch to us about what your business is about. Your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. So we noticed that in Lagos State, especially corporate events, they are well known for having long events like this. And after a certain time, they get participants become mentally drained, they lose focus, and they lose engagement. And we at Olushola will be able to come up with an idea to reverse that, especially sedentariness, which is known to cause chronic diseases, and also to bring focus. So we thought of what we come up with called movement breaks. Because we're also a corporate wellness industry brand, so we thought of movement breaks where it's just between 5 to 10 minutes movement, and at the end we engage the participants themselves. I love what when I came in this morning, I saw Mrs. Isabella, and she brought me like that, and I said, wow, that's the right place. And I looked at it when we got here 20 minutes after, I saw people they lost focus. They're looking at their phones up and down and all that. And that's an idea I want to bring into Lagos State. Our hope is that within 1 year we're able to reach 50 events in Lagos State, be able to train like 5,000 professionals and introduce this innovation.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. You can start 1 minute long as well if you're hitting the point of the head. Pardon? Someone said something? Alright. Please put your hands together for Bashal Concept as they come pitch their business. Bashal Concept, please, where are you? Okay, Bashal Concept, $100 million is at stake. Bashal Concept? Okay. Alright, Marite Technologies, are you here? Okay. Please put your hands together for Marite Technologies. Thank you. You have just 1 minute to go. Your time starts now.
Thank effectively create an environment where small and small and medium enterprises use a shared IT space. So, based on the current trend in the technology space, my technology has made a huge investment in cloud computing and cloud infrastructure environment for small and medium businesses. Because we know these are expensive. You understand? So, develop products that help small businesses to have a shared infrastructures like servers, enterprise environment that can help work remotely, also help them work on an hybrid environment. So why would you so we would prefer so what we are looking at is reducing cost for small businesses.
Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate him. Marai Technologies. Marai Technologies. Congratulations. Technology. All right, please, let's appreciate Christopher Akano as he comes up stage to pitch his business in 1 minute. So all the long talk and motivational speaking, you don't need it. It's not necessary. Do you get straight to the point? Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Akano. I'm a product marketing analyst at Easy. I'm a business analyst and also a motion designer. So I've realized that Africa, we have a lot of stories to tell, Nigeria in particular. My experience spans from helping foreign companies and small businesses outside to market their story. But I realized that Nigeria, nobody's marketing our story. And we have a lot of things to tell the world. So as of 2 years ago, I was called by Multi-Choice Talent Factory to help them out with a motion film, which was successful. And it made me understand that Nigeria has a lot of talented people, but we just need to let the world know and create stories to tell people. So I want people to invest in me so that I can help Nigeria tell their story. Yeah, that's just
I mean, in less than 1 minute, he told the story. Thank you very much for your pitch. Please, let's appreciate him once more. All right. Estelle Mileswell. Estelle Mileswell, please step forward for your pitch. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her as she comes up stage. Thank you. All right. In 1 minute, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Estelle Adediji, and I run a business called Estelle Smiles World. Now, Estelle Smiles World is a multi-sector enterprise that does real estate consultation, supply of building materials, AI designs, and also fabric distribution. We help you invest in the future, that's in the real estate, while in building materials, we supply sand, granite, nails, and what have you. We also do AI designs for your brand. We also supply fabrics for those who are into fashion. And you can contact us on IG, LinkedIn, Facebook at Esther Smiles World. Our email address is esther1@gmail.com. You can also call us on 070-327-9563. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther Miles World. House of Deer, are you here? House of Deer Clothing, please step forward. Please put your hands together for House of Deer. Thank you very much. Thank you. As the queen that she is, you are waiting for her. All right, your time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. House of Deer Clothing is a female brand for middle-aged women from 20 years to like 50 and so we made free clothes like robo, two pieces, and the rest of it, wholesale quantity and retail quantity. So recently, we are doing something about for nursing mothers because most I would say that there's some outfits that they can't wear, like robo outfits, whenever they are breastfeeding. They have to do it after breastfeeding. So we're doing specialized outfits for them, for those people that are breastfeeding currently, to have a a way of wearing outfits they like. And it's like giving just a little, what I call it, addition to their outfit so they can easily breastfeed without having to go naked in public. So basically what we do is ready to wear outfit for women.
Thank you very much. Exactly 1 minute. All right, we have some more businesses that have, thought to join this pitch. Can we put our heads together for Atoke Adegborioye? Atoke Adegborioye, please step forward for your pitch in just 1 minute that you brought to your family members because they are shouting for you. It's not by shouting. I hope you do. It's not by shout. All right, in 1 minute, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isabella Adediji. I am the CEO of Atoke Adegborioye.
You really brought your people because tell me why the timer has not started. Is it your brother that is behind you? If your sister and your cousin, they were screaming. Now your brother is behind you. Wow. Please, can we start again? Once you start, let the timer start. No, Joru, I need church. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adediji Adetola. My brand name is Atoke Adegborioye. I'm a fashion designer. I sew females' dress. I sew corporate wears, children's clothes. So I specialize on plus size people because I know a lot of fashion designers don't get how to sew their perfect size, and I have an idea of doing that. So that's what I specialize on most of the time. So I also sew for children, little children, kids, underage people. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atoke Adegborioye. She didn't use up to 1 minute. That's fantastic. All right, Alfred, our solution. Please, where are you? Hey. Wow. You brought all your secondary school friends so that they can shout for you. I hope it's not your timekeeper that is at the back of that timer. It's your timekeeper. I'll do the timer on my iPad. I don't trust that timer again. All right, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. It's Alfred. And basically, Ace Solutions provides logistics and pro sound services. So basically, what I need is partnership. One, I need partnership because I've been partnering so far over 5 years with foreign brands like Shure and some other pro audio speakers. But one thing I know that has been a problem is maintenance. After delivery, I need to be able to train guys. So I need partnerships for people who are willing to give me their venues, their space where I can train guys, call the brands coming to Nigeria to train. Then for the logistics part, I probably will need funding because one thing I know has suffered. There's a reason why everybody in Nigeria is using Toyota. Toyota is popular because we have more.
Next solution, carries Toyota. Amen. Thank you very much, Alfred A Solutions. All right, and we also have Chariot. Chariot, please step forward. Please put your hands together for me. Drama in this church. Content, okay. They wanted to put them in the next content. Alright, your time starts now.
Hi guys, my name is Emmanuel. So at Chariot, we want to imagine urban mobility in Nigeria, and what we are offering for environment, we are trying to minimize traffic congestion for businesses and events, crowdsourcing, and for individuals, networking and affordable commute. Why is Chariot relevant? First off, cost savings for individuals, and efficiency for businesses, sustainability for the environment. And what we need from you, we need funding, mobility, visibility. And what I'll be offering, I'm willing to offer shares in the business, and it's subject to your value proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now, the elevator we have opened. All right. Lastly, we have Bashal Concept. Is Bashal Concept back? All right. Bashal, 1 minute is your pitch time. Thank you very much. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our brand name, our business name is Bashal Concepts, which we base on a farm production of broilers, 100 broilers. Our total estimation for our capital for the business is 2,700,000, while our pre-operating expenses will be 1,575,000. Our opening stock will be 121,100, while our initial operating expenses will be 275,800. Then our gross profit for the next 6 months will be 3,214,000, while our net profit for the next 6 months is 1,949,000. To contact us, 07085599737. Thank you so much. We are located at Egbeda, Lagos State. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Did we hear those figures? Did we hear those figures? Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever is with the timer, please give me 1 minute. Please, I want to pitch my business. Hello. All right. 30 seconds. It's 1 minute. I heard you. It's 1 minute, not 30 seconds. Hello. Thank you. Please tell me my time starts now. Wait now. Wait. Wait now. Let the audience tell me my time starts now. What is starts the time? Otherwise, so you give them 2 seconds extra. Now imagine you go for an event and the MC is not there. There is nobody to carry you on the journey from the opening to the middle to the end of the event. And you just get there and things are happening without order. You know, I'm a Christian, and one thing about God, He created the world in 7 days. And beyond just the 7 days, He created the world in order. It started with light. And that's what the MC does. The MC brings light to your event. Think about this room without light. It's just darkness. And that is where I come in. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dotun Babtunde, event compare, TV presenter. I host events and I do it excellently well. Please do well to invest in my business and bring so much light to your event. Thank you. Hello, I don't attend this church, but in your church mind, ask yourself, who is the winner of this pitch? I even bring scripture. I understand why I'm in church. So I brought, oh God. I'm the winner. I'm serious. How much are they giving the winner, please? 1 million. I need it. I'm in need of it. Please. Thank you. All right. Let's put your hands together for me now. All right. This is our exhibit. I'm already exhibiting myself. So they said there is an exhibition stand outside. So for everyone who would like to exhibit and for people who would love to be a part of the exhibition, please, during the break, you can step out and be a part of that. Thank you very much. So back to my pitch. I'm serious. Please, I'm begging all of you, all the judges. I think I might come to this church tomorrow. So when they are announcing. So it's not the case of, oh, on the day of your joy, you are not there. I will be there. Because tomorrow is the day of my joy. When they are announcing the winner. I'm the winner. What did you say? Okoye Solutions. What did you say? Because you're talking about a solution just now. Let's see you carry us to Toyota. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is now time for me to bring up a very amazing personality. She will be taking us in a spoken word presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on stage one of Nigeria's finest spoken word artists. Please make some noise as I welcome the one and only Abiola Folarin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. And it's amazing this afternoon. I'm not sure doing a spoken word at a TED Talk. All right, so just assume that I am Sophie, right? And I don't know if to do A or K or to do P or P. Like, it's just a whole lot of alphabet and there's so much confusion. Well, the good thing is that I'm not Sophie. And if there is anybody that is called Sophie, I know Sophie can sure get help. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Sometimes that's all you need for a thriving business. I know we have heard about 1 billion business strategy advices. But the good news is you don't have to use all of it. Sometimes 1, 2, or even more is enough, depending on how far you want to go. You will agree with me that capital is a major challenge for SME. And some will even say that if you don't have money, don't bother to venture into business. But isn't this just a myth rather than a fact? What if I told you that the greatest asset and capital to a successful business isn't money? Now you ask me, what is it? The answer is your mindset. Your mindset is unarguably crucial than any physical capital for a successful business. And this is one of the things that will make the difference between any surviving business and a thriving business. While money is good to fuel the expansion of your business, your mindset will help your business to stand the test of time through challenging seasons in its lifetime. Help you make informed and sound decisions so that your business can stay for the long term. I know we all want a prosperous business. So here are 5 important mindsets that will help you scale your business into the thriving phase. Number 1, be a lifelong learner. Stay hungry, stay curious, and that's how you stay ahead of the curve. A little extra knowledge of the markets, of the economy, or complementary business will give you an edge. The second one, reframe your definition of failure. What you call failure today may just be another stepping stone to success. Sometimes what you call confusion is an opportunity for discovery. So make the moves and don't be afraid to make the mistakes. Remember, failure is not the opposite of success. Stagnation is. So keep moving. And the third one, focus on value creation. The more value you create, the more money flows to you. Think of a fish seller and a logistics service providers. 2 different services, but different values. So create value and money will flow to you. The 4th, stay consistent. Ensure that people know your brand for a particular thing. You are not here today and there tomorrow. You can have one singular brand doing several things, but make sure that you are consistent. And the 5th one, take calculated risk. Don't play it safe. Rather, play to win.
check the feasibility, but then take those steps of faith and take the leaps. Do something challenging for yourself all the time. And lastly, which is the bonus one, celebrate every win. Every milestone in business is worth celebrating. And every victory is a testament to your hard work and dedication. Although you don't have to be too comfortable celebrating, but make sure that you celebrate. So take on challenges that are worth celebrating, because those will be your motivation and your drive as you go on. The final question is, why do you need the mindset? The right mindset is needed because of this one thing. The journey to a thriving business is as important as the destination of the business itself. And so hold on to the right mindset and run through that business. I am Abiola Folarin, also known as The Abiola Speaks. I'm an inspirational speaker, a self-improvement coach, and a professional compere. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together once again for Abiola Folarin. She's an inspirational speaker, a self-coach, and she's doing fantastically well. Oh, you are. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. She really gave us nuggets on how to take our businesses to the next level, Provide value and money will come to you. She said, be consistent, don't be here today and there tomorrow. Be so consistent that people can literally predict the kind of excellence that will come from your business. Thank you very much, Abiola Folarin, for such a brilliant spoken word presentation. All right, to take us now in the very next session of the day. As we rightly know, we're here today to learn about how our businesses can thrive in the Nigeria of today. But before we get into that next session, I'd just like to make a very short announcement. Please, the exhibition we have is going on outside. During the break session, please, we ask that you buy from these exhibitors. These people have spent so much money to be a part of the exhibition, and we would just ask that you patronize them, buy into their business, and support their brands and what they do. I mean, that's one of the essence as to why we're gathered here today, to support one another and to grow and to actually thrive in our businesses. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be discussing on insights and strategies on accessing funding and financing options, financing small-scale businesses in Nigeria. And to take us in that, ladies and gentlemen, please let us put our hands together as we welcome on stage Dr. Adeji. Please put your hands together for him as he comes on stage. He's coming to talk to us on how to gain strategies of funding and financing options, and that's how you clap.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's great to be here. So I think I would like to start with a word of prayer since we're in church. Everlasting Father, we want to appreciate your holy name. We want to thank you, Lord, for how far you have helped this program. Thank you, Lord, for all the dealings. Father, we appreciate you, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, even as I speak today, I ask that the knowledge that is required that you release unto me in the mighty name of Jesus. And the doing, the action, oh Lord, for your people that have businesses, that are looking forward to setting up businesses. Father, Lord, you are the one that giveth the power to make wealth, that you release unto us in the mighty name of Jesus. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. So I would like to first thank the pastorate of this church, as well as the president of this particular program, Mr. Dipo Ajayi, for this great privilege. Thank you for the inviting me to be part of this wonderful initiative. So I've been asked to speak on financing small-scale businesses in Nigeria. I hope my slide is up, but I have it here, so not a problem. Yeah, so I will be putting a little bit of background on, I'll be discussing a little bit of background on the SMEs. It's good for you to have a top-to-bottom analysis. So while we focus on financing, but most times we also understand that businesses is not just assessing that finance that determine the success of every business. If they call each and every one of us today and ask, what do you need? They give us that particular amount. That does not determine whether that business will be successful or not. There's still a lot of things that is required to support that. So, when we look at small and medium-scale enterprises in Nigeria, we'll see that they are very critical to the growth of any economy. When you look at the statistics, the next slide, if you look at the statistics in Nigeria, you see that 96% of businesses account for the total businesses in Nigeria, SMEs, and contribution to GDP is about 48%, which means that this particular sector, SME sector, is really very critical. It's very important that we focus on it. While we know that funding is not the only requirement to make a success of your business, funding is still very needed to grow the business. And I try to look at some of the data across, whether it's only Nigeria that the data is showing that SMEs are contributing significantly to the GDP. And the next slide. And if you look at across other countries, both in Nigeria, Africa, Europe, US, SME businesses account for over 90%. And that is why it is very important. The main thing that we are seeing in Nigeria is that there's been a lot of neglect to this particular space. This is the major driver of businesses or economies in developed countries. And you see the percentage of jobs that they also create across, you will see that it's an average of about 70%, which shows that the importance of what you are doing, to see that you are contributing, while you are trying to support yourself, you're also contributing significantly to the development of the economy. Now, when we're talking about business, we need to look at it from two perspectives. Because we're in church, there's the spiritual perspective about business that we need to look at, as well as the physical perspective. God is interested in business. So when you see the setup of the church, there's also the need, because if the business that you run does not grow, even the support that you give to the church would be limited. So beyond your personal pocket, the income, the kingdom support is also a reason why churches have begun to see that if you don't empower your members, if you don't support them financially to grow their businesses too, there's also a limit to how churches can also propagate the kingdom. So, not seeing it just for our own personal objective, we also have to see it based on what the word, what the kingdom is also saying about that. And I'll quickly move to, I know we are here to see, to talk about the sources of financing. We'll get there, right? But it's good to lay that background. What are those common challenges facing business? I think I'm on the, if you can follow the slide, common challenges facing businesses. The first one, which the current, as I yesterday, the CBN published another data on business survey for May 2025. And when you look at the survey, lack of access to funding is always the number one challenge, which we would speak to. adequate financial records. There is no one to assess funding. This number 2 is critical. Even if your family member is going to give you funds, it is good that you begin to keep record when you start. I was listening to some of the questions, and for most of those that have business, do you have a record of your business activities? So in business, we say turnover does not correspond or translate to profitability. So you will see some business, they run fast food, you see people coming in and out. But at the end of the day, what is the profit? Because most people, when they try to run businesses, they don't know when they eat into the shareholders fund. What will mean the capital, the seed capital. So you set up your business, you start with 1 million. But because you don't have proper financial record, you don't know how much you make on a product, you don't know how much you make monthly. These are the things you need to put in place. Because as you are looking at that bigger picture to access funds, whether it's government grants that you're even trying to get, they will ask you for a business case. They need to see. One of those that were making that pitch was trying to give us what they make in terms of the revenue, the cost, as well as the profit. It's key that you need to begin to track that if you are not tracking that. Also, when you set up your business, some of us are still doing 9 to 5, and you have your side hustles that you are doing. You need to be able to separate personal and business finances. You don't mix the two. You need to create an account. Even if you have not registered that business, create an account with your personal name. But you know that any proceeds that come, when people pay for your services, when you pay for your product, it goes into that particular account. So you are able to know whether you are doing well or not. Because what happens is, most people commingle, they mix up the two. And business cannot thrive that way. Secondly, as you progress, you can begin to see how much your business can afford to pay you. If by the time you retire from your 9 to 5 or you leave your 9 to 5, know what to pay yourself. Because rather than taking money arbitrarily from the business, just know that at the end of the month you do your records. That's why the number 2 point is very important. You do your you put in your records, and you are able to know it is 100,000, it is 500,000 that this business can afford. So you take it into the part of the accounting that you do when you are setting up your business. Lack of formal registrations. You know, there's been a lot of government initiative opportunities that continue to come up. Don't wait until when you want to apply for grants. Try to register your business now. Register your business, open the bank account. That is how you can have easy access to funds, because they want to see the records. Whether it's your personal account that you are keeping the records, they will ask to see the records, because when you are making your pitch and you are stating that your revenue is about 1 million monthly, they will want to see. They believe you won't be collecting cash. Show us the account that corresponds to that 1 million. And the last one is the fear of starting small. And I would say that, like the Bible says, we should not despise the days of little beginning. So when you are starting your business, starting small is always even the best, because it helps you to grow. You will see within the banking space, we've seen banks that started from the regional level, expanded to national before they became international. Some started as microfinance bank before they became a commercial bank, a regional commercial bank. So you have to take baby steps. Just start. Once you understand what you are going into, the fear of starting small, just focus on that bigger picture. Know the reason why you are going into that business, and that would be guiding you even when there are challenges along the way. So now we're getting down to the crux of the matter, which is the sources of finance. The first one that you can start with is your personal savings. Personal savings means that as putting something aside. I've seen a lot of businesses start that way. You are putting something aside and you are using it to grow the business. You know, like that kind of funding, there's no cost to it. And you won't be under undue pressure to pay back because it's your personal money. So when you have that intention, even if you have not started now and you have the intention, start to allocate something to that particular business, save up for it. So I remember Dr. Adegborioye that owns Rain Oil. So there was a day he was discussing the story how he started Rain Oil. What he did was he discovered that when he approached the banks, he could not access loans because banks don't fund startup. They don't want you to use their money to try whether the business will work or not. They want to see that it's working. That's what that takes us back to the record. They want to see that that business already working. They are not venture capital or angel capital to support your idea. So when he approached different banks and they could not access loan, he recalled that he had been investing in shares. And he came back, then those days it was his share certificate. By the time he put together all his share certificates, it was sufficient to start that business. So you can see setting something aside. And for him, why it would have also helped him in that business now is that at the beginning, he didn't have to pay back because it is money. So it's important that you start small and grow using your personal money. Their business, it has its constraints. There are some businesses that personal funding alone cannot run it. Secondly, business like family and friends. It is not when you want to start your business that you begin to build that friendship. Most people that have supported businesses, they are friends that they've known for long. They understand the ideology. Integrity is the number one key. You already know you borrowed money for them for personal stuff and you returned it as at when due. They didn't have to remind you. And you've been also what I believe, how the business will grow. No. Some of these funds, because they are using depositors' funds as loans, you are paying interest, and they will even require collateral at times. And that's why it's very stringent. It's very stringent. But government funds, they are very stringent. I was looking at the data from CBN. Close to 78% of those they gave the MSME loans are not paid back. So they cannot recycle that fund. In other climes, that is, you recycle the fund. So you set up a fund, it's 100 billion. When people pay back, you are able to give that fund to another set. Even in church, there was a very known pastor that set up a fund in their church. And they were trying to support. And he discovered that almost 99% of that fund went back. The first phase that they did. And it was now even impacting on membership, because once they borrow money and they don't want to, they leave the church. They have to, but you know, you hear stories around why is the church not supporting. It all still boils down to the integrity. It's not everyone, right? But it's the integrity that will help, that even the church, this church may decide to set up a fund. How is it going to be run? Will people be faithful to use it for what it's been borrowed for? And return is such that it can be used to support other members. Okay, I'm looking at my own time now. Okay. There's also the angel investors or some PE. But by the time they are getting to that level, most of them, they look at large ticket transactions. And to go into this, there are specialized areas. You may need partnership. There are some businesses you can't do it on your own. You may need to partner. You may be very good. So when I look at maybe the financial services where I am, or you are trying to set up a bank, you may have someone that is very good at in sales. You may have someone that is very good at executing, or someone is good in generating business. You can partner, and as you walk in your career now, that's where you also build friendship, that you think your values align. Because there are some businesses you see, most of the piggy vest was not set up by just one person. There were about 3. Joshua, Dotun, I've forgotten the third person. Even Rice Vest, most of the tech businesses that you hear of, some may be good in technology, some in businesses. Because the cost of building it just on your own may be much, and also the chance of success, because your skill will also be skewed to a particular part of that business. So looking at partnership would also be very important. So while we discuss the other digital lending, all those ones are very strenuous. This government funding, before I leave this part, please always keep yourself informed. There are always opportunities. So you see Bank of Industry, if you even go on their website, you see the requirements that you need. So when you are setting up your business, once you know your requirements, you begin to set so that you begin to keep records. Because I also do consulting. There's a business that was trying to apply for Lagos State. They had the access, they had the connection, they even gotten the approval for the contract. But they said before you need to register with the PPE. You need to have your tax clearance. So you are saying the contract has been approved, but due process has to be followed. Now they have to look for all those documentation, put together the tax clearance the last 3 years. These are the things you need to begin to put in place before those opportunities will come, because they will surely come. You know, once God is leading you into that business, He has already prepared everything you need. And this is, I'm speaking to different businesses that I've consulted for, and they started with that element of faith. Once you start, you begin to see those opportunities. It will not show you all. See Abraham in the Bible. He did not show him what he was going to see, that just say move, go to that land. And that is the way God works. If you study the Bible, I'm saying this because I'm in church, and there's no way we can dissociate it. That's the advantage that we have. So please take whatever you are doing very serious. I spoke earlier about tracking your income and expenses. This cannot be overemphasized. You need to keep that record. So even if you have your business account, on a monthly basis, track it. If you don't have the capacity, there are businesses that are also set up to support. So they've seen that gap. When I consult, what I do, I say, see, let's partner with a consultant, account consultant, IT consultant. So you are not hiring them to increase your cost. They are also playing that role, that they just collect a token monthly for you. They help you keep your books so that you know if you are making money or not. You know, the Bible says you should count your cost if you are going into anything. Don't let it be a surprise. As you treat your personal finance, you also need to be sure that your business is profitable. Even if you are making a loss, you will know that you are making a loss. In the last few years, I've been running business within the fintech space, right? When we started, we know first 2 years is going to be a loss. But what was keeping us going is the traction. We see that the AUM is growing. Number of customers growing month on month. Then you know that maybe next 2 years you will break even. But you need to have that in sight. That is very important. And next one is on writing a simple business plan. Start. When you try to put something down, you know, it's easier for us to talk, it's easier for us to discuss your ideas. They say, put it down. Write a simple business down. I learned that from one of my bosses. Because in the finance space, people approach you with this capital. Say, please, can you give me a business plan? Most times, you don't see close to about 60-70% of those that have approached you that they need capital for their business. Because they ask you to put your ideas down. You now see that it's difficult. If it's difficult to put it down, then it's difficult to run. It means you don't understand it, because you don't run business based on what you think in your head. There are things that you need to put in place. And lastly, be known for integrity. That's your first collateral. You know, for even banks, the first C that they say is credibility. Integrity is key. Some of the things the banks the CBN is trying to do now is they want to unify the credit system in the banking space. So, by the time they now have credit bureau system, most people don't understand the implications of going to collect loan and not paying back. By the time they are able to unify that system, they will be able to see that with your BVN, even if you have 100 bank accounts, they will know that you are only one bank or that, which will affect you from accessing more funds. Even if you pay back eventually, that will impact on your credit scoring. Because I've always been discussing that see businesses. So as I was coming, trying to prepare and think about it, there were a lot of, within the SME space, people that sell recharge cards. People made a lot of money selling recharge cards those days. But if you still feel that you want to keep that business when you can buy airtime online, you need to, and you have expanded, increased your branches because you are making a lot of money. You will see that all those expansion now will be a major loss. You will need to change and look for things that you need to do. Maybe it's agency banking you need to turn them to. See, if you follow the story of Opay, they will be thanking Lagos State for shutting down bike. Because it was when they shut down the bikes that it could not move. They thought about what can they do with data. The customer they have acquired, and they started a bank. They are making more money from that than the bike. And now they are back with the bike. They found their way around it, gotten the license. But that helped them. So don't just stick to your strategy. You have to be flexible. Trusting God that the Holy Spirit will guide you. Borrow, I put here, borrow for productivity and not consumption. What this means is you are borrowing for the business. Don't go to people, borrow money, and you are using it for consumption. Lastly, give and tithe from your increase. For your business, it works like magic, just like it works in personal life. Once you set up a business and you partner with God, just leave the rest. Because God knows that you are now a conduit of blessing. You are supporting the kingdom. He knows he wants to find a way to ensure that your business will grow so that you can give more support to the kingdom. So that is really very key. And as I try to wrap up, please start now. I'll call to action. I'm looking at my time. Don't wait for millions. Please start now. I like a lot of the pitches I've listened to, businesses you have started. Just continue. For those that are just about to start, just start. There's not going to be any perfect time. God will not show you everything from the beginning to end before you start. Then you can also join a business network or group. It's good that the way the church has brought people together here, have a group so that you are supporting yourself. Someone may be selling some items and someone has a logistic business. I've been in my church, I've been in the empowerment committee for more than 10 years, and these are the things we also try to do. You support someone is supplying, wants to, because the person that has those products needs someone that is reliable to deliver those products. And if you're in the same church and you have that integrity, that is, your business can grow from there, and they can introduce you once you begin to deliver very well. Formalize your hustle. I said treat it as real. Treat it as real. Once you start, formalize it, register it. Track your spiritual and financial growth. It is good that you track them as you grow so that you'll be able to know the things that you need to do. And lastly, this PPP, pray very well. There's a role. The advantage we have as Christians is that we have the Holy Spirit to guide us. Some of us that are even into investments, we know that you can't do without the Holy Spirit. Even those that are professionals know that there's no way you can fully time the market. But I've seen people that just wake up and they just get that knowledge. I think I should invest in this particular company. And has changed their life for better. Plan, pray, and persevere. There's nothing that will come very apart from the insecurity that we see in Nigeria, but because of technology, even in Ogun State there, you're in Lagos, a lot of people are doing well, farming in Ogun State and supplying. Most of the companies in Nigeria now are looking inwards rather than importing because of the exchange rate differential. So you see for the listed companies, Okomu Oil, Fresco, they are making a lot of money because companies prefer to buy in Nigeria to reduce their exchange rate management. This, when you can read this, these are businesses, solar installation. Most people now need with the band aid and looking at how they want to install solar system. So just like the way people learn installation interested in your financial success. Financing starts with mindset and structure. Please don't just go there just for the money. See that you are solving a problem. See that it's an area that interests you. And lastly, I say be a solution provider and last slide, and kingdom financial. So thank you for listening. And I will be listening to I'll be expecting our questions so that I can further tailor that into my response. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Please, do we have anyone that has a question? Okay, just one question. Please, you can step forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the eye-opening presentation. So my question goes to tax. So as a very involved startup business, let's say just registered you, beginning of business, and then okay, we're currently in IT distribution services providers. So most of what we get are project-based contracts, proposals, and all that. So register the business, you have the necessary details. So
when you dey zoom in, you know they see when it dey blurry, you know they blurry. So why this one dey here?
Instead, we need to how do we operate?
Zoom in now. See me you zoom in. No look the person if you go they do wide, just focus on it.
Thank you. So why I'm not the tax expert, but based on my experience, based on the services you provide, you know, when you issue your invoice, there's what we call withholding tax, because I think for consulting and services it's now 5%. So if you are going to issue your invoices, you can add that 5% so that you remit it. Either you are remitting it on their behalf. Some of them will tell you that they will remit it and give you a certificate for remitting for you. So you begin to have that. So when they see that you begin to pay tax. Then there's also a minimum threshold. I think the new law now, I've forgotten the minimum amount. There will be tax exemption based on your turnover for a certain level of business. So it's not, but it's good to register. Now banks, if you're opening a bank account, up a company that is compliant, you are paying your tax, you are rendering your annual returns, and you are keeping your records. So that will give them a lot of more confidence to be able to inject money into your business. Okay, thank you very much. So I think the takeaway here that I would wrap up with is that please start small, keep your records, and lastly, trust God. Apply that element of faith that we've all been talking about when you are going into your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeji Ebo, for such a brilliant presentation, teaching us how to rightly position and strategize to get funding for our businesses. I mean, every business in the world, especially in the Nigeria of today, needs some sort of funding to be able to thrive and move on to the next level. Still talking about our businesses and how we can thrive, our next conversation will be on navigating the path of sustainable growth, financing small-scale businesses in Nigeria. And we have such a brilliant speaker to take us in this session. Our very next speaker is a financial instrument trader, cum portfolio manager with close to 2 decades experience in the financial market, both domestic and international. He has vast experience in trading local and foreign currencies, bonds, commercial papers, and treasury bills. He's a seasoned financial market analyst and has featured in many TV programs with CNBC Africa, TV Continental, Channels TV, Arise TV, News Central, and so much more. He's an associate member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ACA, a CFA charter holder, a Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst, CAIA, and he has earned his MBA in Corporate Finance and Business Analysis from Walding University in the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding applause, let us make welcome on stage to take us in the conversation for navigating the path of sustainable growth. Please let us make welcome on stage Mr. Dipo Ajayi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes on stage. Please let's sustain the applause till he gets off stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a wonderful time, and I'm sure we have learned one or two things that we can actually use to take our business to another level. Sometimes when you hear some pastor says that maybe you're having a pastor conference and you have different pictures coming up. I remember there was one time you have Bishop Tudor Bismarck and Otabi Mensah. So it was Tudor Bismarck that came first. And when Otabi Mensah was coming, he said, I hate coming after this man. Because it's as if what I want to say is what this man would have said. And I think I fell into that trap today because at the end of the day, I was looking at myself, do I need to actually say anything when my friend he has dealt on every aspect of what we had to say. But it's just that I can't just come and just go like that. I will actually speak around some other things about businesses. And so I have a short slide that I will use. And please, can I have my slide? So navigating the path of sustainable growth. If you listen very well, he has dealt with it critically. Because one thing about small-scale, medium enterprises is that globally, they are the highest provider of employment. So most time when we say, oh, this government is not providing any job, the government is not doing this, the government is not doing that. It's not about the government. It's about us not doing what we need to do as individuals. And I've said it times without number in places that
the main duty of the government is not to provide you employment. The main duty of government is to provide enabling environment for your business to actually thrive. So it's not the core duty. How many people can the government employ? Look at Lagos State. Now, what is the total population of people working for Lagos State? Look at other states as well. And you even get to a level that most of these states, they were unable to actually pay salary of their staff. So it means that the main responsibility for us to take Nigeria to the place that we actually desire as a country falls within the hands of you and I. You and I, in the sense that we are the one that needs to create that businesses. We are the one that needs to now be employer of labor. We are the one that needs to start employing 1, 2, 3 people to actually help us in our idea, to actually bring to fruition that idea that we have in our heart. Can I have my next slide, please? So, the backbone of Nigeria economy. Look at this. 96% of all businesses in Nigeria, they are small-scale business. 96% of all businesses in Nigeria, they are small-scale business. And you remember when there was one of the speakers was saying, he said, and we see the range start maybe from 1 million to like 500 million. So it means that I'm sure you can now see critically that you are always thinking, I need to get a job, I need to get a job, I need to get a job. It's only 4% of the businesses in Nigeria that is a big, and it's not very difficult for you to actually know. How many can you count by your hand? Of course, by the time you start saying Dangote, you can actually count it by your hand. So it shows that there are a lot of businesses in Nigeria that they are small-scale businesses. And that's how to actually grow the economy of this country. And that is how to actually create enabling environment. And that's how to actually help the level of insecurity in this country. It's the onus fall on you and I. It also falls on us as the body of Christ. And look at it. He said, it provides 84% of workforce. So it means that with all these UBA, Zenith, Dangote, with all the, by the time you sum all their employees together, they are just like about 16% of the total labor force in this country. So it means that the big body is on small-scale business. And that's one of the reasons why programs like this is actually set up. Because if we don't build small-scale business enterprise, at the end of the day, the body will continue to be there. Because those people that you are looking to provide that job, to provide that employment opportunity, they can only do little. Now, this is not the problem. Despite the vital role of SME, they face significant hurdle. One, over 50% fail in their first year. Over 50% fail in their first year. So it means that more 50%, if 10 businesses, small-scale business start this year, it's only 5 of them that will make it to the end of the year. I will talk about some of the reasons why this is so. And now look at it. What is very shocking is the fact that more than 95% fail within their first 5 years. So it means that if there are 20 businesses on that journey, it's only one of it that will make it to the end of the journey. But what we have come here to do is, we know that there is a problem. And what we have come to do this today is to help solve that problem. Bible says that my people perish for lack of knowledge. So the reason why some of these businesses fail is not because there are no opportunity for them to thrive. It's because they lack knowledge in some aspects of their businesses. So let me give you an example. Imagine a company that's actually importing something. Maybe you are importing palm oil. Or let's just say you are importing rice. And in 2017, the government says, oh, there are 41 line items. Number one on the list is that you cannot bring in rice using the CBN FX. at that particular point in time, there must be shift in your business structure. Because one thing about government policy is like a wind. You can't fight against government policies. You see, if you are in line of government policy, it will help you move faster. And when he was talking, he mentioned two companies that is always very pertinent. When I look at some of government policies, what comes to my mind is that these two companies, they've enjoyed and they've been able to capitalize on the wings of government policy. Number one on it is Okomu Oil. Another one is called Presco. These two companies, they've improved in terms of their profitability, the valuation of the business. Okomu in 2017 was trading 39 naira and Presco. Now, this stock, they are trading like over 1,000 naira now in the stock market. What they've been able to do is that they understood the policy of the time. And just like the Bible says that we should be like the sons of Issachar. He said they understand the time. And not only understanding the time, they know what Israel needs to do in that time. It's not only for you to understand government policy. You must be able to know that what do I need to do to capitalize on the policy of the government. And what did Presco do? They expanded their business. And now, as we speak, they are like the two biggest when it comes to the agricultural space in Nigeria. Don't forget that the same thing that policy that killed a business is the same policy that actually thrived a business. So you cannot succeed in business without actually having an understanding of government policy. If you say, oh, I don't listen to news, I don't read newspaper, I don't do this thing, I've come to tell you that definitely you are not ready to do business. You must be aware of what is happening in your area. You must be aware of what is happening in your client. You don't just want to wake up one day and the next thing you are seeing that you are already seeing the impact in your business. And that is why you are not asking reasons. Why is this happening? You must be able to know beforehand so as to know how to change and restructure business so that your business will not fall victim. So you need on that journey. This is a statistic. This study was carried out by PwC. And it says that on a 5-year journey is only one of these companies that will make it to the end. And don't forget that these are the companies that we are relying on to create these jobs. And that is the reason why today we keep complaining about unemployment. And part of the problem is that some of us as small, medium scale enterprise, we need to learn, relearn, and unlearn many things. And that's one of the reasons why we are here today. Can I have my next slide, please? So, what are the challenges? Why are these companies? What happened to them? How come that it's only one of them that made it to the end of the journey? How come that in the first year of their business, it's only 5 of them that survive? One of it is access to capital. Access to capital in Nigeria. Like my good friend has said, if you do the survey 1,000 times, number one on the list is always the access to capital. But do you know one thing? Access to capital should not be that difficult if we have high level of integrity in this country. I was discussing with someone. I said the problem in Nigeria is not that there is no job. The problem in Nigeria is that we don't choose people. How many of us here can just start a business and just give someone to manage? Because you know, you can test from people you are giving Uber rides to. And at the end of the day, you give the one running after them. By the time you are even getting back your car, it's already just put it out for sale. There are people outside the country. One of my friends in London, she saw this thing. She called me up and said, after you are not from the hospital, she called me, oh, I saw your flyer. So what is it? So what can we put money in I said, there's a lot of opportunity in Nigeria. He said, but Dipo, who can we trust to give the money to? And that is the problem. Who can we trust to give the money to? A church set up a fund. 99% of the fund went back in a church. Government set up a fund. And said, what we want to do is to empower small-scale business enterprise. We have set up a fund of 100 billion. And government is finding very difficult to recover some. Each government is finding very difficult to recover some 70%. How much money? Government that has police, that has EFCC, that has everything to chase after people, will not recover. How much money you got? So the problem normally is not even the access to finance. It's the problem that people cannot even trust you with their money. So we need to first of all build trust. Build that trust for you to be able to access them. But if you look at it critically in Nigeria, we have inability to fulfill the eligibility requirements. Dr. Ebo has mentioned that one. The reason why banks will not just come up and say, banks, they don't do promo. That fund is someone's fund. So they are just custodians of that fund to utilize it for business. So for them to actually give that money to you, they must be very sure that you are ready and willing to return it. And that is why when you go to them, they will ask for your mother's birth certificate. Because they know that at least if you can get that, at least that you can go extra mile. So it's very difficult in Nigeria to access funds. But I'm sure the government has been doing something around that to find a way around it. And also, if you know there are specific banks, that they are core or a way to give back to society is targeted at small-scale business enterprise. And I'm sure other banks also have debts that have to handle this. So one thing is that your business is because you can't just go to a bank and say, I want the loan. Just like they want your audited financial. They want to see your performance in the last 3 years. They want to see the traction. They want to see improvement in revenue. You can't tell me that you have made loss for 5 years consecutively. Revenue has been dropping, and you are asking me to bring money. Are you to have fear of God? So banks need to see those tractions. They need to see that improvement. They need to see all those things that you are putting in for you to be able to have that. Because the issue is that it's a scarce commodity. A lot of people want it. So those that you have to give it to, you must go above and beyond to be able to access it. And that is why it's been very, very difficult to do that. Another thing is lack of financial management and technical skill. They are separate entities. They can be sued and they can sue. So you don't treat because even if your business is Olaoluwa and Son, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should not commingle fund and be spending from Olaoluwa and the son is spending from Olaoluwa and Son. No. There must be difference between the business and you. The best you can do to yourself is value the service that you render to the business. Pay yourself salary in that quantum that you know. Or sometimes the service you render to the business, the salary you pay yourself may also be smaller than the level of input because it is a growing state. You will not despise the days of little beginning. No matter how small it is, just continue to put that effort in it. No matter how small money you get as your stipend, just assume that what you are doing is that you are sowing for a future harvest. So it is very, very necessary take financial management course. You can take them online. It helps you. Sometimes a business owner will not understand the difference between a P&L and a balance sheet and a cash flow. You tell some people to do cash flow. Okay, what is it? Imagine you're coming to pitch to me. And when you're coming to pitch to me, I was asking you, okay, what is the expected profit? You are saying, we know that we will make profit. In my mind, I know that you are not ready. Because I expect you to have gone far and beyond to know that, okay, this is like likely sale for the first year. This is the likely expenditure. This will be the likely expected profit. It doesn't necessarily to be it, but at least you have a projection that you are bringing in. At least you have a projection that you are bringing in. And sometimes, one thing that throws me out when someone brings a proposal to me, and after I've read it, I've seen, lovely profit expectation, lovely cash flow, and the next time I'm asking you the risk. What is the expected risk in this business? And you're saying, there's no risk, or there's no risk about it. It tells me that you have not done your good work. So it means that if the risk comes around, yes, every time that can shut down your business. So you don't focus only on the good side. Look at what could actually happen. How many of us know that COVID will happen? But when it happened, it changed the way business is done. And if you are not able to change in line of that, I'm sure most of those businesses that still operate like the way we used to operate in those days, I'm sure none of them is there. I don't think there's any of them thriving now. Because what they are doing, many people can do it in the comfort of their house. You heard the story of that man that came, the first speaker. He said he want to buy something online. He bought it online. Called the person. He said, where are you? He said, I don't have store, but I can bring it to you. You know, how come you are selling what you don't have store? Because you don't need to have store to sell those things again. It was those days that you need to have those things warehouse somewhere and be showing, someone has to come there. No, you can be an intermediary where you get it from someone. It could also even be that person saw it on someone's page. Copy it, put it on her page, just put a margin on it. So this person asks out, do you have this thing available? You will go there. Please, do you have this thing available? Say, yes, I have. He go back, yes, I have it. Say, okay, how much is it? He said, okay, this is the amount. He quickly go back, I'm buying. And that is it. He will buy, get it, and deliver to that person and make it spread. He doesn't need to have the product. So business dynamics are changed. The era of, I don't have the money to actually do the business in last scale or something like that. There's sometimes it's wisdom that you used to do business. It's wisdom you need to do business. Low awareness of existing finance products and government stimulus packages. This one. How many of us know that there are a lot of government intervention programs for SMEs? There are a lot of them. If you don't seek the knowledge, you will not see it. You need to seek knowledge. You see, if you are seeking that knowledge passionately, you will see opportunity around it. And you would have been able to actually capitalize on some of these things. So there are a lot of these government stimulus packages that's available. So, but the low awareness of some of these things is one of the things that's affecting finances for business. There was a time that government actually went aggressively on agric. I can't forget, the rice farmer, government gave them huge fund at 9%. At the time, during COVID, they dropped the rate to 5%. Imagine you getting a long-term fund from government at 5%. So some of these things are things that you need to be aware about. You need to have that quest for knowledge. You need to have people mentoring you so that they can help you. They can show you the opportunities that are available. And also, you can't do business in silo. You are saying, you are a rice farmer. You are only the rice farmer. You are not in the midst of rice farmers. Because if you are in the midst of rice farmer, you guys can come together as association of rice farmer and approach a bank is easier to get the fund than actually going individually and saying, oh, because the banks will know that at least if we don't catch this, we will catch this. If you don't catch this, we catch this. If you don't catch this, we will catch this. The high interest rate environment, that's where we have found ourselves. That's where we have found ourselves. Interest rate is one of the things that is killing business seriously. But sometimes I look at it from business perspective. I don't think that interest rate should be a big problem to SMEs. Let me explain why I'm saying that. You get a loan from a microfinance bank at, let's say, 6% per month, and you get 100K. It means that you are going to return 106K, Abi, at the end of the month. And you buy things to sell. I'm sure if you buy things worth of 100,000, I'm very sure you are not selling at 106,000. Even if you are selling that thing at 120,000, you are able to pay the 106,000 of the microfinance bank, and you are able to get 14,000 naira return. But the issue at hand is that what is your business about? That's also a factor you need to know. How quickly does your business turning catch? What is the turnaround time of your business? Because imagine what you do is, you sell wig, you understand me, and you have someone requesting to buy, and you don't have the money. You can take money from a bank, buy the wig, deliver to the person, take your spread, return the money to the bank. But part of the problem is that we'll see people take the money, buy the wig, sell the wig, take the money, and fail to return the money to the bank. And that's one of the reasons why we keep finding ourselves there. And that's why we keep making it difficult for those who are actually very sincere to actually utilize funds, to actually access funds. So there are a lot of opportunity for you. You can leverage friends. You can leverage people around you. Because if truly people trust you, we've seen some of us who put money in treasury bills, maybe 25% per annum. If I know that your business truly can return 50% and you will give me my 30%, why do I need to go and buy 25%? If I'm sure that you are truly who you say you are. So if I give you 1 million and you are sure that you can return 1.3 million to me at the end of the year, that is 1 year back home. And that 1 million, you have that 1 million to do your business on that 1 year. And even if you make 500,000 as your profit, and you are able to return 1.3 million to the owner of the fund, of course, there are a lot of people that would have been able to do that. But like I said, it's integrity. And the honesty is one of the hindrances why people are not doing that. So, how do we mitigate around it? Provide innovative financing options, just like the one I said now. Offer business advisory services, like what we are doing here today. Implement capacity building program, like SME conference and development programs. So, what this will do is that it will bring a bit of awareness to the people. It will help people develop. It will increase your capacity. It will improve your knowledge base. Even today, I have learned quite a number of things. I've come to understand that your identity, your brand is different from where you work. Your brand is your own identity. So that is what you carry around. Sometimes your brand is what will open the doors for you, not where you have worked. And it's very, very essential. So programs like what you will do is help you develop. It will open your mind and you'll be able to actually understand better. Next slide. I'm not going to spend too much time. When you give a mic to a pastor, that is what normally happens. Next slide. I will run now. Then another problem to business is infrastructural deficit. We know that is happening in Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. Power supply, water supply, everything that you need to actually thrive as businesses is actually in short supply. And that's one of the reasons why I said that the duty of the government is not to provide work for you, it's to provide the enabling environment. One of the enabling environments is some of this infrastructure that we are saying. Good roads. Good roads. One of the reasons why the price of food items, why they are actually very exorbitant down south here, is not because these things are very expensive. It's because the cost of transporting these things from the north down here has gone up by 4 or 5 times. And I can tell you that clearly, because if I decide to buy from the north by myself, I know how much I'm saving. So the problem is infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons why government needs to work aggressively around that, so as to help business to actually thrive very well. Because imagine you, Malam Dauda, that is in the north. You need to transport your product down to the south. Most of the time, if it's not perishable product. Sometimes, at a time, this truck they were using close to 12 days to travel up from the north to the south, just because they are bad roads. And this is where government comes in, creating infrastructure that can actually help. So I said impact of inconsistent power supply. What this will do to business is that it will create additional costs like generator, fuel, hinder productivity. Then poor transport infrastructure, restrict access to the market. Like I said, you're in the north, you are trying to transfer your goods to the south here. Because of bad road, it takes longer time. And sometimes you end up seeing that close to 50% of your product has actually is already bad before it gets to the market. So that also increases logistic costs and delivery time. So how do we mitigate that? Embrace digitization for remote operation and market access. Sometimes some of these things you need to actually find a way, use digital to actually improve your supply chain. There are times that you see that what you just do is that you can sell online. Just let people just be the one to actually uptake directly from you. So there is a different way that you can use that to actually help. Then transition to alternative energy solutions, such as renewable energy. So if you're having incremental costs because of the movement of PMS from 167 to where we are now. Another thing you can do is to actually move to more like a renewable energy, and what that would do to you will actually help you to actually save costs, because if you use inverter and there's sun, it will help. At least if it's a small business, by the time you have 2 batteries and maybe a solar panel, maybe like 4 solar panels, you can use that to work per day without any need for you to actually use generator. So one thing about small scale business is that you can't be too extravagant. You need to be very frugal, because the main thing about you is you are reducing costs so as to increase revenue. And that's one of the things. You must be so conscious about the fact that your cost must always reduce. So it can't be that you are seeing your costs going up every year. So it must be, the focus is that how much can we save costs? How much can we save costs in this regard? Oh, we have been using too much money here. And that's why when you analyze your business a lot or your financials, it helps you throughout some of those things. Because you are looking at month-on-month costs. How come? Last month we spent so on fuel. At this month we have spent almost double that. What happened? This cannot happen. Continue. We need to find a way around it. We need to find a way to trim out the cost. So that is actually very necessary. Next slide. So, Dr. Ebo has spoken a lot about it, so I will likely skip this because of time. Let me skip this. Because it's about compliance, regulatory, how you need to register your business, what you need to do, get expert advice, and some of those things. Then, give me next slide. Then other challenges and how you can mitigate them. Limited access to the market. I said you should use e-commerce platform. Use e-commerce platform. You can't be in business in these days and not be able to do that. And also low financial literacy. You have training, poor business management skill, get mentors, high cost of production. Find a way to reduce that by encouraging share production. As someone came here, he was preaching and said that what they do is that they can help your business because they can share costs for a lot of business that actually come together. So that's another thing. Difficult accessing skilled labor creates vocational training. The inflation, currency stability. When you're having currency, your business has to do with currency. Maybe you are importing input to production. Look at a way to get that raw material within the country. What that would do is that it will save cost in that regard. Then policy uncertainty with government. I mentioned earlier on that you can't fight against the policy of the government. You can only move in line with the policy of the government. And I think this is my last slide, right? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Olori Boye-Ajayi. Such a brilliant presentation, reminding us that we can really do nothing about government policies, but what we can instead do as wise, smart business people is to fall in alignment with the government policies. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us insights from your wealth of knowledge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gradually getting into the lunch break now. But before we get into the lunch break, we have a panel session where we will be having conversations and learning and growing. And in these panel sessions, we'll have the opportunity to ask questions and interact with our panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, to take us now in the panel session, she has come up earlier and she gave us a fantastic spoken words performance. But right now, we're going to be seeing her in a different light, not as a spoken words artist, but as the moderator for this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on stage the beautiful, the gorgeous, the elegant Abiola Folari. Please, let's appreciate her till she gets up stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tolu. Please put your hands together for Tolu one more time. She has been doing a fantastic job. All right, thank you. And then please put your hands together once again for yourself. You've stayed this long. I know that it's not a common thing, especially in this world that we're in today, to stay and sit to listen to a lineup of speakers. So you're doing fantastic. Somebody tell yourself, say, I am doing fantastic. All right, thank you. So as she rightly said, my name is Abiola Folari. I am the Abiola Speaks, and it is my honor to be here to moderate this afternoon panel session where we're going to be discussing financing small-scale business in Nigeria. And joining me on this panel session, I have experts. And so I'll be calling upstage. As I call these people, please put your hands together in a resounding manner for them. You've heard two of them speak, and I'm sure you're going to have a great nuggets from this panel session while they also share further with us. So please, first person I'll be calling up stage, please put your hands together as I make welcome Mr. Gbolahan Aina, the Managing Director of Codros Assets. Please put your hands together until he comes up stage. You are very much welcome, sir. And the next person I'm going to be bringing up stage, we also have, is Mr. Adedeji Ebo, the financial expert who spoke to us earlier. He is also the CEO of Optimus by Afri Invest. Please put your hands together as he comes up stage. All right, thank you. And finally, to join us on this panel session is no stranger to us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I make welcome my pastor, Pastor Dipo Ajayi, a financial expert. How was the last session? I need a response in the house. How was the last session, ladies and gentlemen? Fantastic. It has been all layers of amazing session. You're very much welcome, sirs. You've taken us through certain aspects. So sometimes, while Mr. Adedeji, while you were speaking, all right, I literally felt like just what Pastor Dipo said. You looked into my list of questions, and I was ticking them off. I said, this man has answered most of the questions I want to ask him, but really that was an amazing one. Thank you so very much, sir. So in line with that, I'll start my question with you. You mentioned something very striking when you were speaking, and you said, as a small, medium enterprise person, you need to keep records. And that for me, it's so outstanding. When you say keep record, now I can understand when we're talking about financial experts, you all say keep records, and there's bookkeeping, there is budgeting, and all of that. Let's say, for instance, I am just a regular person who just wakes up to say, I want to do a business in fashion. How do I sort of manage finances? How do I keep record? Or it's there, is it just, let me have my bank statement and that's just the record? What exactly is record keeping when it has to do with business?
Okay, very interesting question. And I will just use that example that you used, that if you're like starting a fashion business. So I think the first thing is, I will expect that you have, your first money will be your capital. So putting it into more perspective, you have 500,000 to start a fashion business. When you go to the market, you will purchase clothing, or if you are also purchasing the material to produce the clothing. So you need to first know what is the cost of the item. So out of the 500, I've purchased item worth 300,000 naira. You need to keep that record. Yes, you may have it in your bank statement based on the transfer you make to the person you are buying from. But you need to also, if you don't know how to use spreadsheets, you can use exercise book, because you keep those. In those days, those are the things that people use when there was no spreadsheet. You keep that. You bought 300 and you bought 100 pieces. So that means, or you bought 10 pieces. Let's assume it's 30,000 per one item. So that means you know that you cannot sell below 30,000. If not, you'll be making a loss. So when you also sell, if you have sold 5 pieces of that, you keep the records that you know you have 5 more pieces left, and you know the amount. If you are selling for 40,000, it means you are making 10,000 per item. What most people do is that from that 500,000, you just buy you won't be able to even remember, because you are not keeping the records. You can't remember the total cost of the item. And this impacted on businesses during the devaluation era. So that same item that you bought for 30,000, because you are not, like Mr. Dipo mentioned, you are not keeping records of the information. You discover that that same item is also now worth 40,000, and you've sold that same item for maybe 35,000. When you are going to buy next, if you used to buy 10, gradually you buy 8, gradually you buy 5, then you are going out of business. That record keeping is key. So if you are a bit savvy, you can use spreadsheets, and there are software online that are even free. This is the era that helps you input the quantity of items you have purchased and when you sell. And one other thing that it will help you, so that I also save time, is that it helps you to know your reorder level. If you keep the items if you store the items, you know when to order more. But if you don't also store the items, you know the quantity, and you can see that on a month-on-month basis, you sold 10 this month. Next month, you should set a target for yourself. You want to sell 15. You want to sell 20. This is what a potential investor or banks will look at, that for 12 months, if you have been growing your business on a month-on-month basis, they can easily project where you will be in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Please put your hands together. I hope you got something there. All right. So if you're a novice, one of the things I got is you can get applications online. You can get applications online to help you keep record. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodeji. Still in line, so because you mentioned something about the things that attract investors, I will direct this question now to Mr. Gbolahan Aina. As the managing director of financial services company, first, I would like to know, does your company stand as investors for small, medium enterprises?
Well,
or you give
okay.
advices, basically?
No, we don't. But if we see a good investment opportunity, why not? So, we have like a subsidiary that helps businesses raise capital. So it can be debt, it can be equity. But in terms of investing in SMEs, not at the moment. But if we see a good opportunity, we don't shy away from it.
All right, thank you very much. So that will lead me to my follow-up question. You have companies that can help get capital funding for businesses. And I'm sure we have so many of our participants and audiences here who are also looking for capital. We know that capital is a major challenge for SMEs. So what are the things that you can say that will attract potential investors to give capital towards a particular? I know Mr. Adeji has mentioned keep record, have this. What are other things? Or I need you to just expand on that, sir.
Okay. And I think Mr. Adeji and Dipo, they did a fantastic job in terms of their presentation. I was even saying that maybe we don't even need the panel session anymore because they did such an awesome job. But in terms of what investors are looking for, to be honest, money always chases returns. So if you have a compelling business case, there'll be money. I know in the past, a lot of people always say, oh, banks want to help me. And the truth of the matter is, if you're at the bank, will you give yourself money? Banks is people's money they are managing. So it's not that they are Father Christmas or Santa Claus. So because most times there's no compelling case, most times record is not being kept, most times there's not even a strong value proposition. So you must be able to have a strong value proposition that, oh, if you give me this amount of money, this is kind of return that my business is going to be able to get. But in terms of what investors look for, one, value proposition, one, track record in terms of performance, one is expected return. Also, are you credit worthy, for instance? So most people are not credit worthy, and it's important to have like a credit score. So you've been given money before, did you return on time, did you default? In terms of your structure, do you have a process in place? Do you have a management team, for instance, or is it a one-man business? So things like structure, process, return, are things that investors look for. Then credit worthiness, because investors manage people's money, and you don't want to dash away money. I was listening to the MD of BOI, and I was saying, interestingly, that most of the loans they're giving to SMEs, that 90% of them don't come back. That is more like Sarah. Yeah, so even though people want to support SMEs, like both of them said that SMEs employ majority of people in the economy. But in terms of money coming back to you, it doesn't come back. So there must be that strong structure in place, credit worthiness, return on investment must be in place. And if those things takes, definitely be able to attract funding.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gbolahan Aina. That is so rich, so rich. Just when you think that you've heard it all, you still hear some more. So credit worthiness is a thing. I'll take it from here again. Now to you, Pastor Dipo. Credit worthiness, yes. How do we measure credit worthiness, or how do you assess your credit worthiness?
Well, in advanced country, what they do is that they have ratings, and it's not only peculiar to advanced country, but now it's already in Nigeria. So don't be shocked that if you have existing loan that you are not servicing, a day will come that you want to do something and they will tell you that you have a bad record. And because most of these, if you're trying to get grants abroad, you are trying to go even school abroad, they ask for some of these things now. And at the end of the day, they found out that maybe your scores, there's something with that you will not be able to get. So the way it's done is that is your ability to actually make good your obligation as a when due. And so it simply means that you have loans. And sincerely speaking, this thing is not so difficult because I remember many years ago, around 2005, 2006, there's a company called Foani, that's LG. Then if you want to actually buy electronics, you don't need to go with cash. You just need to go with 3 post-dated check, and they will give you whatever you want to buy. And so what they just do is that at the end of every month, they just throw that money and eat it to your account. And with that, what that did to us is that it helps us to actually, some of us quickly start our career because remember imagine you are trying to set up your house. So it means that this month you can buy TV, give them 3 post-dated check. After that is done, you can buy freezer, and with that, you are able to do that. And that is what the credit system can do for our economy. Imagine people that are doing business, small-scale business enterprise. One of the reasons why you are not selling as much as you can sell is also because of the fact that your business does not have that track record. So because of that, banks are not able to actually create that credit system for even the consumer that need to actually access phone and be able to buy your product. There are a lot of people that would have wanted to buy whatever you are selling, but they don't have the money. They can as well just go to the bank and access phone and buy and pay back when they actually have the money, or pay back within the highlighted time. But because bank has actually extended phone out to SMEs owners, and they found out that they are not getting the phone. So even the consumer that also are supposed to actually access phone, they are not able to access phone. So, and that is why this thing is very essential. So it's like a rating. When you make due the obligation, there's a way you are scored. And you see people in the US says that, oh, my score is over 80, my score is over 90. So it means that you are making good your obligation as a when due. And if you are not, if your score rate is bad, the impact of that is that you cannot borrow from any other person again. Because whenever you go to any other person, before they can actually give that fund to you, they will just have to check your record. And if they check your record and find out that you don't have a very good score, it will impact you from actually getting new funds.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So I hope we are learning. Please put your hands together for that. If you have been borrowing money and you're not returning, this is a good place to repent. So please, it shouldn't affect your credit worthiness. Make sure that you're doing the right thing at the right time. All right, thank you very much, sir, for that. To Mr. Gbolahan Aina again, we first talked about how you can attract capital funding from investors. Now, let's take it a bit further. Let's say that you have attracted an investor to put capital into your business. How do you maintain the relationship? How do you continue to sustain an investor's interest in your business?
Okay. So there are different kinds of funding you can attract to your business. Majorly, there are 2 sources of funding. There's debt, there's equity. Debt means you've taken a loan, you must pay back. Equity means that people are part owners in your business, and you don't have to pay interest, but over time, they enjoy either dividend or if the company makes profit. But in terms of how you can keep investors happy, one is in terms of returns, one is also in terms of information. So usually, typically, let me take a company that's quoted on the stock exchange. And what they do is that most times they always submit their annual accounts. Most times they do, they release their results. They do facts behind the figures. They do forecasts. So there must be information. There must be communication with your investor. So you must have quarterly meetings, for instance. In the corporate world, there's board meetings that you do quarterly. So with your investors, be it an angel investor, be it your friends and family. So there must be that quarterly update in terms of how the company is doing. And if you are doing very well, of course, there must be dividend. If it's someone that gave you money, you must pay your obligation as and when due. If for any reason you're having issues, you must communicate. Like they say, communication is the lifeblood of every relationship. So that communication is very, very, very important. And of course, if you make good your word, if you give them good returns, they always come back. So communication is important.
Please put your hands together for that. I like the way that our panelists are hitting the nail on the head. And I hope you're learning as well, just as I am learning. Communication is very, very essential. Apart from, I know that a lot of business owners want to just keep making returns, and they think that that is just the end for the investor. So the investor sees that you're making good profit, and that's the end. No, Mr. Gbolahan just taught us that it's not just about that. If you're facing challenges, communicate with your investors. Let them know what is happening per time. Let them know the risk that might be involved at a particular point in time. So thank you very much for that once again, sir. All right, so you, Mr. Adeji. Now, Mr. Gbolahan mentioned something while he was answering. He said debt financing and equity. So how can you help us explain that to myself and the audience in a simpler way so that we understand, since we are small, medium enterprise fellows?
Okay. Yeah. So I think the way I would put it, to simplify it, when you hear debt, it means you are borrowing money. And when you are going to borrow, the other party has an expectation. That means interest, the return. So I need 1 million for my business. It's not going to come for free. You need to know what is the interest rate that you'll be paying. Sometimes we call it the cost of the funds. What is the interest rate? If the interest rate is 20%, it means that you need to factor that into your calculation. You are borrowing 1 million at, let's say, 30% to be realistic in Nigeria. That's 1.3 million you need to pay back. So if you are collecting 1 million for 1 year, you are not paying back just 1 million. You are paying back 1.3 million. You need to then divide it by 12 and see if your business can generate that cash flow to be able to pay back, because you don't want to default. So you need to do this calculation ahead of assessing that fund. That is debt. And there are different forms of debt. Some, even after a period, if they can decide, we call it convertible debt. They can decide to now, rather than just giving you the money and enjoying the return, they see that this business makes sense. They want to be part owner. They now become equity holder. You agree on the portion or the proportion of what you want to give to them. When we talk about equity, it's like having a stake, being part of something. Like you buy shares on the exchange, it's because they are listed. You already know the price you buy. But if you have a business, if you are using equity, you are asking someone to come and be part owner. Someone that, well, there was one of those that were making the pitch, said, I'm willing to sell a stake or have people to partner and invest in me. That's equity. You are not paying any return. You are not paying any fixed return, if I'll put it that way. But there's also a return, expected return for equity holders. They are taking a risk. When the business goes under, there's no recourse to them. They are the last that will be paid. So they always expect even higher return than the debt holders. It's just that it is not obligated. What they enjoy most, and you can use to encourage them, is what we call dividend, paying them dividend on a yearly basis. So when you look at debt, comes with obligation that you have to pay. It reduces your profitability. For equity, it is after you made profit, rather than returning or reinvesting everything into that business. You are paying part to the equity holders, and you need to encourage them. If you have promised, I've seen people, if you collect equity to support your business and you have promised to be paying dividend out every year, try to sustain that. It will boost their confidence. They can even introduce more people to invest in your business. So that is really very key. I hope I'm able to clarify that.
Very well, sir. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. The last question I'll ask, our time is fast spent. In 1 minute, Pastor Dipo, Mr. Adeji mentioned something earlier when he was having his a speaking moment, and he said that traditional banks may not want to give you, and I think you repeated that as well when you were talking, that traditional banks may not want to give you loan. And you said something, you said, if you are the bank, ask yourself, will you give yourself the loan? So it's not news that we also have these digital lenders all across. We see them pop up even when we are online and all of this. Which would you advise for a small, medium enterprise if they want to get funding? And then what's the benefit and the disadvantage comparing both institutions?
Well, if you look at traditional bank, just like what you mentioned, it's actually very difficult most time for you to actually access funds. And but I think that even the traditional banks now, they're already moving, navigating into that direction. And so that's one of the reasons why you see GT Bank will be sending you text message that you can actually borrow from them at 2.something%. You see Access Bank always send you a reminder if you need to pay school fees. We are here for you. So these digital bank, they one way or the other actually pushed the traditional banks from their safe space to actually do more, and that's exactly what we are saying. So the concern is now the business owner. So the issue is this, and Dr. Adeji actually mentioned this clearly. When you are borrowing money, you must always know what is the cost of this fund. You can't borrow money and the interest you pay on the money is more than the profit you make from the business. It doesn't make sense. So it's better for you to just allow the business to actually slide. So imagine someone actually bring a deal to you, and the person say, "Oh, you can do this," and at the end of the day, you look at it that, "Oh, for me to sell this to this person, I'm going to sell it at maybe a 20% gain." And where you're accessing fund, they say it's 25%. It's better to just allow the business to go, because it's not about just doing business. It's about doing the business and making your own income. So if you need to borrow from most of these digital banks, you already know what their interest is. Some of them, maybe their interest is 5% per month. So it means that if you are borrowing for 1 year, you know that it's 60%. So definitely, if you are borrowing 1 million, your return must be at least 100% for you to be able to pay 60%, because it simply means that for you not to actually just work for them. But if it's a short-term transaction, you know, some of those people that have maybe what they call maybe delivery of some company will give you some short contract, you deliver to us, after 30 days you get your money back. You understand me? And you are delivering to a company, and what you are delivering to them maybe is at a spread of like 20% return. And you can actually get this money from some of these digital lender for 5%. It means that you make your 15% spread from it. So it is not a bad deal to actually patronize any of this platform. The main thing is that what are you using the money for? And the main thing is, are you sure when you access some of this fund, you will pay back? Because these people, they can send your obituary to people that you are dead. And you don't want to get to a level where somebody is already calling your family that, "So sorry, we are sorry for someone," and find out at the end of the day is because you actually access funds from some of these things. So the other side of it is what I just mentioned now. But the good side of it is that you can now access the fund that you are finding very difficult to access. Even in the comfort of your zone, your house, they will send it to you that come and borrow money. So, but you must ensure that the money you are borrowing, you are using it for business, and the money, the business will actually earn return that is higher than the interest you have to pay on it.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our panelists. And this is where we draw the curtain on the panel session. Thank you so much. Please, let's applaud them as they go back to their seats. We have Mr. Gbolahan Aina, the MD of Quadras Assets, and then Mr. Adeji Ebo, also the CEO of Optimus by Afri Invest, and then our dear own Mr. Oladipo, the financial expert. And I am Abiola Folari, also known as the Abiola Speaks. I'll be handing over now to Tolu Thompson.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for our panelists and, of course, our beautiful and elegant moderator, the Abiola Speaks. All right, such an insightful panel session we had there. Thank you all so much for sharing with us and helping us understand and learn what it takes to thrive in the Nigeria of today. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been waiting for. But before we get to that moment, let me just announce to you that shortly after the break, we will be having one more session. Our speaker is on her way. She's very much close. But then after that, we're going to be having a breakout session. And for us to be able to distinguish ourselves and the groups we fall in, kindly reach out to Anita. Anita, please wave your hand so that they can recognize you. Kindly reach out to Anita. She would give you a sticker or a note to show the group that you belong. So if you're in group A, group B, or group C, that card that she's going to give to you will help you identify. All right about now, like I said earlier, at the moment we've all been waiting for, it is time for the break session. Oh, group photograph. All right, please, before we go for the break, can we have a group photograph? The panelists, the moderator, and everyone, can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you very much. Please, can we have soft music playing in the background? Thank you. While we arrange for the group photograph.
Can testify more than my mind can comprehend. See,
thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them as they return to their seats. All right, just like I was saying earlier, it is now time for the break session, but please would like to let you know that as we go for this break, let us try to patronize everyone who is exhibiting. Oh, I beg your pardon. A little bird just told me that somebody needs to pitch their product and their business. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let us make welcome Ajochunye. Am I right with the pronunciation of the name? Ajochunye. Ajochun. Yes, Ajochun. Please, 1 minute, the timer, your time begins in a few seconds. You have just 1 minute to pitch your business. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Timothy, and I am the CEO of Ajochain. Ajochain is a digital platform. It is a DeFi platform where we tend to blend the natural traditional Ajo system with blockchain technology. Now, what we are building is a fintech application that anybody can basically use to participate in group savings, thrift savings, the natural traditional Nigerian group savings that we all know. But right now, we are doing what we know as smart contract automation, that with it, you'll be able to participate in savings without having the fear of people running away with your money. So that's what we're actually building. So I'm looking out for partnership, collaboration, and investment. Whatever area you can actually fit into, we are open for it. And then for stake in the business and the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I beg your pardon. The name of the business is Ajochain. So it's a DeFi system where the regular Ajo, the regular, thrift that we do here in Nigeria is now done digitally. Thank you very much, Ajochain. All right. Break time, everyone. Please let us go outside. The exhibition is outside. Pardon? Oh, and I hear that there is also a buffet. Amazing stuff. The buffet is just right behind you by my left which is your right. Please go there, have some lunch, and also you can go outside and patronize and buy from the businesses out there. DJ, over to you. Thank you.
Capital, I never trade you for nothing. See me as I am, I'm rolling deep. We're intertwined, oh, I fill out your mind. See me as I am, I'm staggering. For your love's a rarity, it's very hard to find. Oh, let me soak, oh, let me tell. Oh, watching them up, oh, let me tell. Oh, for me, la la, for your head. Cole seni, ma seni, tale for your way. Oh, let me talk, oh, let me tell. Oh, watching them up, oh, let me tell. Oh, for me, la la, for your head. Cole seni, ma seni, tale for your way. We're locked in harmony, we're locked in synergy, there's none in between. It's written in the stars for me, written in the sands, my feet are in your ocean state. I'm in the ocean, ooh, see me as I am, I wanna see your full glory all over me. See me as I am, I wanna feel you closer and closer to me. Oh, let me talk, oh, let me tell. Oh, watching them up, oh, let me tell. Oh, for me, la la. Imana love ebugo. If unayamo, you know say I know fit to go. I said now you give me, now you give me, now you give me say. Now you give me jabarata, no fit to lack. Nothing fit to jaga jaga, now you give my back. Even for the kata kata, nothing fit to ba. I say now you give me jabarata. Now you give me jabarata, no fit to lack. Nothing fit to jaga jaga, now you give my back. Even for the kata kata, nothing fit to ba. Even when I carry my leg, and wahala you carry palaka they find me yo. And when you see me, you carry me over your shoulder, and you start to sing for me. Baby, Imana love ebugomo. Say if unayamo, you know say I don't feel too. You lead, always for the one. Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Hey. He really, really moves on. This is what it says. I know he loves me. I know he cares. Whenever I call, he always is right there. In times of trouble, he is my help. Yeah, I know no fear. I know he'll be right there. Hey, he really does what he says he will do. My God really moves. Oh, yeah. Why would I doubt when he always comes through? My God really moves. Oh. He really, really moves on. Come on, sing the verse, y'all. I know he loves me. I know he cares. Whenever. When I'm in trouble, he is my help. And I know no fear. I know come on. We say, yeah. He really does what he says he will do. My God really moves. Whoa, yeah. Why would I doubt when he always comes through? My God really Raise your voice and shout. Come on.
Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially back for the very next session of the day. Once again, in case you're just joining us or you just joined us during the break, this is the SME Conference 2025, Thriving in the Nigeria of Today. And in the very first sessions we've had before the break, we have spoken about strategies on how to finance your business, how to strategically position to become a better business person, and things and tips and nuggets that we need to put in place to upscale our businesses. And right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be looking into the conversation of customer experience. I mean, take for example this event. It's been, all day of impacting knowledge. And in the minds of the organizers, every one of you seated in this room is a customer. And we thought that how can we make this experience top notch for you and really exceptional. I mean, some of you are having a fantastic lunch, eating chicken. I can see some of you licking your plates, licking your hands, and just having a good time, you know. But it just shows to tell you that customer experience plays a role in the success of any business. And ladies and gentlemen, to take us in that conversation is a woman that is well celebrated, a woman of substance, a woman that understands the onions and understands the nitty-gritties of what it takes to have a brilliant, fantastic, 100% customer experience. She is a celebrated figure in Nigeria's marketing and communications ecosystem, recognized for her innovative approach to experiential marketing and her expertise in creating immersive, memorable brand experiences. She has accolades that include the WIMCA Top 50 Influential Women in Marketing and Communications, the Industry Special Recognition Impact Players of the Year, National Excellence Award 2023 for National Association of Northern Nigerian Students, and the Simon Page College of Marketing Excellence Award 2023. I mean, when you look at her accolades, you can tell for a fact that she has built her level of wisdom and a level of understanding, and of course, a level of excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, she's not just a leader, she's a movement. I think by now we should be putting our hands together for this woman. She's not just a leader, she's a movement, she's a visionary, she's an embodiment of creativity and collaboration in the event ecosystem. Through her work, she continues to inspire and innovate and elevate the standard of experiential marketing across Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us now on the topic, insights and strategies on creating exceptional customer experiences for loyalty and growth, please let us make welcome on stage the big deal herself, the one, the only, Nana Milagrosa. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up stage. I know we are eating, but let's please sustain the applause till she gets up stage. Thank you very much. She's looking very beautiful as well. I mean, it's the hair for me. It's everything for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon, everybody. So while they're getting the preach up, the deck up, I first of all want to say how thrilled I am to be here this afternoon. But I also would like to tell you how wonderful it was for me to experience a customer experience today that left me in a different kind of mood. So, and I called the organizers yesterday. I said, what time am I scheduled to come up? And she said, between 3 and 3:30. I said, fantastic, we'll be there. And then I told her this morning I had a press event to do for a particular client. And so that was done at Marriott Ikeja this morning. Now, while trying to leave and make my way down here, my cell phone device fell. And so the entire screen got smashed. This was about 11:30. So I rushed down to Ikeja City Mall and tried as much as possible to get it fixed. As you can see, the phone still has the band. Now, this is the experience I had today that left me a little bit shaking. I got there, met the phone engineer, and he said, oh, it's going to take about an hour. And so I felt good with myself. Between 11:45 and 1:30, I should have this device ready. Then I will change into one serious African attire, you know, like a speaker, and come and bamboozle all of you. Little did I know that my device was picked and the young man left the premises, switched off his phone. So I was sitting there for more than 2-3 hours waiting for my device. And as such, I have learned a lot today. One, For all of us that have apps on our device, especially our financial apps that we cannot make payment through another device, please do not smash your phone or ensure your screen gets broken. Secondly, even though we have public holidays and, of course, a weekend, let's endeavor not to ask our drivers to take the day off because, again, you just might need Mr. Femi to maneuver his way through the streets of Lagos. Thirdly, I will not be going back to that establishment ever again to have my phone repaired. Why? A gentleman who is a staff in that establishment who is asked to fix the phone can't just get up and leave. And no one knows where he is. He switches off his phone, and you're leaving the customer in a bubble, feeling confused. What is he or she going to do? So, this has been my story for today. And as such, I hope you have learned one or two things from this wonderful story. So I'm here today to talk about the customer experience, the big deal. And as I have explained, I have had an experience, which is now a big deal. However, to the negative side. So as SMEs, as entrepreneurs, we are in this landscape, Nigerian market, and we're asking ourselves, how do we move forward? How do we recruit new customers? How do we keep these customers by ensuring that there's retention, driving loyalty, and of course, a repeat purchase? So I was at a conference organized by Daystar a few days ago, and a mentor of mine, Victor Falabi, said something. Sales is not achieved immediately you do it. Sales for you should be taken as when a customer does a repeat purchase. That is when you actually achieve sales. What that simply implies is that whatever the customer experiences at the first meeting with you, your service, your brand, that customer needs to automatically do a repeat purchase or refer you via word of mouth or a loyalty form to another customer. Now, summary, you have successfully ensured that the customer has a fantastic customer experience. So we move to the next slide. You know, when that lady was describing me, I'm always very confused when people describe me because sometimes I go places and they're expected to see a very old woman, you know, balanced. The way they see me, they'll be looking, how old are you again? So I love to build experiences. That's what I love to do. I love to create experiences. Why? Customer experience is a big deal. That is a currency. Now, not just for SMEs, but for every business, for every person. If you ever get to see the signature of my email, it says, I am the sum total of what you experience, whether by phone call, whether by email, or one-on-one. I am an experience that is unforgettable. In fact, I used to brag a lot, and no offense to the men in the house. If you experience me, you will never forget me. However, women in the house, please hold your husbands tight. So, I've been doing this for over 18 years, and I enjoy what I do. I believe that the only way any business can thrive and succeed is the experiences you create for your brand or your services. So I tell most of the clients, especially a few new clients that are coming on board our business this year, you can't have us as a service provider. And the minimum years you'll be with us is 5 years, minimum. We pride ourselves to be able to keep our clientele and customers for a minimum of 5 years. We pride ourselves for being able to create a customer experience uniquely defined to each customer. And that's something that I hold dear to my heart, and we continue developing. So the reason why we're here today is simply to talk about customer experience. Sorry, Tech team, can we move to the next slide? Thank you. So what's customer experience? And I think I've shed a little bit of light with regards my experience today, one I probably will never forget in my whole life. This is how we engage with customers at every touch point. Now, we ask ourselves, what is touch point? For an SME who has maybe a clothing store, and that SME is reaching customers through the physical store and, of course, through the digital landscape. These are touch points. The question is, how are you engaging with each of your customers at these different touch points? What exactly are you saying to them? How do you manage their needs, their queries? How do you talk to them? So there's been a lot of complaints on how Nigerian SMEs are not too good with customer experience. And today, one of the things we need to understand is there's a clear difference between customer experience and, of course, customer service. Now, why does customer experience matter? One, research has shown that 86% of customers or consumers will leave a brand after 2 poor experiences. And I want us to be honest. If you've ever bought a wig from a wig vendor, who told you they were going, oh, okay, not the men, no, the women now. Who told you they were going to deliver in 2 weeks or a week after you made payment? And they never delivered until maybe after 6, 8, 12 weeks. You already have a bad impression about them. Some of us will take another chance to actually go back and repurchase from that vendor. Because guess what? The vendor will come online and say, we are so sorry, we are this. But then when you take the chance to redo that purchase again for a repeat purchase, and you experience the same process, delayed communication, nobody responding to you, nobody confirming payments, nobody telling you whether your product or your purchase is being shipped out, there's a possibility, a large possibility, you will never, ever, ever go back to repurchase from that vendor. Then you've got 84% of consumers that will spend more money on great experiences. So, let's take this beautiful brand that I'm enjoying, the catering brand, SME. I'm okay. Because when you go there, you know the way they used to serve this amala and serve all the food, the way they package your meal when you order for the meal, there's this experience you have. You just feel that there's nothing better than this amoke. That is an experience. You find yourself doing repeat purchase on that. You find yourself that when you want to order a meal, you rather use that particular vendor to order your meal. So it's not a surprise when we see how Child Deck is putting it out there that, guess what? This particular vendor on our platform has done this magnificent amount of monetary value of trading. Why? People had a fantastic brand experience. And as such, people will continuously repurchase. But then you ask yourself, is that the only food vendor on that platform? Those are the questions. These are real examples. So as SMEs, we begin to ask ourselves, oh, how come NK hair brand is selling more than the other hair brand? It's quite simple. There is an experience people are getting. So you see a lot of vendors or a lot of SMEs now, when they do the sales out, they put a thank you card, they do this, they package it well. Packaging is a big deal. The thank you card is a big deal. The person talking to you over the phone is a big deal. The person communicating with you and telling you your order will be ready in the next 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, your order has been shipped out. Oh, guess what, madam? The rider is outside. All this is an experience. And when you go through this journey, this experience, you never forget it. It remains memorable, and you continuously want to use that particular vendor or the SME person, and then you continuously just refer them. Anywhere you go, you just said, have you used this? Have you tried this? You want this? No, you should try it. This doesn't just apply to SMEs. No, it applies to every tier, every mid-level, every high level of every organization. And it is very, very key. You see, 77% of consumers, as I said, would continuously recommend a brand to their family or friends. Over the last 18 years, there's something I always say. People never believe it, but I'll tell you again. Our business prides ourselves with referrals. We have never, for the past 18 years, gone to knock on any client's door. It's unbelievable. But we have never, ever gone and said, this is the service we offer. And we have a particular type of clientele we reach out to. Not one day. Never dropped an introduction letter. Never done it. We have survived in the Nigerian market as a startup to where we are based on referrals, based on the consumer or customer experience we create with our clients. We've been working for multinationals, and it's quite simple. They just pick the call and say, hello, good afternoon. Please, I would like to speak to someone in your management team. Is it this agency? We say yes. And then they start talking, and we say, could you send a brief? Send a brief to this email. And they send that brief. And then it's a totally different experience that they have throughout that process. Now, when I say that to a lot of people, nobody believes. But I say it's just two things that we give. One, glory to God, because that's favor. That is a different kind of grace and favor. Two, is the consumer and customer experience we've been able to build over time. So as a business owner here in this landscape, what is the consumer or customer experience you are building? We see a lot of potentials for SMEs in this market, and really there is a lot of potential. The market is large. We can't ever meet everyone's needs in this market. And if you dig deep, there is continuous gaps. However, there's a challenge. Because we have the mindset in this market that we just get online or we just put up a signboard, open a mom and pop shop, and we say, come and buy. But we forget it's not just about driving the sales. It's how you make that person feel. That's what's important. Lastly, 71% of consumers said that the best customer service experience are those where their issues were resolved quickly. In this time and age, as a business, whether you're an SME, MSME, mid, large, speed is something we do not joke with. How fast you are to touch the ground and resolve your customers' issues is what will set you aside. Someone calls you and tells you, okay, some few days ago, I was having breakfast with my sister-in-law and her daughter. And her daughter, the pancake served was 3, but the middle one wasn't properly cooked. And she called the waiter and said, this pancake isn't properly cooked. And he saw it. He took it away. In less than 5 minutes, another 3, bear in mind she had eaten 1 before, another 3 arrived, well cooked. Waiter came to apologize. The chef from the kitchen came out to apologize. The manager in the restaurant came out to apologize. This is an experience. We didn't leave there feeling offended. We left there feeling, oh my God. They all came out to apologize. They acknowledged there was a flaw. They addressed it quickly. How fast are we in resolving the issues concerning our customers? How quickly do we address their concern? Someone calls you and tells you the lip gloss you sold to me, the lid wasn't properly covered. Or guess what? They tell you the bag of rice you sent or the meat portion you sent doesn't look like a quarter of a cow. How do you resolve the issues? How do you talk to that customer? Because in this MSMEs and SME structure we have in the Nigerian market, we are cut across providing services in different industries. But speed is something we cannot play with any longer. Because if you don't quickly resolve it, there's someone at the other end who will take on that and resolve it quickly. And at the end, you lose your customers. So we ask ourselves, what are the key insights? For a consumer experience life cycle, there are so many things we need to consider. We need to consider how we design what we do. We need to ask ourselves how we deliver what we do. We need to discover what we do and continuously work on it, redevelop it, reenact it. And as such, you begin to see that your customer base begins to increase. You now gradually see that you are retaining more customers, you are driving loyalty, and, of course, making more money. But it just doesn't stop there, because your brand can be sitting down in a cartoon providing a service, and someone who has experienced a beautiful, memorable consumer or customer experience will be selling that brand in Kenya and in other Central West Africa countries. And then you ask yourself, how am I getting recognized pan-Africa? You're getting recognized pan-Africa based on the consumer or the customer experience in which you have created. I keep telling a lot of MSMEs and SMEs, you need to think beyond your present market space. You are providing a service in Nigeria does not mean you are limited to Nigeria. What it means is that because we are Nigerians, because we are unique, because we are driven, and because we have insights, we will provide services pan-Africa. And the only way you can provide those services and compete with our other African brothers and sisters and win in their territory and their market is about the consumer or customer experience that you create. Take a look at Kenya. Take a look at some African countries. You've begun to see a lot of fashion designers all of a sudden popping up. When you're on your Instagram page or TikTok and you're playing around the logarithm that has to do with fashion, they pop up. They were never like that a few years back. What triggered them to pop up? Because you're eating into their market space. You're tapping, you're taking money from their market space. And then they wake up after a while and they're like, these Nigerians are really making it. But we are unique, we are different. You know, I'm part Nigerian and I'm part Equatorial Guinean. So let me tell you, every time I go home, they say, we Nigerians are very hospitable people. We're very different across Africa. When I go around, I see it. That's why, no offense, Nigerian women, that's why every other African woman will want to keep your man. Why? They're hospitable. They're different. That's why every other African man who meets a Nigerian lady also would like to keep her. We're totally different. It's something God has just given to us, to be hospitable. The question is, what do you do with this talent that God has given to you? How does it begin to transcend in your business? How do you show this hospitality rather, to your customers, to your consumers? That is where this comes in. That is where you begin to design it. That's where you begin to apply insights and ensure you are able to win in the market space. Is someone with me? Let's say hallelujah. More like it. So, next slide. So let's look at customer experience versus customer service. Service is what happens when you are helping a customer. Let's be clear, the two are not the same. And it's something that I like to talk on. There was a time in this country, our customer service was really poor. We didn't have good customer service. Now, some of us have worked on customer service, and we think that that's where the transaction ends. No. Customer service is there, Oh, customer comes into your outlet. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, madam. How can I help you today? That's customer service. Customer or consumer experience is totally different. Please, could you go back to the slide before this? Sorry. Okay, it's totally different. And that's why you need to be able to design it. You need to be able to deliver it. It's like a process. So we see a lot of people, either they have outsourced HR or they have internal HR, or they are like, and no disrespect, an entrepreneur who is HR, CEO, CO, finance, multiple roles. And all you're concerned about is training the staff on just customer service. Customer service is key, but there's an experience. The experience is what happens when your employees, your staff, embody the DNA of your business. And when they interact with a consumer or a customer, effectively create some emotional connection with your brand. So on the 5th, Thursday, we had to do an event at a hotel at Sky Restaurant. And they had set up. The brief from the client was quite clear. However, the event was supposed to start for 6. By 4:34, the client was asking for something that was never on the brief. And I smiled when my team told me. I was on the island already. So I picked up the phone and I called Creative. She's at Ilupeju Floral Store. And I said, good afternoon. And she said, the girl who picked up the phone said, good afternoon, madam. I said, I'm your customer. We do this. We get this from you. She said, okay. I said, I need you to go to the first floor, pick some red flowers. Let me see them on the video call or pictures, and we will purchase. I need you to put it on a courier, and it must get to a hotel before 5. Now, what I was amazed about was speed in which they did that, the efficiency, and how they carried us along. The girl went and said, ma'am, this is the red corner of the flowers. Do you want big? Do you want small? I told her what we wanted. She was able to do it. They took it to the till, packaged it. In less than 5-10 minutes, they were calling me, ma'am, we've sent you the bill. Finance in my office, paid. Evidence, shared. They put it on a courier. The courier left. They don't have business, so following up. Normal Nigeria SMEs, they will just say, we have dispatched it. But guess what? Madam, I'm watching the app. This is happening. He's here now. He should be with you soon. Madam, there's a little bit of traffic. He's here now. And that got there. Then, guess the surprising part of it. Because every time our business buys these flowers from them, we always take a florist, right? I never asked for a florist. But guess who was there? Their florist. It just takes a business, to put in that extra effort. Why? They understood who their customer was. They had some form of data. And we're going to talk about data. Not much, but how important data is in when you want to build your customer experience strategy. They knew. They had done a background check, seen where the money had come from, located the customer ID. And they said every time these people come, they buy and they take a florist. They pay for florist service. Why is she not taking florist? But they didn't even call to ask me. They just sent the florist. So, and of a truth, when the flowers arrived, my staff felt, we don't have florists. But then the florist was there. And in less than 30-45 minutes, achieved. Was my client happy? Yes. Are we going to get more money? Yes. That business that sent me those flowers at the nick of time with a florist that I didn't request for because I forgot. Will I go back to them? Yes, I will. Will I recommend them to you all? I have already. Next slide, please. So I want you to understand customer experience is on that side. Customer service is on this side. So for some of us that like math, we'll remember that I think this is a Venn diagram where something interacts with the other. Good. So remember I told you customer experience is about speed. Is one thing you shouldn't leave out this year. Proactiveness. You see, I have a very rude term I sometimes use, and I'm sure Lady Anne would have heard me use it maybe once or twice, or someone would have reported me. When I say common sense is not common, believe me, oh, there is no how somebody will tell you that the stew is salty, and you will stand there and say, okay, manage it. No. It's salty? Please, can I have it? You can even taste it in front of the person. And indeed, if it is salty, apologize. Take it away quickly. Go back to the kitchen. Oh, this stew, blah, 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 blah. Find a remedy. Proactiveness is tied to speed. You have to be proactive in this Nigerian landscape. There's no two ways about it. Holistic. I see a lot of SMEs, MSMEs, all of us, we are not holistic. We'll just say it's one part of our business we want to concentrate on. Guess what? Your holistic business has an holistic experience. It is not the people who are the front store managers or the sales reps that need to develop customer experience skills. No. Your finance team, your security, your drivers, every part of your business needs to understand customer experience. Get it involved in them so that they can create that effective, impactful experience to every customer and every consumer that shows up. Why? So some of us in our single, and please bear in mind, I am very young, but when we were much, much younger, we probably had one boyfriend or so we used to visit. And please understand, I like to use these examples. So, that security man called Sikiru that used to open the gate when we would just catwalk like this and Sikiru will be there. Have you ever noticed that if Sikiru doesn't like you, there's a way he'll be treating you? But if Sikiru likes you, auntie, welcome. And Sikiru will download the entire thing for you. That's how you will know. And please, forgive me, all my dear Yoruba brothers, but Oluwafemi has shown me shege in this Lagos. That's how you will know all the escapades of Femi. And that's because Sikiru understood customer experience. And as such, when Sikiru has downloaded the information to you, what do? You tip Sikiru. And for Sikiru to continuously have more funds, Sikiru will ensure that the experience he gives to you, he's increasing it by providing you with necessary right information, time-bound information. Sikiru will even take your phone number and call you. Auntie, that girl don't show. Now, that is Sikiru. So we come to customer service, reactive, which is a big issue. Very big issue. Focus. They're always just focused. One way, focused. They're not thinking things through end to end. They're not building different scenarios. They just conclude that all the customers they have, all of us are the same. We all have the same problem, the same challenge. So they build their response for just that singular challenge. But they forget, and that's why I say to a lot of business owners, when we hear this thing about data, whatever, we shouldn't play with it because we need it. You need to know your demographics. You need to understand the hyper segmentation of each of those demographics. Yes, you have young women from 18 to 24, but we are not all the same. We've got different needs, different aspirations, different wants. And you will get customers that fall between 18 to 24. But that 18 to 24, when they want to buy wig from your shop, some of them love bold colors. Some love natural black 1B. Some, they don't like straight hair. It's coily hair. But when you don't have the data, when you don't even understand your customer or your consumer, you offer everybody the same solution. If you have data of what your customers or consumers are buying, how then do you tell a consumer that has been buying coily hair for the last 7 months, you are still bringing straight hair to show? Shouldn't you be looking for better, advanced, new style coily hair for them? Shouldn't you be telling them, oh, madam, this coily hair you bought, the last time you bought 18 inches. So the way I look at you, I'm thinking that you should use rainbow coily hair now. This our new collection of rainbow coily hair is 20 inches. It's a bit longer. You should just give it that try. That's because you understand this unique customer. Meanwhile, the other customer who buys short bulbs, you concentrate. She will tell you, oh, the bulb I bought, I didn't really like the cutting or the fridge. And then you say, I apologize, madam. Have you taken a look at our other short cuts? Maybe this would look better on you. Would you like to come over? Would you like to try them? Would you like to look? Would you want me to send you pictures? This is how you know the difference between customer service and customer experience. Transactional. Most of the SMEs we see in Nigeria is all about money. Nobody cares how you experience the brand. Nobody cares after you experience the brand. Pay before delivery. The greatest slogan in Nigeria. And you ask yourself, how long do you think you're going to sustain this and be in business? It might be beautiful now, but you need to pause and ask yourself, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, is this really going to continuously happen? There was a time people said, during and after the COVID, oh, stores will not really be necessary. There's no need. Just have an online store. Look, I get it. Technology will tell us that. Data and information will tell us that. But now, let's come and understand Nigerians. We like to see what we are paying for. We enjoy seeing what we are paying for. We feel cheated when we buy something and they have, touched the picture. Touch it well. Filter. And then we receive it. And at the end of the day, what I ordered versus what I got. You need to understand that your consumer, your customer, have certain habits, certain nonsense, and we need to deliberately be concerned about them. Short term. All those vendors that do short term. If you do, for the women, 4 or 5 years ago, we had specific hair vendors that did not allow us rest in this Lagos. Where are some of them today? I don't want to call names, but where are some of them today? So they were like one hit wonder, made all the noise they wanted to make in Lagos. But when you go and check their social media pages and handles, there was always complaints, unresolved issues. Why? They were in it for the short term, never in it for the long term. So that's why you begin to see Chinese brands come into our market space, begin to look at what it is we like. Now go, create a page handle and make it seem that it is a Niger wholesale or Niger hair. I didn't call any brand. If you quote me, then they put it there. But it's the Chinese hair. And they've put your Nigerians there. Then you begin to watch and study them. the way they treat customers, the kind of content they create, specifically for each customer's needs. How they tell you you can still walk into the store if you don't want to order online. However, if you order online, you get so discount. Walk into the store and we'll do installation. Women walk into that stores and they have an experience and they continuously buy. So you see that kind of brand, they have been in the market now for 9 years and you're wondering what are they doing different from what the other lady did that she shut down after a couple of years. So we need to be clear. Next slide, please. So there's an overlap. Customer experience, customer service. When you put the two together, and the only way you can do that is to understand the strategy involved in developing your customer or consumer experience. So when you put the two together, you are able to keep your customers coming back, repeat purchase, which of course all of us in this country is what we are all after. And of course, you offer benefits to customers and company. Now, I use the word company because as MSMEs and SMEs, we need to see ourselves beyond a single entity, a small-scale business. I'm very clear. What you see is what it is. I might be starting now with 2 chairs and a table, but what I see is not what I am starting with. I am going somewhere. To get to where I'm going, there are strategies I need to adopt in my business. Next slide, please. So, there are key 5 pillars of excellent customer experiences. 1, personalization. And when we say personalization, there are so many people that come up with different things regarding personalization. So, like I've been giving an example, how do you meet the needs of your customers? Each and every one of them. How do you meet that need? That is where personalization comes in. Consistency is very, very key. You need to continuously ensure that your consumers or customer can depend on you. Are you reliable? Are you responsive? Not all those people that have WhatsApp numbers. They will send WhatsApp message. It will take them 24 hours before responding. After the auto response. No. Are you responsive? Do you follow up on inquiries for your customers? That is what consistency is all about. Then, communication. How do you communicate? The exchange of information as an MSC, as an SME, between your customers and your consumers. Then, empowerment. The empowerment is what you do internally as your business. Your staff, everybody who embodies the DNA of your business, including yourself, must be empowered intelligently enough to offer solutions when situations, when inquiries, when issues arise. How do they apply, adopt, and ensure that customers feel good about their experiences? And then lastly, I don't know, but if you are a reader like me, you understand a new trend is rising, the convenience revolution. And it's a book I love to read. Look, the truth of the matter is consumers and customers want to feel convenient in whatever they are doing. Look, you see, a lot of things are changing. Trends are changing. Let people stop saying this Gen Z, this Gen Z, this is the common language out there. I keep smiling and I keep saying, you've not seen Gen Alpha yet, that you would understand. Trends are going to be changing. It's about convenience. It's about speed. What exactly will attract your consumer and customer? Next slide, please. So, as an SME, how do you implement this? It's quite simple. 1, understand your customer journey. Map it out. So, sorry. I am so sorry. Apologies, please. How do you map out your customer journey? Your customer journey is very simple. If you have a pop and mom store, a store, from the minute your customer is parking, whether you have parking space or you don't have parking space, there's a solution. Find all those boys that are on that street and make them your friend. So that when customer want to park, nobody is harassing your customer. They will now be the one to tell you, where are you going? You are going to Auntie Lara's store? No problem. Park here. Look, it's settlement. Learn it. They park. It's convenient. Is my car secured? It's secured. They get to the front of your store. They open the door. What they experience is very critical and very important. It creates something that is memorable, something that is life-lasting. How they interact with the people involved in your business is key. We go into stores and you see some people, when you walk into the store, me, when I go shopping or stores, I like to wear Crocs, worn-out boo-boo, or faded tracks and faded T-shirts. And I have my reasons why. Because when you walk into a shop, an SME shop, what you see is their staff judging you. Continuously judging you. And I can't blame them. We live in a very artificial world. But it is wrong. Because for every customer that walks into a store, their pocket is ready to pay. It doesn't matter whether it is 50 naira or 50 million, a sale is a sale. The 50 naira sale can be a repeated purchase 20 times a year. Meanwhile, your 50 million naira sale, one sale, might just be one sale for the next 20 years. Look, we need to be careful. Our staff needs to be trained on how to assess people, engage with customers. Don't judge the customers. They look at you as though you can't afford it. They look at you and they are watching you walk around the shop. No. You as staff is expected to attend to them, ask them what do they need. So all that is key. Understand the customer journey. Then, in that papa mom store, when they finish interacting, when it comes to payment, what do they experience? Is it like a supermarket I was in last night? The POS was not working. And the girl says, "Madam, you have to pay with cash." And I looked at her, I said, "Cashless, so with all these things, who's moving around with that amount of cash? Go get your POS. Will you do transfer?" I don't do transfer. So in other words, no sale. So you need to be careful. What do they experience at the payment point? After the payment is done, how do they pack their things? How do you exit a customer or consumer out of your outlet? You see, this is a physical store. Now take that and go to the digital space. Because we feel that the digital space doesn't need all this, but it does. That's why when you shop in places like eBay, where you shop in places like Amazon, it's quite different. Very, very different. So how do you do that? Those are the key things. Invest in customer feedback. Some of us, we don't like feedback. If they tell you that your dress is not fine, we don't like it. If they tell you that this dress you sold doesn't have the right lining under, we don't like it. They tell you the stitches are bad. No. What SMEs do in Nigeria is they go back on social media and they say, you are not my customer. We get to see so many wrong things happening on the social media space. It is wrong. A customer is always right. That's the thing. Now, what exactly do you do with the survey you conduct? You understand the needs of the customers. You understand what it is and their reviews. Then, build customer-centric teams. Whether through your HR or yourself personally, you need to be able to ensure the mindset of your team is customer-centric driven. You need to ensure there are skill sets, tool sets, and a heart set to deliver a customer or consumer experience. Then, I tell a lot of SMEs and MSMs, look, use technology. It is here. It is to make your life easy and convenient. You continuously have to use CRM tools. There are so many tech apps out there that will make invoicing, make customer service, make marketing easy. If you think it is expensive, error is more expensive. And trust me, with error, you keep losing time. You need to invest in some form of tech. Next slide. So, common consumer experience pitfalls by a lot of us MSC. Failing to listen to customers' needs. We are all guilty. Inconsistency in the customer experience. Guilty or not? Not adapting to customer expectations. Guilty or not? Well, I'm very happy with you guys because you guys actually get it. Look, the first harm any business owner will do to themselves is lie to yourself. Once you understand that there are gaps and errors, you've owned up to it, the next thing is you begin to ask yourself, how do you provide solutions? And as such, we move to the final and next slide. All these things I've been talking about, let me tell you again, the return on investment on it. 1, more money. Repeat after me. I want to hear it again. Exactly. And that is what we want. We want more money. We want to be able to double the revenue we make. So if this year we made 20 million, oh God, just look at Amoke. That amount that Child Deck said she made only on their platform, that revenue. Right now, the target for 2026 is like triple that. And if they continue in the line in which they are going to hit it. Why? This market has so much opportunities. Let's look at customer retention. So all of us that heard about Amoke, are we not trying it out if we never tried it? Are we going to refer her? Yes. Let's look at what else can we consider? Ensuring that we drive experiences in our businesses, which is key. Very, very key. There's a difference between, and if you quote me anywhere, I will deny you. There's a difference between the two most popular cab apps or ride apps in the Nigerian market. And we all know what the difference is. And we all know that it comes down to consumer or customer experience. Next slide as we close. So, I will leave you with this from one of my beautiful mentors. Customer experience is the best marketing. And I think people know that to be true is just sometimes difficult to make that work inside the organization. So let's endeavor as we move forward in our organizations to drive customer experience from the top all the way down, not expecting it from bottom, but from you as an SME owner or an MSME owner. Next slide is to tell you, in closing, customer experience is not just about making customers happy, it's about building lasting relationships. Your success is when you can keep a clientele minimum of 5 years, driving growth and ensuring your business's future success. And the best part of it, ensuring you can start making improvements today after I have educated you. Thank you. Last slide. Begin your customer experience journey today. Start by mapping out your customer journey. It's very important. Map your customer's journey, the experience you want them to have of you as they move forward with your brand, whether in a physical store or online presence. That's key. And thank you. Final slide. So, because I had that beautiful experience today, I said I was going to tell the organizers they have the opportunity to get me. Thank you. Please bring that rubber band. You can see what they did to me. Because of that, I said I was going to tell the organizers for every participant that is sitting in the room as at now, and I have taken numbers, head counts. I would be doing any online, you pick the date, an online 1 hour session on the strategy of driving customer experience. Thank you.
Can everyone scream, thank you, Nana? Say, we love you. I mean, please put your hands together for her once again. Her session was so engaging, so mind-blowing. I mean, you can literally tell that she understands the details of customer experience. Am I saying the truth? Thank you so much for that session. That was such a brilliant one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gradually coming to the end of this event today. But before we get to the end, we have one more thing to do. So we've spoken so much today from the stage to you. But right about now, we want to have a more intimate conversation where you can genuinely pour out your mind in a breakout session and ask all the necessary questions that you have about upscaling your business. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking out now into the breakout session. I know that many of us have chosen or have been given a card with the group we belong in, Group A, Group B, or Group C. But right now, we are only going to be limiting it to 2 groups. So that's Group A and Group B. But if you were, given Group C card, you can choose between Group A or Group B to be a part of any group. So, Anita, please, where should Group A stay? Group A here, Group B in the middle here. All right, so if you picked Group C, you are at liberty to choose any group you would like to be a part of. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's break out now. DJ, over to you.
More music on trendybeats.com.
a personalized storybook parents will pay for. Here's how it works. Just go to the AI Design Agent section and click on Personalized Storybook. You'll be asked to enter a few simple details: your child's name, age, the tone of the story, and how many pages you want the book to be. In seconds, it writes a complete, heartwarming story tailored just for them. Then comes the magic. Upload your
He says supernatural. Do you know you're supernatural? Do you know you're supernatural? See, they don't know. That's how some people will live supernaturally and some will live normal. Do you know you are spirit? Do you know you are spirit? And you are living in a, you are living where? You are spirit and you are living where? We'll do this song and we'll do one man song and we'll be done. Eh? Alright? Alright? Are you tired? Ah. You should be tired though. You say what? His strength is mine. Shake and see they're using. What else is yours? You are supernatural so you don't get tired. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. You can thank God that you are supernatural. I am supernatural. I don't know about you, but I am. Listen. I am spirit. I am living in a body. I've got history. Way back before the fall. Jesus gave us life in exchange for me. And because of that, reinstated, restored to what I was before. Listen again. I am spirit. See, I am living in a body. I've got history. Way back before the fall. Right with my Father. Jesus gave us life in exchange for me. Reinstated, restored to what I was before. You are supernatural.
Good evening, everyone. Please let us start wrapping up our breakout sessions. We have just 5 minutes more. Thank you.
Living in a body. This is just a jacket. I've got history. Jesus gave it. Life in exchange.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's call it a wrap on our breakout sessions. Thank you all so much for your time, and thank you for the amazing work that you've done so far.
I say, oh my God, oh my God, elele, oh lolo. I say, oh my God, oh no no. Second verse. Say, because of you, I don't take base. As you sit down on top my case, plenty better on top my place, and you help me there on my race. And I've been seeing inside your eyes, it's your loving, you know, be choice. So there you come, agree to buy, try. Even when I carry my leg, enter my you carry it back, gotta find me, oh. And when you see me, you carry me, put for your shoulder, and you start to sing for me, for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much. It is now time for us to wrap up our breakout sessions. Thank you. Please put your hands together for yourselves. This group, he's okay. Hello. Mr. Dipo Ajayi, we know you're sharing from your wealth of knowledge. If they want to see you, they should see you privately. Because if we leave you here, you can go on and on and on and on and on. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been such, please can I get a hug? That was such an amazing session. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your time today. We have had such a swell time, such a fantastic time today, learning, growing, and unlearning about how to upskill our businesses. And it is now time for us to call it a wrap. So ladies and gentlemen, to take us in the closing remarks, join me as I welcome on stage the operating officer, operating director, and a marketing expert here at KIC, his business way 2025. Make some noise for the beautiful, the gorgeous Anita. Make some noise for Anita now.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Tolu. Just to give you the close remark. As we conclude today's SME conference 2025, themed Thriving in Today's Nigeria conference, the entire management of KIC Businesses Way would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, attendees, and partners. Your collective energy and enthusiasm have made this event a resounding success. We hope that the insights, strategies, and connections shared today will empower you to navigate the unique challenges and opportunities in Nigeria's dynamic business landscape. Remember to stay resilient, innovative, and committed to your vision. As you go forth, we encourage you to apply the learnings from today's discussions to drive growth, build strong networks, and contribute to Nigeria's economic development. We look forward to seeing the impact you will make in your respective industries. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. Until tomorrow, the grand finale. Please be here, 9 a.m. tomorrow. See you. And please, let's just rise for the closing prayer. Father, we thank you. We thank you for today. We thank you for all that you've done with all of us. And we ask that even as we continue tomorrow, you would lead us, you would help us. The brands that would be announced tomorrow, that you would help them to get into that which you have planned for them. And Lord, we ask as we go home that you, oh God, will lead us, you protect us. In the name of Jesus, we'll get to our various destinations in peace. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Thank you so much. Grand finale continues tomorrow, so please be here, 9 a.m. We have special gifts for you. You can't miss it. Tolu.